can still smell that place if I think about it for too long. Not the school itself, though it had its own stink. Mop water and gym sweat. But the feeling of it, like mildew in your lungs, something damp settling into your bones and never leaving. 4 years of that will change you. People like to pretend high school is formative in this positive way, like it builds character, but that's bullshit. It reveals it. And there's nothing good there to begin with. It just hardens whatever's left. My home life wasn't much better. My dad had checked out long before he actually left. Sat in his chair, drank himself quiet, watched TV, spoke to nobody. My mom tried. I'll give her that, but trying doesn't always turn the key, you know? She worked late, came home tired, and pretended everything was okay. I learned very early on not to bother either of them with anything for my life. So I took it to school, and school ate me alive. It wasn't one thing. That would have been easier. It was everything, all at once, every day. Girls laughed at me. Teachers who called on me when I didn't have the answer and then looked disappointed when I didn't magically produce one out of thin air. Guys who needed somebody lower than them on the ladder so they could feel like they were climbing up. I had a few friends, sure, but by and large, I was a target to the entire campus. And then there was Ridley and Dace. They weren't subtle about it, didn't need to be. They grew up just outside of town in that strip of dirt roads and broken fences. Rural, hicks, whatever you want to call them. Big, both of them, and they loved brawling. Ridley was the mouthpiece, always talking, always grinning with his rat teeth. Dace, on the other hand, was quiet, but he'd punch you in the face in a second. He didn't need to say anything when he was beating your ass. They picked me early on, freshman year. Something about me must have made it easy for them. I didn't fight back, and I didn't tell on them either. They were right. It started small, shoulder checks, comments under their breath. Then it exploded. Books knocked out of my hand, backpack dumped in the hallway. Once, Dace grabbed the back of my shirt in the cafeteria and held me there while Ridley flicked food at my face while they shouted, "Come shot!" Nobody stopped it. There was a time when a teacher walked right by and didn't even look up. I guess after all that time, just learn to take it. That's the lesson. Not math, not history, endurance of the spirit. By senior year, I was just empty, hollow. I stopped expecting anything different. My social needs were totally calloused. I stopped hoping they'd graduate early or get bored or move away. That kind of thing doesn't happen to people like me. Luck is never knocking at my door. Then out of nowhere, Dace dies. It happened in October, cold already, roads slick in the mornings. He was driving back from somewhere late at night, his girlfriend in the passenger seat. They said he took a turn too fast and overcorrected, clipped the edge of the road. The truck rolled into a ditch and kept going. There's a drop-off out there, past the tree line. It's not huge, but it's enough. He wasn't wearing a seatbelt, got thrown clear, and dead before the paramedics got out there. His girlfriend lived, broken ribs, concussion. It was all pretty crazy and brutal. The whole town went into mourning. I remember waking up that morning and hearing it from my mom in the kitchen. "Did you hear about Dace?" I said no, and she told me. I had to hide my smile. I went to school that day, and it was like stepping into a different world. People crying in the hallways, teachers with red eyes talking about grief and loss and how we needed to support one another. Ridley sitting on the floor by his locker, head in his hands, not saying a word. There was a crowd around him sobbing too, all broken. But I felt good. Better than I had in years. Dare I say great. And that's the part people don't like to hear. They want remorse. They want me to say I feel guilty, that I knew it was wrong. I didn't. It felt like balance, like something in the universe had finally corrected itself, because it had. By God, it had. For weeks after this, I woke up lighter, went to school with this quiet anticipation. I was waiting to see how deep the damage went. It was a nonstop party for me. Every day, it was there. The absence, the hole left behind. Ridley stopped coming to school for a while, and when he came back, he was different. Didn't even look at me. Didn't look at anybody, really. That should have been enough, but it wasn't. I spent years on the wrong end of something, years being watched, laughed at, pushed around. And suddenly, for the first time, I had something that nobody else did. Perspective. I could see how fragile they all were. It started off just as a thought, nothing too serious, then something that drifted through my head one night while I was sitting at my computer, scrolling through old profiles. Dace had a MySpace page, frozen in time, same stupid profile picture, same music playing when you opened it up. Comments from tons of people saying how much they missed him, that it didn't feel real, that they would see him again. I stared at the screen for a long time, and then I made an account. It wasn't hard, nobody looked at that closely. I used his name, pulled a picture from his page, set the profile to private at first just to get it right. Dace's Ghost is what I called it, and I remember typing it out and feeling excitement. It wasn't joy, but adrenaline was dumping in my chest. The first message I sent was to Ridley. "Why didn't you stop me?" Honestly, I don't even know what I meant by it. It didn't matter though. It was beyond fucked up, and it was the most evil thing I could do to the worst high school bully. He read it, but didn't respond. The next day at school, he looked worse, like he hadn't slept. So I kept going. I sent messages to his friends, left comments on old posts, short things at first. "Don't forget me. I'm still here." Then I got bolder. "I can't breathe down here. I hurt so bad. I shouldn't have died alone." Word spread fast. People started talking about it in the hallways. Teachers tried to shut it down, told everybody it was just some kind of sick joke, but that didn't stop them from checking their messages when they got home. Everyone was monitoring my account. Dace's girlfriend was the worst. She messaged the account constantly. At first, she genuinely thought it was real. You could tell by the way she wrote. Desperate, hopeful. "Is it really you? Please tell me this isn't a joke." I let the message stew for a while, let her build it up in her head, and then I answered. "Why did you let me drive?" She broke after that. Messages turned into paragraphs, apologies, explanations. She blamed herself for everything, said she should have taken the keys, should have made him slow down. I fed into it. Used the pet name he used for her, easy enough to find, just scrolled through his old comments. "Hey, bunny." And that one did it. She stopped coming to school not long after. Word got around that she blocked the account, that her parents were now involved, that they were trying to figure out who was behind it. Half the town would end up getting involved. People talking about hacking, about sick individuals, about how they couldn't believe someone would do something like this. I sat back and watched it all unfold. A show put on just for me. For a while, I did think I was untouchable, but I was still careful, only logged on from home, changed the way I wrote just enough to keep it from being too obvious, but people noticed patterns, especially when they weren't looking for them. It was the small things, looks in the hallway, conversations that stop when I walk by. Bunch of fucking bastards. One kid straight up asked me if I'd seen the account. I shrugged it off and was super vague, but I could feel it tightening, something closing in fast. The day that it happened, I could taste the blood in the back of my throat, and I knew it was coming. It was after school, out by the bus stalls. Not many people left, just a few kids waiting around to get on last. And Ridley was there, and he wasn't alone. 3, maybe 4 others, all from that same stretch of nowhere he and Dace came from. Same look in their eyes. Pure fucking rage. I turned to leave, would have run if I had the space, but there were these little bar spacers that blocked too many kids from entering the bus area at one time, and I didn't make it past those. Someone grabbed the back of my jacket and yanked me hard enough that I lost my footing, my head banging off the asphalt, and there was the taste of blood again. Nobody really said much, and the first hit would come from the side. First to the ribs and knock the air out of me, then another, and another. And then the fist would come to my face, my neck, the back of my head. Boots found my ribs, my legs, my groin. They literally kicked the shit out of me, cowboy boots and all. I tried to cover up, but there were far too many of them. Kicks, punches. Somebody grabbed my arm and pulled it away so the others could get clean shots in my face. Ridley stood back the whole time, watching. I met eyes with him once and he just stared at me with this dead, emotionless nothing. And then he stepped in, grabbed me by the front of my shirt, hauled me up just enough so that I could see him. "Was it you, dude?" I didn't answer. He hit me hard as hell, straight to the mouth. Blood coming instantly again. Was it you? He asked again. I laughed. I imagined I was in Fight Club or something. Yeah, I said. Fuck both of you. And that was that. They went at me again, even harder. Really, no holding back now. There was nothing I could do but succumb to the damage, roll up and take it all over. Eventually, they all got tired or bored, same thing I guess, and left me there. I don't remember getting home, but I must have. My mom asked what happened. I told her I fell. She didn't push it, but she called the school and asked them to keep an eye on me. The whole account got taken down not long after, and the school must have cracked down or parents got involved. The whole thing faded like things do, but it felt like losing twice, having to delete it myself. But people would move on eventually. Everybody graduated, left town, and forgot. But I didn't. Every now and then, I still think back on it, about the stretch of time where everything flipped, where I got to see them break down the way they broke me. And people ask on the rare occasions I've told this, if I regret it, if I feel bad about the girlfriend, about the messages, about any of it. I don't. And if I had the chance to do it all over again, I would in a heartbeat. I've never told this story out loud, not to friends, not to therapists, not anybody. I circle it, I gesture toward it, but I've never actually just laid it out in a straight line, because when you do that, when you strip it down to what actually happened, it makes me look, well, crazy. But this is the truth. This is what happened. I have a pattern. I didn't see it at the time. Back then, everything felt justified, romantic even. Like I was the only one willing to go all the way for something real. That's how I framed it. That's how I lived with it. The first time, I told myself it was love. We dated for less than a year. Nothing dramatic, no screaming fights, no cheating, no betrayal. He just drifted. You could feel it happening weeks before he actually said it. Less texting, less eye contact. Conversations that died halfway through. When he finally ended it, he used the word space. I was about to hear that word a lot throughout a lot of breakups. People just find me suffocating, I guess. I'm just too much. I nodded, smiled even, told him I understood, but I didn't. For about the first month, I did what people are supposed to do. I stayed back, I cried, I checked his social media like it was my own pulse. Every photo, every tagged location, every new person that he followed. I built up this quiet, obsessive map of his life right after me. Then one night, it clicked. He wasn't gone, he was just somewhere else, and I could go there too. It sounds stupid now, it sounds obvious, pathetic, but at the time it felt like an actual solution, a clean, simple answer to the worst feeling I've ever had. If distance was the problem, then I would remove the distance. To hell with space. I quit my job within a week. Told my boss I had family stuff, packed up what I could fit into my car, told my parents that I'd found this opportunity out west. Better pay, better life, fresh start, all that good stuff. They were proud of me, and that's the part that still kind of makes me feel sick. I drove for 3 days. I didn't have a job lined up. I didn't have an apartment, but I had a city. I had the gym he went to, the coffee shop he posted from twice a week, the general rhythm of his schedule. I wasn't guessing. I'd done my homework. The first time I saw him, it felt like being resurrected. He was standing in line at a place I knew he'd be at. Same posture, same way he checked his phone between glances at the menu. I remember how surreal it was, how easy. I'd stepped back into a life that was supposed to be mine. I didn't approach him. I couldn't at first, not if I wanted to keep this going. I stayed, well, close. Built my life around the edges of his. I'd pick up a job nearby. I found an apartment within driving distance, started going to the same places at the same time. Told myself it was a coincidence, alignment, fate correcting itself. But it never corrected. He never noticed me, not even once. Weeks turned into months, and I watched him move on. New people, new routines, new habits. I was orbiting something that had already burnt out, but I refused to accept that. Eventually, it broke me. Not all at once, just this slow erosion. One day, I realized I hadn't spoken to anybody in weeks, that my entire existence had narrowed down to tracking somebody who didn't even know I was there. If you've seen the show You, I was literally Joe Goldberg, creeping around a city that I didn't know, pursuing somebody that I did. After a few months of it, I realized just how gone I actually was. So, I left. Just like that, packed up, told people I was ready for something new again. Another opportunity, another fresh start. And nobody questioned it. The second time was worse though, because now I knew I could do it, and I already had my next crush all lined up. I'd met him, different personality, but the same look, that same sense of, this is it. This is the one who makes my life worth living. We talk constantly, late nights, long messages, and accelerated connection. When you're skipping steps, you're supposed to take slowly. Then, like before, it shifted again. Less replies, more distance, that familiar thinning of attention. I was told I was clingy, he needed space. That same old tired routine. This time though, I didn't wait. I moved within a month. Same stories, same lies, same quiet dismantling of my life in one place to rebuild it around somebody who hadn't even asked me to come out there. But this time though, I got a lot closer. We crossed paths more than once, at the grocery store, at a bar, or a sidewalk. Each time my heart would slam against my ribs like it was trying to break out of me. Each time I'd think, this is it. He's gonna see me. It's gonna click. It never did. Eventually, he would be the one that moved, disappeared from routines that I built up around everything, and I was left there again, alone, stranded in a place that only made sense when he was inside it. And I guess that's when things started to rot. I stopped chasing real people. It does sound like an improvement, but it wasn't. I was just safer, easier to sustain. I fell into pornography the way people fall into drugs, gambling, or alcohol. At first it was distraction, then it was habit. Then something deeper, something compulsive and very, very ugly. I wasn't just watching, I was studying, learning from the actors and their real names. Cities they lived in, regions they vacationed at, patterns, backgrounds, social media links, interviews. I started to build up those same maps again, but this time with people who weren't even pretending to be accessible. And then there was him. I'll call him Alexander. That wasn't his real first name, but it's close enough. He stood out immediately. Not just because of how he looked, but because of how present he seemed to be. Like he was fully there in a way other people weren't. It's hard to explain without sounding insane, but it felt like he was speaking directly to me in every video that I watched him in. I fixated on him hard and gave over my heart to a man on a screen in less than 3 weeks. At first, it was just his work, then it was everything else. I found out his real name within a weekend. It wasn't even that hard. A tagged photo here, an old username there, a link somewhere that somebody forgot to scrub. Once you know what you're looking for, people leave trails pretty much everywhere. And from there, it unfolded fast. Old profiles, childhood photos, high school friends, a yearbook somebody had posted online. It was like peeling back layers of a person until you got to something soft and unprotected. And then I could slurp that down my throat. I started reaching out. Not to him, never directly at first. That was part of my pattern. I worked the edges, remember? I liked the edge. Old friends, neighbors, anybody who had ever been connected to him. I crafted messages that needed to look normal. I said I had something for him, mail, important documents, something left behind in an old apartment. I made myself sound official, harmless. Most people ignored me. Some would block me. A few would respond, confused but polite. They never really gave me much, but it didn't matter. Every little detail was another piece of my map. And eventually, I would do it again. I moved across the country, even deeper into the West Coast. I told everybody that same story: opportunity, change, growth. I was good at it by then, although it's not like I had a lot of connections going. Unless they were a person I was stalking, I didn't really keep any friends, and my family would end up just stop calling. But it wasn't the same story this time. It was the same thing in theory, sure, but I was stalking somebody now that I had never even met, that didn't know I existed. I felt like an actual predator in the wild country. I built my life around him without him ever knowing. A fly inside a spider's trap. But bizarrely, Alexander would notice. Not me specifically, but he'd put it together that somebody was asking about him. The messages to people in his life were on the table now, and a weird, persistent stranger was asking about him, claiming to have things for him. It spooked people, they told him, and he would react fast. Everything shut down at once. His profile went private, friends stopped responding, blocks appeared everywhere I turned. It was like watching a door slam shut from inside a closed room. But I would try to push through it, create new accounts, reached out to different people, changed the story slightly, but it didn't matter. The network was sealed, and I was out of it. And they knew I was here, a bogey in high grass. So, I decided to break my one rule and start going direct. I was subtle at first, little run-ins at the store and in-lines at the mall, whatever. After a month of chance encounters, he started noticing me in public. I'd play coy, pretend not to see him, and soon I found him stalking me instead. He was curious, I'm sure. So I showed up at his house, flowers, chocolate, a DVD copy of my favorite romance movie. Everything to saddle up for a great night. He screamed at me and called the police. The whole thing unraveled like a loose stitch. It was my own personal nightmare and the terror in his face. That's when it kind of hit me, not all at once. It wasn't a true revelation, more like this slow, suffocating realization that I'd done it again, that I dismantled my life, uprooted everything, planted myself inside somebody's shadow. And this time, they saw me, and they were very afraid. This isn't what I wanted. It was having the opposite effect. They weren't flattered, they were frightened. I'd become something people needed to protect themselves from. So I left within a month. No big decision, no closure. Just once again packed up and drove back to somewhere that at least felt familiar, even if it didn't feel like home anymore. And that's when I finally would get some help. Real help. The actual moves, the lies, the patterns, the obsession. They gave it a name. Well, more than one actually. And it helped me separate myself from all of my issues. Medication helped, but not in a quick, life-changing way. It just kind of quieted things around me, took the edge off, the impulses, gave me space between a thought and an action, allowed me to see reason. Therapy would help a lot more. And not because it fixed me, but because it forced me to sit with what I'd done without dressing it up as love or fate or anything else. I'm sure you already know this, but it wasn't love. It was control, obsession. I needed to collapse distance because I couldn't tolerate being separate from something that I wanted, and I wanted everything. That's the honest to God truth. And I haven't done it again since. But the pattern doesn't disappear, it just kind of waits. It's managed and contained. And occasionally I still feel it sometimes, that pull, that urge to know everything about somebody, to close the gap, to make proximity become our connection. But at least now, I recognize it for what it is. I was 17 when I told my dad to fuck off. It wasn't a big fight, no yelling, no slammed doors, nothing you'd point to and say, that was it. Just this quick, sharp sentence thrown across the kitchen like a knife through the air. Remember the way he looked at me after I said it. Not angry, not even disappointed. It was something worse than that, honestly, like he'd lost all identity. He didn't raise his voice or fire back, he just nodded once. Then he turned and walked out of the kitchen. And that was the last time I ever saw him alive. People always ask what the argument was about, and I used to try to explain it like there was something in it that could justify what came after, but there wasn't. It was nothing. School, curfew, me thinking he was on my case, him trying to talk to me like a parent. The kind of argument that burns hot for 10 minutes and then disappears before dinner. If I could go back, I don't even know what the right words would have been. I just know what the wrong ones were. That evening, he went into the garage and my mom would find him. I didn't see it. My uncle made sure of that, but I heard everything. People talk about grief like it's manageable, just gonna come and go, right? Wrong. It's deafening, violent. It rips through the house and then leaves nothing untouched. I remember standing in the hallway frozen while my mom made a sound that I didn't even know was humanly possible. And somewhere in the middle of it all, it hit me, a slow, sick realization crawling up the back of my neck. The last thing that I said to him, that was it. Not "I love you," not "I'm sorry." I told him to fuck off. And for a long time, I really thought there had to be a note, something hidden, something we missed that would explain it or at least take a piece of the weight. There wasn't. We went through everything, drawers, boxes, his truck, his tools, old jackets in the closet, nothing. No goodbye, no explanation, just silence. And silence leaves room for your own voice, so I filled it. I told myself that he carried my words with him, that they echoed in his head, and that they sat there getting louder until the only thing he could do was hear it. I told myself that if I just shut my mouth, walked away, or said anything else, my dad might still be here. People told me it doesn't work like that, though. Therapists said it doesn't work like that. Your father was struggling before that moment. You are not responsible for his actions. 17-year-olds say things they don't mean. I heard all of this. I sat in those rooms for years, answering questions and digging through my memories, learning how to talk about grief, trying to organize it and understand it, but it never reached the center of it, the core, because none of them were in that kitchen with me. None of them saw his face. None of them heard what I said. So how could they tell me it didn't matter? My mom put all of us into counseling. My brothers handled it in their own ways. One went completely wacko. The other got angry and fought all the time until he landed in jail. I got stuck. That's the only way I can explain it. Like something in me just stopped moving forward. Time didn't, though. Time kept going whether I was ready or not. I graduated, got a job, learned how to show up, how to function, how to say the right things in conversations, but part of me never left the hallway. I still go back there, still replay those last seconds. Yeah, I still live there. I've tried to forgive myself. I've written letters that I'll never send, said things out loud in an empty room, stared at myself in mirrors and repeated what everybody else has told me. It wasn't your fault. But it always feels like I'm just lying to myself. Years would pass. You expect something like this to stop everything, but it doesn't. Life keeps stacking on top of it. You get older, you start to look like him, and that's the hard one. Catching a reflection and seeing pieces of somebody you lost, and feeling like you don't deserve to carry them. Now, I've stayed away from certain things, big commitments, long-term plans, anything that feels like stepping into his place. I'm scared, terrified to become my father. People assume it's because I'm afraid of turning into him. That's part of it, but the bigger fear is a lot smaller than that. I'm afraid of an ordinary moment going wrong, a bad day, the wrong tone, the wrong sentence said without thinking, something small. Fear does not care about logic. If I ever have a kid, I think about what I'd say to them. Not the big lessons, just the everyday words. I wonder if I'd be too careful, if every goodbye would feel heavy as hell. Maybe that's what this is. Not a punishment, just awareness of how little it takes. One sentence, one moment, one door closing behind somebody. And you don't get to choose which words are the last one. That's my truth. Looking back now, I don't really remember the first time I lit something on fire. That's my honest answer. People like clean beginnings. It started when I was 6, 7, something tidy like that. My memories don't work that way, but they come in flashes. A wheel on a lighter, a spark, a smell, a shape in the dark, then nothing, or heat, a shitload of it. But I remember the couch. It was early, still dark outside. My parents were asleep down the hall. I was on my knees in the living room, close enough to see the threads in the fabric, dry, tight, waiting. I'd stolen the lighter from the kitchen drawer. It felt like a bolt of lightning in the palm of my hand. I didn't really think about danger. I didn't think about burning the house down. I wasn't angry. I wasn't even curious in the way kids usually are. There was zero thought of harming anybody coming from this experiment. I just wanted to see it. The flame came out small, trembling, then leaned forward, magnetically drawn to the fabric. The threads blackened instantly. The smell hit immediately. Bruning hair in the fibers. I remember smiling, leaning closer, feeling the heat push up against my face like the lighter exhaled right on me. The fire spread faster than I expected it to, crawling up the cushion in these thin orange lines, and then big, curling fingers. I think I started laughing. Then my mother was screaming bloody horror behind me. And that's how it always went. Silence, then fire, then chaos. By the time the smoke alarm was blaring and my dad was dragging the couch out into the yard, I was already in the hallway, rubbing my eyes, playing confused. I watched the flames die in the grass and felt something hollow out inside of me. It wasn't guilt or fear or anything like that. It was absence, longing, a void. It didn't stop though. I became a junkie at a very young age. I just wasn't into heroin. I was into setting things on fire. There was a place a few blocks from our house, a old garage and a repair shop that had been abandoned now for years and years. Broken windows, rusted signs, weeds pushing through the concrete. Nobody went there. Nobody cared about it. So I started small, paper, cardboard, scraps of wood, then sat cross-legged on the oil-stained floor watching the flames take shape. Sometimes they whimpered out before anything cool could happen. Other times they climbed as high as the ceiling, greedy, reaching up to the walls. And that's when I started to feel like I was communing with something. Not a voice or anything, more like an energy, a suggestion. That same feeling you'll get standing too close to a big cliff, like something inside you wants you to jump. The fire wasn't just burning, it was becoming. There were parts of me even then, I didn't have names for them. I just knew that sometimes I wasn't alone inside my own head. One of them was heat, pure desire, no hesitation, no thought. And years later, I would give him a name, Red, but back then he was just the ache in my knuckles to get something fired up. More, higher, let it breathe. The first time the fire department showed up, I was outside standing across the street, watching the garage spit smoke up into the sky. Sirens cut through everything, accusing me, but I didn't run. I didn't feel like I needed to. I didn't feel like I had done it. And that's the part that I guess is kind of hard to explain to you. I actually felt like a victim more than anybody. I had been there, sure, I was the one that lit it, but it felt like I'd watched it happen, like I'd allowed it to, not chosen it. And I looked like every other kid on the street, hands in my pockets, staring at the fire. Nothing to see here. You can be two things at once. That's the truth of it. You can be the one watching the fire and the fire itself. So by the time I was older, I wasn't just setting things on fire anymore. I was chasing something, trying to get back to that first feeling, that moment when everything else dropped away. It would get worse, much like any other addiction. There was a summer camp at the edge of town, buried in dry woods that hadn't seen rain in weeks now. The air around was brittle, like it could snap itself. We weren't supposed to be there. It was closed for the season, and that made it an easy decision. There was nobody to hurt, just food for the flames. This one will be different. This one will be enough. Summon me. I told myself it'll be small, just something fun to watch. Dry wood doesn't care about your plans though. It caught instantly. The flame ran along the ground like it had somewhere to be, jumping from twig to twig, climbing brush, reaching up for the trees. Within seconds, it was taller than me, roaring in a way that sounded demonic. Now you'd think I'd be terrified, but instead for a few seconds I felt complete, not separate from it, not a kid watching something get out of control. I was the fire. It climbed, it consumed, it breathed. The heat wasn't outside of me anymore. It was inside, pressing against my ribs, something that needed out. And then something snapped. The smoke came back, the sound of branches cracking, the wind shifting and pushing the flames deeper into the trees. I stumbled backward, tripping over roots, suddenly aware of what I'd done. Not the act, I didn't care, but the sheer scale of it all. I ran, didn't look back. I never went near that place again. Didn't ask what happened, I didn't need to. I knew it had gotten bad. I was in damage control now and had a potential prison sentence in front of me if the law figured out who had done it. But even then, after something that big, something that could have easily killed people, I didn't feel any guilt. There was fear, sure. Something cold and hollow was sitting in my stomach, and I guess it was that. But underneath that, though, was relief. Because for those few seconds, I felt like a god. That feeling, I'm telling you, it's intoxicating. As I got older, the fires became less frequent and life would get in the way. People expected things from me: work, relationships, responsibility. I learned how to function throughout it all, how to look normal, how to keep the parts of me that wanted to burn everything down buried deep enough under the chores and all that mundane bullshit. They didn't go away. I started to see things differently, not metaphorically, actually seeing them. Patterns, symbols of flashes of something that was just under the surface. Dreams that felt more real than walking, visions that would never fade. There were others inside of me by then, not just the heat. Something colder, older, angelic maybe. And there was these fragments and pieces that didn't line up in gaps of time. I was handling my body and mind over directly to them. Beings inside of me that wanted to make fire, that wanted power and to see the world in ashes. Fire does something simple. It removes complexity. Everything becomes the same in the end. Ash, heat, smoke. No conflict, no contradictions. And if it can't be burned, the fire will reject it, move on, until it consumes anything else it can. People think pyros satisfy something when they set a fire. It's really the opposite. We're chasing that char forever. It just spreads. I haven't set anything on fire in years. And that's what I continue to tell people, that it was a phase, something I finally grew out of. But if I'm being honest, it's still there, gnawing at the cusp of my heart, begging me to duck into a back room, an alley, push a pile of stuff together, and set it ablaze. And maybe tonight, I will. When I was 7, the woods behind my house felt like the biggest thing in the world. They started at the back edge of our yard, past our rusted swing set and the place where my dad dumped grass clippings and deadfall, and they ran down into this shallow creek bed full of slate, poison ivy, and old buried cars. In the summer, the trees made a roof over everything, a breathing, whistling canopy. You could step 10 feet in and then immediately disappear from all the houses. There were 6 of us that day, all girls from the street wandering around with sticks in our hands and mosquito bites all over our legs. I was one of the oldest and most obnoxious ones. My best friend Callie was with me, and she was much braver than I was. We had been following the creek, making up these rules as we went, when one of the girls stopped and pointed uphill. "What is that?" At first I thought it was a ball, something pale and round, half buried in brown leaves beneath a cluster of honeysuckle. It had a dead white color of old plastic, but there was something uncanny about its shape. Callie squinted at it, then looked over at me. "Go look," one of the younger girls whispered. "Yeah, go look, go." "You go look," I hissed back. But Callie was already climbing the bank, using both hands to pull herself up through the weeds. I followed her. The others stayed down by the creek, quiet, watching. The closer we got, the creepier it looked. It wasn't a ball. There was hair stuck to it, dark and matted with leaves, one cheek showing through dirt, an eye staring sideways from under a dirty lid. I remember the mouth open just enough to show teeth, tongue, insects. Then I saw the knife. It was jammed straight through the head, angled down near the temple, the handle sticking out black and sun-bleached. A butcher's knife, not a little kitchen tool, not something from a toy set, a real bone-splitting butcher knife. Callie then made a sound I'd never heard from her before. Small, flat, all the air had gone out of her. Then she took off and I ran after her. The little girl saw us coming and started screaming before they even knew why. We tore out of those woods in a pack, falling over roots, slapping branches out of our faces, not stopping until we were in the middle of the street again, surrounded by houses. We wanted to tell somebody, but telling a real adult might get us in trouble. Kid logic, I know. So we ended up telling Callie's older brother, Brent. Brent was 13 or 14 at the time, really big for his age, with greasy hair that hung into his eyes and a way of smiling that would turn your stomach. He had always been around, even when nobody wanted him to. He watched us from the porch and popped out from behind the shed. Once my mom caught him looking through the basement window and said he was searching for a lost baseball, even though we all knew Brent wasn't really a sports kid. The winter before, during a snowball fight, he packed a chunk of ice into a snowball, hit me above the ear with it. I dropped in the street. I don't remember falling, just waking up with Callie crying over me and Brent standing behind her, laughing his ass off. Later, he told everybody it was an accident, but I knew that was a lie. Brent liked hurting people and animals. So when we told him that there was a head in the woods, he didn't react like a normal person. He didn't gasp out loud or call us liars. He just became immediately interested. "Show me," he said. And for obvious reasons, none of us wanted to go back, but we ended up following him out there anyway, staying far behind while he stomped through the brush with a BB gun over one shoulder. He sniffed at the air as he walked. Once we got to the creek bank, he turned around, told us to stay put. Then he climbed up there alone. We could see him through the gaps in the leaves. He crouched and stayed that way for a while, still sniffing. Then he reached down and grabbed the knife handle. Callie started crying again, but Brent pulled the knife free with this hard jerk. Something shifted in the leaves when he did it. He came back down carrying the knife and grinning from ear to ear. "It's a mannequin head," he said. "You babies all thought this was real?" "Why does it have hair then?" I asked. "Because mannequins have hair, genius." "Why was there a knife in it?" He looked at the blade, then wiped it on his jeans. "Because somebody put one in it." And that's all Brent had to say about it. He wouldn't let us see the head again, and when Callie tried to go past him, he shoved her back hard enough that she sat down in the mud. Then he walked home with the knife held up against his leg like he was trying to hide it. A few days later, Callie told me that Brent had washed the knife in their kitchen sink and given it to their mother for Mother's Day. She said her mom laughed because she thought he'd found it in an antique shop or something. Callie said she saw it in the drawer afterward, mixed in with the normal knives that they use for dinner. Absolutely disgusting. Honestly, I don't know if Brent was telling us the truth then. Maybe it really was in fact a mannequin head. Maybe some older kids had staged it out there to scare whoever came upon it. Maybe there was nothing in those woods except for junk, weeds, and a boy who liked to watch little girls panic. But I remember the eye. I remember the mouth. I remember the way Brent crouched over it in the leaves, really quiet, carefully. Not like somebody discovering a prank, but like somebody checking on something he already knew was there. And that kid was truly a whack job. If he in fact found a human head over there, he'd lie to cover it, and then probably keep it, right? This creepy abandoned house sat back in the trees about a mile behind my aunt's place, further than we were all allowed to go. We were out there like kids, wandering, pushing limits, and when the trees opened up and we saw it, we slowed down without saying anything. The place looked hollowed out. The roof had caved in, the siding was blistered black, The windows were empty, destroyed. It didn't look abandoned as so much as it looked annihilated. "Fire," Drew said, and it made sense, but we went to take a look anyway. The smell was what hit us first. Smoke, mildew, decay. The front door hung ajar, and the floor inside was a mess of charred beams and soft debris that shifted with every step. We poked around, not finding much. Melted glass, warped metal, collapsed walls. Whatever had been there was nothing but ash now. "Check out back," somebody said. The cellar door just sat to the rear, half hidden under the weeds and dead brush. Two slanted wooden doors with iron ring handles, chained shut with a rusted padlock. It was straight out of medieval times. The wood around it had started to rot and the hinges eaten down to flakes. That made a pretty easy entry. We circled it, kicking at the dirt, testing the boards. Drew found his chunk of brick and started hammering at the lock. After a few hits, it snapped with a pop. We all paused, waiting to see if that sound had alerted anybody, and nobody came. So we pulled the doors open. The air that came up was cold and damp, completely different from the dry burn of the house, and it smelled like something that had been sealed off for years and years, wet, neglected. We leaned over, but the light didn't really go too far, just a few wooden steps dropping into the black, soft edges with rot, no floor, no walls, at least not that we could see, a total abyss. "Hell no," one of my cousins muttered, and nobody really argued with him. We just stood there for a minute, each of us pretending we might go down if somebody else did first, but nobody was moving. Finally, Drew kicked some dirt in, and we all followed, tossing rocks and scraps, anything to hear it hit the bottom. We never heard it land, and that was the really creepy part, especially when we tossed big rocks and boards and things that definitely should have made some kind of sound on impact. That was enough for me. "Let's go," I said, and we walked back toward the trees. The house shrank behind us, and it felt like I could breathe again. We'd gone maybe 15 yards when Drew stopped. "Hold up." He was looking back at the house, his head was tilted to one side. "You guys hear that?" I was ready to close my ears if it meant we could leave. Either way, I didn't hear a thing, just the wind, but then it came, faint but now clear as day, something thumping, crawling around. It was coming from that cellar. We edged back just enough to see through the trees. The doors were still wide open. The sound came again, bumbling up the steps. Something was coming up them. I remember thinking it had to be an animal. That was really the only thing that made sense. We made a lot of noise throwing things down there, and of course, whatever it was would come out. A raccoon, a dog, maybe even a bear. The shape appeared at the top of the steps, and it moved as if it were blind. It was dark even in the daylight. At first, it didn't resolve into anything, just this low, heavy mass. Then it pushed forward, head and shoulders breaking into the light. It moved on all fours, thick-limbed like something with fur all over its hide. "Bear," somebody whispered, and I wanted that to be true. Christ, it almost brought me to my knees. It paused halfway out, adjusting to the light, then it pulled itself fully onto the ground behind the house. And then it stood, stretching, cracking its neck, rolling its shoulders. It yawned, shivered, then turned and looked right at us. For a second, nobody moved. My brain kept trying to fix it into something that had to be familiar. A bear, a dog, anything. But the longer I looked, the less it fit any kind of description of any animal I'd ever seen. The proportions were surreal, all of it like something out of a mythology book. It took a step, and that was enough for all of us. We ran. Not together, nor with any kind of plan. We just scattered in every direction, each of us convinced it was coming straight for one of us individually. I tore through briars without thinking, felt them rip into my arms and my legs. I barely even registered it. All I could hear was my breathing and my heartbeat in my chest. Behind me, something cracked through the brush, or maybe it was still just me. Either way, I didn't look back to find out. I didn't stop until I hit the yard and nearly fell down in the grass. I turned and just for a second expected to see something barreling out of the trees after me, but nothing did. My prayers were in fact answered that day, and I've been to church almost every Sunday since. Eventually, we all make it back safely, although some were bloody, shaken, talking over one another. Nobody's version lined up perfectly. The size changed, the shape. Somebody saw a man, others saw an animal, but one detail remained the same. It stood up. We never went back out there, and not because we said we wouldn't, we just didn't. That part of the woods stopped existing for us. Whatever it was, it could have it. Years and years later, I tried explaining it to myself. Years later, looking back now, I'm still trying to explain it to myself, make it make sense. A black bear makes sense on paper. They stand on two legs. They can look bizarre when their presence is unexpected, but maybe it had been living in that cellar and we did wake it up. And for my sanity's sake, I'm gonna believe that version of the story. I live in a town where nothing exciting ever happens. Everything bad kept its head down. Fights stayed behind doors. Drugs moved pretty quietly, and if somebody went missing, people started speaking about them in the past tense almost immediately. The girl in the story disappeared on a Wednesday night. She'd been at a church group in one of those low-lit basements with folding chairs in a big circle. She left early and saying she wasn't feeling well. It was a 1.5 mile walk back home, but that wasn't unusual for her. But she never made it. I personally didn't know her, but in a town like ours, that doesn't really matter. You still know the route. You still imagine the stretch where something must have happened. The long, silent dark between streetlights, the woods choking off everything up the road. And for a while, it was all anybody could talk about. And then it immediately went to the past tense thing. A few months later, my mom and I are driving home from the grocery store, late afternoon. Gray lights stopped everything in place. I was 10 at the time, flipping through the radio stations, not really paying attention. Then my mom goes quiet next to me. Not just silent, but like dead quiet, like something had reached into her and just pressed pause. Her hands tightened up on the wheel, and she slowed down without meaning to. No stop sign, no stoplight. We rolled to a stop right off the shoulder, and cars were honking behind us. "There's a road here," she said, barely above a whisper. I followed her gaze, and there was this narrow turnoff, half buried in the brush. I'd never noticed it before, and we'd driven that stretch hundreds and hundreds of times now. "Mom?" She didn't answer. She just turned. Gravel crunched under the tires as we rolled onto this forgotten road. The trees closed in almost immediately, branches leaning overhead, swallowing up the light. It got darker the further we went in. "Why are we going this way?" I asked her. I don't know." And her answer caught me off guard. We drove for maybe a minute. There's no houses, no mailboxes, just woods and that thin strip of road cutting directly through it. Then she stops again, engine idling. No other sound otherwise in any direction. She stared ahead for a few seconds and then just puts the car in park. "Stay here." But before I could say anything, she steps out. "Mom." "Stay in the car." Not sharp nor angry, just distant. She shut the door and walked straight into the trees. The woods swallowed her up in just a few seconds, and the sound of her footsteps faded immediately. Then there was nothing. I sat there watching the spot where she disappeared into, waiting for her to come back out. Maybe she'd seen something, trash, an animal, something normal that she could explain to me, but as time went on, she never came back. No birds, no wind, no branches snapping under her feet. It was like she stepped right off the map itself. At one point, I unlocked my door just in case I needed to run. I didn't know where I'd go, but I wanted to be ready for anything. Every so often, I thought I heard something deep in the woods, movement, but it never got closer. Nothing ever resolved into anything that I could actually see. So I just stayed there, which was all very, very unsettling. After what felt like forever, I'd say maybe 10 minutes or so, she comes back. She stepped out of the same place that she'd gone into, and she looked off even more than before. "What were you doing?" I asked when she got back in the car. She gets in, shuts the door, and sat there with her hands in her lap. "I thought," she said, then stopped. "What?" She shook her head. "It's nothing." Then she drove us home like it hadn't happened. I didn't push it. A couple of weeks later, they found the girl. It all came back at once. Talk in the store, whispers at school, adults cutting conversations short when kids would get close. She had been found on a back road, about a mile past a narrow turnoff. Most people didn't even notice, and at first, I didn't connect it right away. Not until my mom sat me down one night and told me what she felt. She said when we passed that road, it all kind of hit her at once. Not like a thought or a flash of curiosity, a pull, something magnetic, gravity pushing and pulling her. She said she knew in a way she couldn't explain, that she needed to turn there, despite not even knowing about the road. "When I got into the woods," she said, "I thought I was going to find her." "Did you?" She shook her head slowly. "No, but I felt like I was close." That was the part that really creeped me out. Close to what? Some kind of supernatural ability? The investigation eventually settled on a guy, a friend of the girl's boyfriend, last one to see her. Made a move, got rejected, snapped. They found her on the edge of his property, way out there in the middle of nowhere. It lined up like stars in the sky. People accepted the facts and case closed. But even now, I still think about that road, how we'd driven past it 100 times without actually seeing it. It didn't exist to us prior to that day. I asked her years later if she really thought she sensed something, and she took some time before answering me. "I really don't know," she said. "I just felt like I needed to trust that feeling and follow it." "But why?" She looked at me, and for a second I saw that same stillness from the car that day. "I really can't tell you. I don't know." And that was that. I still drive that stretch from time to time. I always look for that turnoff, and some days I see it, and some days I don't. I'm pushing through the scrub when I realize I don't recognize anything around me anymore. It hits me. 1 second I'm weaving through narrow game trails, brushing past dry branches that scrape against my arm. The next I'm standing still, turning in this slow circle, and everything looks the same. Sun-bleached stems, tight clusters of gray-green leaves, walls of brush rising up over my head like I just stepped off into a maze. "All right," I mutter, again trying to move. Trying to keep that momentum. "Just backtrack, you'll find it," I say to myself. But I can't figure out where I came from. The path that I thought I'd followed is now gone, swallowed up by that same dense growth in every direction. The sun is high, but it's filtered through the scrub in a way that makes it almost useless. No shadows I can trust, no clear sense of direction. So I just end up picking a line and push forward. Branches continue to claw at my shirt. Something snags my pant leg and I rip free, stumbling. The ground dips and rises under loose dirt and rock. I'm sweating pretty hard now, breathing through my mouth, trying not to think about how lost I actually am. There's no birds, there's no wind, just the sound of me forcing my will upon the earth. I stop again and listen once more. Nothing. "Okay," I say. "Okay." So I crouch, try to get lower, see if there's anything, any kind of break in the brush, any hint of a trail, but it seems to be worse down here. The branches almost knit together like a cage. Still, there is a gap. It looks like something's pushed through it already, some kind of animal maybe, or people. I drop to my hands and knees. The dirt is dry and powdery and kicks up into my face as I crawl. The branches close in overhead, scraping across my back and snagging my hair. I keep moving. That's all I can do. It smells like death down here for some reason. I can't quite place it. Still, I push forward another few feet, and my hand, it's plastic. I freeze, and I slowly shift my weight back, reaching forward again to touch it once more. It's smooth, crinkly. A bag. I lean down squinting. It's a black garbage bag, torn open at the top, slumped into the dirt like it's been there for a really long time. Probably nothing, just trash, I whisper to myself. I hook my finger under the edge and pull it towards me. Something then spills out, small and unmistakable. At first, I don't really process it right away. My brain kind of stutters, making sense of the shapes in the dirt now. Shoes. Little ones. I grab one before I can stop myself, and it fits in the palm of my hand. It's pink and worn across the edges. Velcro straps half frayed into nothing. It's a kid's shoe. I look back at the bag and there's more. Lots more. I pull the plastic open wider. Hands are shaking a little bit now, breath coming in short. They're all the same, but different colors, different sizes, all small and solo. Only a few have a matching pair. Some are coated in what looked like blood or vomit, all kinds of fluids. I dig through them a little faster now. There's got to be some kind of explanation for it to be buried here. Maybe if I just keep looking, I'll figure it out. Blue sneaker, tiny sandal, a boot with cartoon characters rubbed nearly off on the side. All singles, nothing matching. Why would... I stop myself because I know exactly why. To get rid of them. Nobody loses one shoe 15 times. I dropped the one in my hand like it had burned me. This is evidence of some kind, and I don't want my fingerprints all over it. The space feels smaller now, tighter than it already was, like somebody might walk up on me at any second. I shift backward, trying to crawl back out the way I came, but my elbow catches on something behind me. I jerk and twist around and freeze. The tunnel behind me is non-existent. Blocked? I don't remember it being that tight. I start to panic now. I push back anyway, forcing my shoulder through, branches snapping and dragging with every motion. My heart is hammering now, loud enough that I can feel it throughout my entire body. Then something moves. Not in front of me, but behind me. It takes a few steps and then nuzzles up against me. I stop breathing. Hello? I call out. I get nothing back. Then another step, another push up against me. I don't think. I shove forward, ripping through that last tunnel and bursting out into a small clearing of cactus and low scrub. I'm on my feet, instantly spinning. There's nothing there, just the opening that I crawled out of, a dark slit in the wall of brush. I stare at it, waiting for something else to push through, but nothing does. Get out, I say to myself. Just go, let's go. I pick a direction and run, literally sprint. I don't care anymore if it's the wrong way. I don't care about conserving my energy. I just move, crashing through the scrub, ignoring the branches tearing at my skin still, the rocks slipping under my feet. Behind me, there it is again, that same crunch following, the exact same distance and speed. It's bizarre and terrifying, almost ghost-like. I don't look back, I can't. I know if I'll look, I'll slow down, and if I slow down, something hits the brush hard somewhere off to my right, keeping pace with me. It's not like a crashing animal, it's like something tracking, cutting angles, coming directly for me. I veer left, forcing myself through a thicker section, trying to put as much distance between me and whatever this is. My lungs are burning now, my throat is dry, my legs are starting to shake. I can feel my body starting to fail with each and every step. The ground suddenly drops and I nearly go down, catching myself on a rock that shreds up my palm. I scramble up, slipping, clawing forward. And then I see it. A break in the brush, the first that I'd seen in like an hour. Actual open space beyond it too. Sunlight, clear and bright. Hell, I can see a trail cutting along. I push harder, ignoring the pain, bursting through that last line of scrub and stumbling out onto a narrow dirt road. It's so relieving that it actually brings tears to my eye. But I don't stop. I keep running down the road, boots pounding it out, until my legs finally give and I stagger to a halt, bent over, gasping out loud. I turn, expecting to see my stalker come bounding out at any second. But the wall of scrub just sits there, still and silent, nothing at all. I remain there for a minute, watching, waiting for something, anything, anyone to come out after me. But it doesn't, and eventually, I start walking, and it's really the only way that I'm getting out of here. I find my way back to my car by sticking to the road, never stepping off it again. I felt like an idiot for ever straying from the path. My mind continues to reel. The bag, the shoes, all those single kid-sized shoes just hidden deep in a place where nobody would ever stumble into. And that sound behind me, following, keeping pace. It knew exactly where I was the entire time. I never went back, and if I did, what would I do out there besides get murdered? I think about how hard it would be to even reach that spot, how much effort it would take to drag a bag like that all the way out there. My question remains, were they dumped out there or collected from kids along the mountainside? I was 16, maybe 17, and furious enough to leave my family home every time I got fired up. I don't even remember what the fight was about with my parents. Just slammed doors, raised voices, and my mom calling my name over and over again. I grabbed my keys and left before anybody could try and cool me down. My Jeep Cherokee rattled to life in the driveway and I ripped right out of there. I didn't have a destination, I just needed some distance. I swung by my buddy Ryan's place and he happened to be outside when I pulled up. Bro stuff. Bad? He asked, climbing in without hesitation. Yeah. Where are we going? Nowhere. The usual. We drove until the streetlights started to thin out, then disappeared entirely, past the gas station, past the last cluster of homes, into the back roads where you don't see anybody at all. Along the way, I start venting, talking, then shouting, hands tight on the wheel, but it burned off quick, turning into something else. Restless, reckless energy. I mentioned crashing the car multiple times. And then, that's when I took note of this logging road. I'd already passed it 100 times before, but never taken it. Just this gap in the trees where two worn-out ruts cut into dirt. I slowed down, then turned in without saying anything over to my friend. Ryan grabbed the handle above the door as the Jeep dipped into the trail. You ever been down here before? Nope. Cool. The road was super rough, like you wouldn't believe. Deep grooves, mud pockets. The Jeep bounced hard enough to knock the change in the cup holder loose, sending it sprawling across the floorboards. The light was fading, that gray-blue wash that makes everything feel flat and lifeless. We were joking at first, laughed when the suspension groaned, and begged God himself to get us stuck in some kind of mud pit, anything to help pass the time. The woods continued to grow thick, and not just trees, it was dense, choking brush that pressed in on both sides. And even the headlights started to feel small, like they weren't even pushing the dark back anymore, just carving this tunnel throughout it. I turned the music down, then off without even thinking. I wanted to be able to focus on what was in front of me. Ryan didn't say anything next to me either. He seemed pretty focused too. A few minutes later, I saw a trail. It cut off to the left this shallow ditch into a field of tall grass, barely even visible. Just two faint tire marks disappearing into the brush beyond. Ryan leaned forward. That looks not good. Yeah, I said back. Then I turned into it anyway. That's what Jeeps are for, right? busting through places that aren't usually explored. The Jeep digged hard through the ditch, climbing out with this loud groan, and pushed into the field. Grass filled the undercarriage. The trail tightened almost immediately, squeezing between saplings and thick scrub. Branches dragged on the windows in these long, winding scratches. It was darker out here, much darker. And not just because the sun was going down, but because the trees had closed in so tight it blocked what little light was left. The headlights were all we really had now. Beyond them, nothing seemed to exist, and Ryan went really quiet next to me. There was this shift in the air then. No sound except for the engine and those branches. I didn't hear bugs, I didn't hear wind. I just got this feeling like we crossed into another dimension or something. The trail curved, then opened up into wide open country. That clearing wasn't big though, maybe 30 feet across. Just enough space for the Jeep to roll into and stop, which is exactly what I did. At the far end of that clearing sat this shack. 3 walls, half a roof, the entire front was missing. The wood was gray and splintered, sagging inward like it had given up long ago. It should have just looked like junk, but instead it looked like a movie set to me. There was even this creepy chair inside it. It sat dead center in the shack, facing out toward us. The weird part about that was the chair was brand new. Chrome frame gleaming in our headlights, red cushions bright enough to hurt your eyes after all that darkness. It did not match anything around it. It didn't belong in those woods. It didn't belong anywhere near that place. That was what was so weird about it. And around it were chains, a rope, a bucket, a folding tarp, tools scattered across the dirt floor, organized but not like professional or anything. Everything else was clearly used. Ryan said at first underneath his breath, nope. I didn't answer him. We didn't need to talk about it. We just both understood exactly what we were looking at, or at least the direction it pointed into. Someone had built this. Someone had came out here, and they weren't doing anything good. That much was clear. Maybe it was a movie set, but the bloodstains around the chair, which was bolted to the floor by the way, told me otherwise. I quickly shifted my Jeep into reverse. The clearing was far too tight for a clean turn, so I had to start a 3-point. Backed up slowly, at the wheel, pulled forward, backed up again. The headlights swung off the shack, then back across it. And every time that chair came into view, I felt myself getting sicker by the moment. There were bodies out here, there had to be. Pieces of them at least, somewhere buried, or maybe even in the shack itself. Halfway through, the Jeep dropped. The front tire slid into a rut with this hard jolt that snapped both of us forward in our car seats. I hit the gas and nothing. The tire spun, whining and spraying dirt. The Jeep rocked but was not moving. Ryan grabbed the dash. Dude, I got it, man. I shifted into reverse and punched it. The Jeep lurched back an inch, then stuck once more. Forward, back, forward. The engine roared louder, echoing but getting nowhere. Behind us, the shack sat there quietly, almost taunting us at this point. I remember thinking clearly as anything, if somebody was out here, they would have heard us by now, right? The engine noise, the tire spinning, we weren't subtle, and we just discovered somebody's kill cabin, so... Hurry up, man, Ryan said. I'm trying. Don't stop. Yeah, no shit, Ryan, I said back. I rocked the Jeep harder, slamming between drive and reverse, letting the tires bite and slip and bite again. Mud was spraying up all over the hood, and the smell of burnt rubber was now filling the cab. The headlights bounced across the shack again, and for a moment I thought I saw something move behind the wall. Not a clear visual, but a shape crawling through the shadows, a shift off in the darkness. I didn't say anything, just floored it again, and finally, the tire caught. The Jeep lurched up out of that rut and shot forward so hard my chest hit the wheel. I cranked the steering and straightened out and aimed back for the trail. Go, 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 Ryan yelled, and I was already gone. I drove like something was chasing us, didn't care about those ruts, the branches, the way the Jeep slammed and bucked underneath us. The trail blurred in the headlights and trees whipped past. The whole world narrowed to that thin strip of dirt ahead of us. If we stopped again, I knew that we weren't getting out. We hit the field at speed and tore across it and slammed through the ditch without slowing. The Jeep bottomed out, then climbed up onto that logging road, tires fishtailing just before they caught. Only then did I ease off the gas. Ryan twisted around in his seat, staring out the back window. "Did you see anything?" "No." "Lights?" "No." He didn't turn around for a long time, and we ended up driving all the way back to his place in silence. That night, neither of us really got much sleep. Every time things got quiet, one of us would bring it up again. The chair, the chains, the bloodstains. The hell did we discover out there? By morning, we had talked down the crazy, less danger, and we convinced ourselves it might have been something normal, some kind of weird hunting setup, some harmless explanation that we weren't really thinking of in the moment. So, we ended up deciding to go back out there. This time in daylight with weapons, just in case. I brought a bat, he brought a tire iron and a flashlight, and Ryan's brother's hunting knife too. It made us feel ready. We found the logging road once again really easily. We found the ditch, we found the field, but no trail beyond that. We drove up and down that road for over an hour, checking every break in the brush, got out and walked sections of it. There were still old tracks, overgrown paths, but nothing that matched what we'd driven the night before. No clearing, no shack, no dentist chair, just endless woodland around. A few weeks later, we went back again at night. Maybe the darkness would help us find the way once more. And there it was again, or at least something like it. A narrow break in the brush in that same spot, just barely visible in our headlights. Ryan didn't say anything, and neither did I. I stopped the Jeep and stared at it for a few seconds. Then shifted the Jeep back into reverse. We had changed our minds. We didn't need to check. To echo my good buddy Ryan, nope. Okay, I'm not really sure this is a creepy encounter in that traditional sense, but it was pretty unsettling for a Halloween event at sunset. I live in Vermont on a Class 4 road, which basically means the town doesn't maintain it. It's drivable, but it's rough and it doesn't really get much traffic outside the locals or the occasional curious tourist. I've been walking my dog out there every day for the past 3 years. It's quiet, familiar, and usually uneventful. There's a short offshoot road about a quarter of a mile from my house that leads down to a river. It runs behind my neighbor's place, and they got a dog too, so mine always gets this little more alert right around that area. That night, the light was already starting to fade when we headed out. Not fully dark, but that dim gray stretch where everything feels a little off, you know? We were walking up the main road when my dog suddenly pulls hard to the left, dragging me a few steps into the woods. She had locked onto something immediately, nose down, completely focused. I assumed she found something dead or something halfway interesting, but she wouldn't let it go. After about 5 steps in, I looked up to see what she was so worked up about. At first, I really didn't register it. It just kind of looked like a dark, wet pile of something in leaves. And then I quickly realized what I was looking at. It was a heap of fresh entrails, still warm enough to be faintly steaming out in the cold air. Organs, blood, all of it piled together like it had just been pulled out and left there. And it wasn't scattered, not dragged along, just set down in this tight mass, as if it had fallen right out of the sky. I think we were maybe 10 feet away, but it was close enough to make my stomach turn. Honestly, since it was around that time of year, I thought it was some kind of Halloween prank. It was that kind of day, and that timing felt just a little too perfect, but the longer I looked at it, the more obvious it became that it was, in fact, very real. My best guess is that a hunter had gutted a deer and just left the remains behind. I know that's pretty common, but seeing it like that right off the trail that I walk every day just hit a little differently that night. My dog was still completely fixated, pulling even harder now, whining, trying to get closer. I didn't want her to look or get anywhere near it, so I turned us around and picked her up. She fought hard for a second, still locked onto the smell, but eventually I got her back out onto the road. A few cars ended up passing us on the way back, 3 or 4, and that helped a little. It reminded me that it wasn't some totally isolated place. Still, the whole thing had shaken me up more than I expected. I felt bad cutting the walk short, though. Instead of heading home, I decided to take that short road down by the river. We've done that walk hundreds of times now. It's quiet, it's open, and you can see my neighbor's house with the trees once you get close enough. It took maybe 2 or 3 minutes to get down there, and as we came up around the bend and the river came into view, I noticed something on the opposite bank. A gray Jeep parked just across the water. It wasn't something I'd ever seen there before, and it stood out immediately. I slowed down without really thinking about it, and my dog noticed it too and went stiff in my arms, this low growl building up in her throat. She really doesn't ever react like that to people, especially from that far away. I tried to turn back towards the main road, but she was tense and resisting me like she didn't want to leave. I ended up pulling out a treat to get her attention and coax her around. As soon as I got her turned, I picked her up again and started walking back up the path. And that's when I heard that Jeep start up behind me. It was sudden and very loud in that silence. I didn't look back right away, but I could hear it moving. I picked up my pace immediately, heading back up the hill toward the main road. My heart was already going. I tried to call my sister using Siri because I didn't want to take my hands off the dog or slow down. I just wanted somebody on the phone with me. By the time I got back to the main road, I was moving fast. I headed uphill toward this gated cut-through that leads to a small trail. In my head, I figured a vehicle would not be able to follow me through there. I just needed to get past it. Before I could squeeze through the gate, I heard somebody yelling behind me. "Hey you, I need to talk to you." I turned and saw the Jeep coming up the road behind me. It had crossed the river. The driver's door was open, and a man stepped out looking irritated more than anything else. I didn't want to go closer, but I also didn't want to run either. I figured if I remained calm, maybe it would be nothing, so I stopped, still holding my dog. He walked a few steps toward me and said, "Hey, just so you know, it's hunting season. I almost shot you." That part really caught me off guard. I obviously know it's hunting season, which is exactly why both my dog and I were wearing these bright reflective pink vests. You couldn't miss us. "Yeah, I know it's hunting season," I said. "That's why we're wearing these." He shook his head like I was still the problem. "You can't be walking down there during hunting season. We all need to do our part." Up to that point, I've been trying to remain polite, but something about that just rubbed me the wrong way. I think it was his tone. "Okay, I'll do my part by wearing this vest," I said, "if you do your part by not shooting at me." He definitely didn't like that. His expression tightened and he just shook his head again, clearly more annoyed now. Then he turned, got back in the Jeep, and slammed the door. He peeled away really fast, tires kicking up gravel as he drove off. And I just kind of stood there for a minute after he left, trying to process it all. The whole thing felt crazy. The entrails in the woods, the Jeep parked across the river, the way he crossed over and came after me. It all just stacked up in my head. I went straight home after that, locked the door, and kept checking the windows. Maybe it truly was nothing more than a hunter and some bad timing, but I've lived on that road for years and years, and I've never seen anybody hunting that close to houses before. I'm planning on calling the game warden and the town clerk just to confirm what is in fact allowed out there. The last time my family went camping together, nothing actually happened. Cool story, right? Nobody came out of the trees, nothing touched our tent, there was no footprints, no broken branches, no signs of anything circling us in the night. Nothing happened. Breathe, baby. We were out in this remote patch of forest my dad had found through a coworker. Not technically a campground because there was no numbered sites, no bathrooms, no other people, just this old road, a clearing, and trees that were very ancient. The day itself had been super normal. Fire, hot dogs, my dad burning his on purpose and waving it around in the air, and my mom laughing. My sister getting a marshmallow stuck in her hair, crickets picking up as the light faded, frogs ribbiting somewhere off deeper in the woods, small movements in the brush that never came close enough to even feel scary. And by 10 o'clock, we were all inside the tent. It was a one big family setup, sleeping bags lined shoulder to shoulder, my parents by the entrance, my sister between them, and me on the far side against the tent wall. I remember listening to them settle in, the fabric shifting, the breathing winding down, until the woods outside felt like a perfect background noise to fall asleep to. I don't remember falling asleep, but I do remember hearing my name. At first, I assumed it was part of a dream. I was in our house, except it was inverted, stretched out, hallways running further than they should. The whole thing was locked in darkness too, and somewhere down one of them, my mom was calling my name. She wasn't angry. It was urgent, scared. "Come here," she would say, and then I'd hear my dad's voice. "Hurry up." Then, after that, I'd hear my sister on the edge of crying. I tried to answer them, but I couldn't. That heavy, stuck feeling you always get in dreams where your body doesn't work, where people compare it to being underwater. But the voices kept pulling me forward, deeper into something that was more akin to syrup. And then I woke up. I was staring at the ceiling of the tent, heart racing, that cold drop in my stomach hitting before my brain had caught up to everything else. My mom called out my name again, but this time it was not in my head. It was out in the woods. Same direction for all of them, somewhere beyond the trees, maybe 50 yards out, toward where I remembered this big hole in the ground. The voices were thin, but clear. "Zach." I pulled myself up, still half wrapped in my sleeping bag. For a second, I thought something had happened, that they'd gone outside while I was asleep. Maybe my sister needed help or something went wrong and the fire jumped the ring or something. It didn't make sense, but it was the only thing my brain had to offer. And then I looked over. My dad was on his back by the door, mouth slightly open, snoring, slow and steady. My mom curled on her side and my sister between them, making that soft whistling sound right out of a cartoon. All of them were right there, but I could still hear them calling me from the woods. My whole body locked up. I couldn't move. I didn't speak. I just listened. It was them, exactly their voices. My mom's voice tight with fear, my dad trying to sound gruff, my sister small between them, all coming from the same place at the exact same volume. I thought about waking my dad. I even shifted my hand toward him, fingers pressing into the sleeping bag, but something stopped me. A gut-level animal certainty that making noise would be a mistake. Then the voices changed. They didn't get louder, but they spread further apart. What had once been coming from one direction slipped sideways through the trees. My mom's voice now echoed from somewhere behind the tent. My dad's voice sounded hollow. My sister's flickered, there gone, there again, like something on a radio tuning in and out. At one point, it even sounded like it was coming from way up, high in the trees. They were all still calling my name, but now it didn't sound urgent. They'd given up on the drama. Now it seemed like they were amused, and they knew it was scaring me. My ears began ringing. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I kept staring over at my family, waiting for one of them to move, to react, to prove that I wasn't alone in hearing all this. But none of them did. The voices kept shifting, circling, rippling across the dark. A fragment of my mom from one side, half of my dad's voice from the other, my sister's whisper rushing up so close to the tent wall and near my head that I almost turned toward it. If I had, I would have seen her, I'm sure, but I stayed still and tried not to move. After a while, could have been seconds, could have been minutes, couldn't tell you. The voices started to fade, not all at once, piece by piece, a word dropping off here and there, a tone thinning out, until there was nothing left but the ringing in my ears. And then after all of that, the woods just seemed to come back to life. Crickets first, then frogs picking back up again somewhere in the dark, a night bird calling once and twice, like it was testing if everything was back to normal. Owls even hooted again. That's when I realized none of that had been happening before. The forest had gone completely silent while those voices were there. I didn't sleep again that night. If I had, I would have betrayed every single survival instinct that I had. I just sat there for a long time listening, waiting for it to start up again. Every small sound felt like an audio loop. How much of what I was hearing was actually even real? It wasn't until the sky started to lighten through the tent walls that my body finally let go of some of that tension. Only then did I lie back down, and I didn't tell anybody until we got back home. When I finally got the nerve and told my mom, she listened to me without interrupting. She didn't laugh, she didn't brush it off. She just nodded and then responded back. Yeah, I woke up once that night too. I asked her why, and she shook her head. I don't know. I just remember thinking that somebody was standing outside our tent. She didn't say anything else, and we never went back to that spot, and most likely never will. I've worked interdiction in southern Texas for almost 9 years now, and after a while, the border stops feeling like a location and starts feeling more like a machine. Everything moves through it: drugs, guns, money, even people. Half the time the guys are hauling it aren't hardened criminals, they're just broke, desperate, addicted, sometimes all three at once. I've worked with everybody down here: Highway Patrol, Border Patrol, DEA, FBI, U.S. Marshals, you name it. We hit stash houses, dirt trails, ranch roads, motel rooms. I've stood in mesquite brush at 3 a.m, waiting for cartel runners to cross fences carrying duffel bags full of fentanyl. I've watched helicopters track smugglers through dry creek beds with FLIR while we moved on foot. None of that compares to the truck incident though. That call still wakes me up, sweating, reaching for my pistol. It starts at midnight on Highway 281. A hot wind blowing the whole length of the state, I swear. One of those Texas nights where the darkness is endless, like the desert itself is expanding. I'm sitting in our county task force office, halfway through a stale coffee when dispatch quickly lights up. A trooper needs assistance on a commercial stop. Now, that alone isn't unusual. Tractor trailers get pulled down constantly there. Bad paperwork, fake manifests, and of course, smuggling. Drug loads hidden inside produce shipments, but then dispatch says the trooper sounds really nervous, and that part gets my attention. I grab my vest and rifle and head out with the other 3 guys from the task force. We're rolling fast down the highway in this unmarked Tahoe, red and blue lights bouncing off the scrub brush. Our driver Mendez glances over at the MDT screen. Driver's got priors, he says. Weapons trafficking. Great. Somebody mutters behind me. I check my rifle again out of habit. My stomach is sick. Not fear exactly, just kind of instinct when these things happen. We crest a rise in the highway and see the stop ahead of us. 1 patrol unit, hazard lights flashing against the blacktop. Big white tractor trailer parked on the shoulder. The trailer looks filthy, road grime all over it. No company logos. It's ticking all the boxes from our training protocols. The trooper is standing near the driver's side door with his flashlight up. The truck driver is outside the cab, hands moving while he talks. Too much talking, actually. Even from 50 yards away, I can tell something's off. The driver keeps looking back toward the trailer, not at us, specifically at the trailer. Is he checking on something? We park and pile out. The heat hits me immediately, diesel fumes drifting off in the air. The trooper meets us halfway, young guy, mid-20s, nervous, covered in sweat. The top latch of his holster is unbuttoned and he seems like he's ready to go. This dude is stalling, he says. The paperwork's weird, it doesn't match the route. He keeps asking me to just let him go. Why? Says he's just trying to get home because he's running late. But I swear I heard people talking in the trailer. Voices. And this isn't shocking. Human smuggling happens constantly down here. The trooper's voice shakes a little when he says it. He keeps trying to redirect me, like he needs more time or something. I look over at the driver, middle-aged Hispanic male, ball cap, sweat soaked through his shirt. He isn't acting angry or macho. He's more terrified than anything. I move in and say, "Evening, sir." He nods rapidly. "Officer, please, I'm so tired it's late. Can I please just go home now? This is just deliveries inside." "Open the trailer, sir." His eyes flick toward the back again, and for a second, I see something else on his face. True terror. That's when my pulse kicks up and I step back toward the team. "All right, guys, something's definitely up. Let's get this truck pulled open." Mendez nods immediately. He feels it too. We spread out, 2 guys covering the cab, me and Mendez moving toward the rear doors. The whole highway suddenly feels electrified. No insects or traffic, and I remember checking my sidearm and taking my rifle safety off. I also remember smelling hot rubber and diesel. Mostly, I remember this horrible feeling growing in my chest, like we were late to a funeral or something. Mendez is the one that reaches the trailer latch first. "Ready?" I shoulder my rifle. "Do it." The doors swing open and the smell is instant. Body odor, urine, sweat, lab chemicals, rotting food. Flashlights cut through the darkness and there's bodies packed wall to wall inside the trailer. Men, women, teenagers, at least 24, maybe more. Some shielding their eyes from the lights, others frozen completely still. Then I see the crates. Wooden shipping crates busted open near the front wall. Metal parts spread everywhere. Rifle parts. My brain locks onto it instantly. Receivers, barrels, magazines. The one guy near the crate is crouched over something in his lap, and for one split second, I don't understand what I'm seeing. Then he lifts the AR. It's not fully assembled, but damn, is he close. "Gun!" I scream, and everything detonates. The trailer erupts with screaming, and I stumble backwards off the bumper as Mendez grabs my vest and yanks me sideways. Gun parts clatter across the trailer floor. 2 men dive behind stacks of feed bags. One of them is slamming a magazine into a rifle. Another has a pistol in his hand. I open up with my flashlight mounted to the rifle, screaming commands, finger feathering the trigger, ready to fill the entire cargo unit with fresh gunpowder and a wave of 5.56. "Don't move! Don't fucking move!" Chaos though, absolute chaos. People are crying, crawling over one another. Somebody near the front starts praying loudly in Spanish. One of our guys at the cab starts yelling that the driver is running. Half of our guys are speaking Spanish in return, letting them know they just need to surrender. But then, gunfire explodes. Not from the trailer though, outside it. The driver made it maybe 20 feet before the trooper dropped him with a round to the leg. The shot cracks across the highway like a bomb. Driver had a gun too, and he was pointing it back at the police as he ran. Inside the trailer, everybody and everything freezes. I climb back into the bumper with my rifle leveled straight into the mass of bodies. The man with a partially assembled rifle is staring at me. He's maybe 10 feet away, close enough that I can see the grease on his fingers. One more movement, and I'm shooting him center mass, and he knows that too. So for a second or two, nobody breathes. Then the rifle slips from his hands. The whole trailer starts collapsing emotionally after that, crying, hands up, people screaming that they were forced into it, that they didn't know. The cartel members were threatening their families. It was maybe true, or maybe it wasn't. It didn't really matter at that moment though. We start dragging people out one by one. 28 undocumented immigrants total. 2 crates of disassembled rifles. Close to 100 pounds of meth hidden beneath the pallets. Handguns zip tied under those same pallets too, and enough ammo to start a small war. I keep replaying that one image over and over and over while we clear that trailer. A magazine, halfway seated into a rifle, the brass glowing hot under the dim lights of the trailer. Seconds, That's all they needed for everything to be completely different. If that trooper waited one more minute before calling us in, if we approached casually, if Mendez and I climb into that trailer without our rifles ready, we die there, all of us. If maybe even have rolled up to the scene 45 seconds later than we did, we could have stepped out of our patrol vehicle directly into a wave of gunfire. That setup became clearer over the next few hours. The smugglers knew law enforcement tactics. They knew roadside inspections, that officers climbed into trailers with limited cover. The rifles were being assembled while the driver stalled us outside. Once we entered deep enough into the trailer, they were going to ambush the stack, take the door, and then flee into the countryside. Tight quarters, darkness, no maneuverability. Those guys created a kill box. I stood on the shoulder while EMS loaded the driver into the ambulance. The desert wind blew up again, warm and dry. The trooper who made the stop is sitting up against his cruiser looking pale as death. I walk over and hand him a water. "You good?" He stares back at the truck. "I almost got you guys killed." "No," I say with a chuckle. "You were just doing your job, man. Everybody's going home. That's what matters." And I meant that. He made the right call that night, and so did we. If he ignores his instincts and opens up that trailer alone, they murder him first, no question. Whoever shows up after him might die too. The crime scene guys spend hours processing that truck. Federal agencies swarm the scene before sunrise. DEA, Homeland Security, FBI, everybody. By morning, the highway shoulder looks like a military checkpoint. I finally head home after 20 hours awake. My wife's asleep when I walk in. The house is dark and quiet, and I sit at the kitchen table without taking my gear off. My hands are still shaking. That's the part that some civilians just don't understand about this work. The danger isn't always a gunfight. It's subtle. A weird pause in conversation or a driver buying you time. A glance over somebody's shoulder or just a gut feeling telling you not to step into a dark trailer. The truck changed the way we do interdiction stops now. No more casual trailer entries. No more assumptions. Every sealed cargo hold gets treated like an armed bunker now. And sometimes it really is. And every once in a while, usually late at night when I'm driving these lonely highways back from training or extraditions, I pass a semi parked on the shoulder and feel that same adrenaline dump. I picture those trailer doors swinging open again and a couple of guys carrying rifles, mowing down every car in sight. It could happen. It almost happened to me. Seconds from getting butchered on the side of a Texas highway. I drove long haul for 6 years, and for the first 2, I had a pretty clean record. No wrecks, no major breakdowns, no blown deadlines unless the weather shut down the interstate. That was a badge of honor in my simple life. When you're new to trucking, every old-timer tells you the same thing. It isn't the driving that gets you, it's everything else that happens along the way. I learned that outside a dead little stretch of highway in the southwest, with my engine locked up, one tire shredded and the sun going down behind the desert as if God himself was pulling the curtain over the earth. It started with the temperature gauge climbing. I told myself it's nothing, a bad sensor, long grade, hot day, whatever. I backed off the throttle and watched the needle. It kept rolling. Then the cab filled up with that hot, sweet smell of coolant. A minute later, the engine coughed so hard that I felt it through my seat. Then came the bang. I knew it was over the second I felt it. Not a gunshot bang, far worse. A mechanical bang. Something big and expensive taking a shit miles from anywhere I might find any help. The whole rig lurched forward and the wheel jerked in my hands. The engine seized, and before I could even get all the way to the shoulder, my right front tire came apart with pure violence. Rubber slapped the fender. I caught something off the shoulder just big enough to pop it. The truck shuddered as it tried to buck me into a ditch. I fought over into a dirt pullout, threw on the hazards, and sat there with both hands clamped on the wheel, breathing a mile a minute. For about 10 seconds, all I could hear was the ticking engine and my own heartbeat. Then my training would soon kick in. I grabbed my roadside book from the passenger seat, the one every company driver keeps and prays he doesn't ever need. I put on my vest, climbed down, and set out the triangles. One close, one further back, and one down the shoulder where headlights could catch it in time. I checked the damage without touching anything too hot. Coolant had sprayed everywhere. The tire was shredded down to strips. The truck was not going anywhere anytime soon. I called the roadside service and then my boss, then the delivery contact. Everybody was calm. Nobody chewed me out. The dispatcher told me a responder was on the other call but would be out in a couple hours, maybe less. So I settled in for the long haul. It was actually nice to not feel any pressure. I cleaned the cab, threw away wrappers, an ocean of sticky Kleenexes, organized paperwork, texted my wife that I was fine, just delayed. Traffic thinned to nothing as the afternoon died. A few cars passed, then fewer, then none at all. I locked my doors, reclined in the bunk, and told myself I'm gonna close my eyes for about 20 minutes. When I woke up, it was dark, and not city dark, desert dark. The world beyond the windshield had been erased completely. The hazards blinked up against the scrub brush. Red light, black road. Red light, black road. My phone said that I'd been asleep for 3 hours now. No missed calls from roadside, no other cars in the turnout. I sat up, instantly pissed off. How had nobody called me yet? Then I realized I had to piss. Whatever I had in mind could wait. I grabbed my flashlight, checked the mirrors, and climbed down. It was freezing outside. During the day, the desert had baked the cab until everything smelled like plastic and hot metal. Now the temperature had plummeted, and the silence felt embodied. My boots seemed to be the only sound other than the hazard lights clicking above me. I swept my flashlight across the pullout. Empty. No service truck, no tire guy. Nobody at all. I walked around the trailer and checked the cones, then wandered a little way into the brush to take a piss. I kept one hand on the flashlight and the other eye on the rig. I don't know why either. Instinct, maybe. A truck on the shoulder at night just feels more like bait, you know? I was zipping up and putting my pork sword away when headlights appeared over the rise. At first, total relief. Finally. A car came slow down the highway, its beams bouncing all over the road. Then it slowed even more when the headlights caught my trailer. I started walking back toward the truck, lifting one hand so they'd see me. The car turned into the pullout, but it wasn't a service truck. It was this grimy, beat-up sedan with one headlight dimmer than the other. It rolled and braked hard near my passenger side. Dust curled around it. I could see shapes inside, 3 or 4 people moving around. Still, my brain was trying to make it normal. Maybe it's the responder's personal car, or somebody stopped to help. Maybe. The first beer bottle hit my trailer and exploded. I stopped dead. You gotta be fucking shitting me. Another bottle came out of the back window, spinning end over end, and smashed up against the side of the cab. Glass sprayed across the dirt. Somebody inside the car laughed, high and drunk from the sound of it. "Hey, what the fuck?" I shouted. "The hell are you doing?" 2 things happened then. The passenger window of the sedan came down, and the passenger window of my truck exploded. The sound was massive. The safety glass burst inward, glittering through the cab. For one frozen second, I saw the hole in my window, the glass still raining, the red hazard light blinking through it all. The driver had yelled something I couldn't quite understand, or maybe my brain just didn't allow me to, and the laughter stopped. The rear door cracked open and an arm came out, and I saw the gun before I understood exactly what I was looking at. "Shoot that dipshit." I think that's what he yelled at me, and I dove. The first shot cracked across the pullout and skittered in the opposite direction. The second hit the metal somewhere on the truck with this dull impact. I hit the ground shoulder first and rolled into the scrub, cactus needles and dry branches tearing through my shirt. A third shot snapped over me, almost splitting the hairs in my head. I lay flat in the dirt, face pressed into the dust, heart hammering so hard I thought I was going to black out. I heard a car door shut, and for one insane second I thought they were getting out. Instead, tires spun, gravel kicked up. The sedan fishtailed, then lurched back onto the highway, peeling away into the dark. engine screaming until the sound vanished from my ears. Still, I refused to move. I stayed in the brush with ants crawling over my wrist and my cheek in the dirt, listening to my hazards click. Click, click, click. When I finally crawled back to the truck, I kept to the ground, using the trailer as cover like I was in a war zone. My hands were shaking so badly that I dropped my keys a few times. I climbed into the cab through the glass and locked myself in, which I guess was kind of stupid because the passenger window was gone. I did it anyway. It's all I had out there, stranded, taking fire. Then I called 911, and I'm pretty sure my voice sounded childish, holding back tears. I kept saying, "Somebody shot at me, somebody shot at me," like the dispatcher hadn't heard me the first 50 times. The mechanic arrived first about 20 minutes later in an actual service truck with strobes and toolboxes. He pulled in, saw the glass, saw me sitting behind the wheel with blood on my forearms from the scrub, stopped dead in his tracks. The deputy would get there 10 minutes after that. It was all a miracle. They both knew the area. I could tell by the way they looked down the highway, not surprised at what had just happened to me. The mechanic said to me, "Don't you know where you are?" "What's that supposed to mean?" I responded. The deputy shined his flashlight along the cab, found one of the bullet marks and said, "You're right on the edge of the reservation. A lot of bad traffic moves through here after dark. Drugs, weapons, stolen cars, people who don't want witnesses to see their dumbassery." I looked at the empty highways around me, at the scrub I'd been lying in, at the black hole where my window used to be. The mechanic shook his head and said, "You probably thought the truck was abandoned until you yelled." The deputy then glanced at me. "Lucky they were drunk," he said, "and that they were bad shots. If they'd gotten out of that car, they could have gunned you down like a dog, man." I didn't answer him. They patched me up the best they could, took the report, got another unit to sit behind me until the truck could be moved. The engine was cooked, the tire was gone, the window was destroyed, and the cab had a bullet hole in it. I drove for years and years after that, but I never slept through a roadside stop again, not once. And all those old timers were right. It isn't the driving that gets you. Life's hard on the road. It's hard when you don't own anything. A duffel bag, a plastic grocery sack of hotel soaps and socks, a cheap phone with a cracked screen, a jacket I'd stolen from a laundromat, panties I stole from the floorboard of a Mack truck. That was my life. Truck stops, diners, endless parking lots, the humming blue light of vending machines, restrooms with broken locks, booths where waitresses let me sit forever because they knew what I was and didn't want to scrape me from where I was. People have a name for women like me. I won't use it like they do. They make it sound funny, dirty, almost cartoonish, like we crawl out from under trailers with lipstick and claws. The truth is, most of us are just women who got dropped off somewhere and never found the road back. Many of us are pimped out, trafficked is the term, I guess. And some of us are just regional products, living in trailer parks in rural communities, very near and dear to these truck stations. For me though, it started off with a man named Denny. He drove refrigerated freight from Phoenix to St. Louis, back down through Texas, then west again. I was 19, stupid, and hungry for anything that looked like an adventure. Denny had tattoos on his hands and a habit of calling me baby girl when he was sober and dumb bitch when he wasn't. I rode with him for almost a year. He was exciting as hell, and the love of my young, dumb life. At first, it was very romantic, sleeping in the bunk while America rolled under us, eating gas station burritos in Oklahoma, watching the sunrise over the empty interstate. But Denny had done this before, I found out later. Girls like me with bad families and no money. Girls who mistook the entire experience for a runaway romance. One night outside of Amarillo, we got drunk in the sleeper and fought tooth and nail. The red glow of the dashboard made everything look demonic. The smell of warm beer, him telling me I was lucky that he put up with me, that I was lucky to be even alive at that point. He stopped at a truck plaza around 2 a.m. and told me to get out before he executed me there, right there in the passenger seat. I thought he was bluffing, but he wasn't. He pulled away with half my clothes, my ID, all my personal belongings. I stood there in flip-flops next to a diesel pump, watching his taillights shrink off into the dark. And I knew there was no home to call, no bedroom waiting, no couch, no family member who would ever come get me. So I stayed where he left me, and that was how the road got me, swallowed me up whole. Years went by like mile markers. Some of the men were decent, all were lonely, many were mean. I would quickly learn which ones to avoid by the way they would look at me. I learned to keep my shoes on. I learned to hide cash in several different places. I learned to pick up on red flags and heed the warnings immediately. By morning, I was kicked out of a motel on the edge of Barstow. It was 10 minutes until checkout. I was still trying to gather up my things off the floor. My clothes were scattered everywhere. Hairbrush under the bed, phone charger behind the nightstand. A gas station sandwich was sweating on the dresser because I'd fallen asleep before eating it. The manager then banged on the door and then opened it up with a key. "You gotta go," he said. I know, I'm packing." "You were supposed to be out already. We already gave you a courtesy." "I got 10 minutes. "You got no minutes." He then came in with another guy, this big maintenance man with zero patience. They didn't beat me up or anything dramatic like that. They just started moving my life outside, one armload at a time. Shoes, jeans, makeup bag, jacket, everything dumped outside on the hot concrete walkway like junk at a yard sale. I followed them barefoot, cussing and crying. A couple of people watched from their room doors. One woman shook her head, but I couldn't tell if it was at them or if it was at me. Then I heard laughter from the parking lot. A trucker stood beside this dark green rig with chrome stacks and a polished bumper. He was maybe 50, heavy through the chest, pale eyes, a shaved head all shiny in the sun. He wore a denim shirt tucked into jeans and had one of those Bluetooth pieces hooked over his ear, iconic for the time frame. "Rough morning?" he called out. I ignored him, kept stuffing things into my duffel bag. He walked over anyway. "You need a hand?" "I got it." He bent down and picked up my charger, then my brush, then a rolled up pair of socks. His boots stopped a foot away from my bare toes. "Where are you headed?" he asked, and I looked up at him and gave him the face card. "Where are you going?" I asked. He smiled, but not in a friendly way. He looked like the devil. "Cut the lingo," he said. "You don't have to pitch the sale, just get in the truck." Now, after all this time, that should have been enough for me. This guy was probably dangerous, but my cheek was still wet. There were my things on the ground. I had $13 in my shoes, so I ended up breaking my own rules and got in. His cab was clean. No wrappers, no dust, no piss bottles. Everything out of place. Gloves folded on the dash. Logbook tucked beside the seat. A silver thermos in the cup holder. The sleeper curtain was pulled halfway shut. I could see the edge of a dark blanket and a stack of plastic bins. This guy was clean, organized. And then I took note of the knife. It was jammed down beside the driver's seat, handle up. Big buck knife. The blade was hidden inside a sheath, but I could tell by the length of it that it wasn't for opening boxes. This was a gutting knife, and he saw me notice. "Don't touch that," he said. I wasn't going to. He then laughs. I know." He pulled onto the road before I'd even had my seatbelt on. My duffel slid across the floor and hit my foot. I grabbed it, then looked back through the windshield at the motel shrinking behind us. The manager was nowhere to be seen. My room door stood open, the cleaning crew tackling the mess. The curtains were moving in the air conditioning like something waving me goodbye. We drove in silence for a few minutes, and then he spoke first. "Where you want to go?" "Anywhere you'll take me," I said back. He made this sound deep in his throat, not a laugh. It was absolute disgust. "Anywhere," he repeated. "That's the whole problem with you, isn't it?" I looked at him. "What? You're really down for anything, huh? Any truck, any bed, any man with a few dollars and a working engine. You're scum." My stomach dropped. "You don't know me," I know enough. You're all the same, bunch of traveling harlots. He drove one-handed, tapping his thumb up against the wheel. Outside, the town thinned into a desert. Auto lots became storage yards became scrub, stone, and endless strip fencing. You people spread like a disease, he said. That's all you do. You show up wherever decent men stop to sleep and you just spread, like flies or mold. Parasites. I stared at the road. All right, just stop and let me out. He laughed. Oh, now she's got standards, huh? I said let me out. His right hand dropped from the wheel and wrapped around that knife handle. He didn't even bother pulling it out. His fingers just closed over it, calm and in control. The entire cab seemed to shrink around me in that moment. The seatbelt cut across my chest and my mouth went dry. You need to listen when somebody's trying to teach you something, he said. So I stopped talking. For the next 20 minutes, he drove me deeper into nowhere, cut me down constantly with insults. He called me a walking sickness, a disease. He told me women like me ruined the trucking industry, ruined marriages, ruined men who were just trying to work. He said I probably had kids somewhere who were better off without me. Told me my mother must have seen it coming and let the road have me. I turned toward him to scream, and that knife came halfway out the sheath with this hard leather whisper. Try it, he said. I bit my lip and faced forward again. I sat there with my hands clenched in my lap while the desert opened up around us. No building or gas stations, no shade or respite, just the heat rising off the pavement and the black birds circling something far off in the wasteland. After a while, he finally slowed down. This looks friendly. At first, I thought maybe he changed his mind and his lesson or whatever was over. He pulled onto the shoulder into a place where the road ran straight for miles and miles. A high desert on both sides, pale dirt and bushes everywhere. Rocks sharp enough to split skin. Get out, he said, but I didn't move. He grabbed my duffel and threw it across my lap, through the window and right onto the street. Get out before I cut you into pieces. I slowly climbed down and the heat hit me like a sheet of acid. My bare feet found gravel and the pain shot up into my nerves. He tossed my grocery sack after me. It split when it landed, spilling soaps and socks into the dirt. I've never felt so terrified and so pathetic at the same time. He leaned across the cab and looked down. Well, you want it anywhere, right? He said. Here it is, bitch. Get a new job. The truck then lurched forward before I could beg for mercy. I screamed something at him, an insult, and then a plea. I started limping after the rig because there was no other way to avoid dying out here. And that was when his window slid open once more. His arm came out, and I saw a white billiard ball, solid, bright in the sun, arching through the sky. It struck me above the eyebrow with a crack that rattled my teeth down to my toes. The sky flashed white, my knees went loose. I hit the shoulder and rolled into the gravel, clutching my face while warm blood spilled between my fingers. The truck kept going. No brake lights, no hesitation. Just chrome and green paint vanishing into the heat shimmer until it looked like a toy, then nothing at all. I lay there for a long time trying to recover my headspace. Long enough to understand that nobody knew where I was or who I was with. Nobody would come looking, and that was a fact. Eventually, I crawled to my back, found one shoe, then the other. I tied them with shaking hands and started walking. Every few minutes, I would look back. Not because I thought he was coming to help, but because I thought he might come back to finish his lesson. At sundown, a rancher in a white pickup found me walking crooked along the shoulder with dried blood down my face and one eye swollen almost shut. He asked me who did it. I told him I didn't know. Some asshole trucker named Denny in a bright green rig. The rancher loaded me up, got me to the local clinic, and even made a police report for me. And that's really as close to justice as I'll ever get. The road really does swallow up everything out here. And that's just the law of the land. think I'd only been driving solo for about 6 months when my story happened. At the time, I was still that rookie who double-checked every route, every fuel stop, every scale house. I was hauling a refrigerated load eastbound through an overnight run, somewhere between Elk City and Oklahoma City. Around midnight, I saw signs for an upcoming way station. No problem. I glanced at my speed and settled in. As I came around this gentle curve, I noticed something strange. The weigh-in station was lit, but not fully. Some overhead lights were on, but others weren't. The electronic sign that normally instructed trucks whether to enter or bypass was blank. Being a newbie, I found this strange, so I eased off the throttle. About 200 yards ahead, another semi drifted through without stopping. I watched it go with my own 2 eyes. Then I spotted somebody standing near the station, a man way down by the scales dressed in overalls. He waved a flashlight in broad motion. Keep moving. Maybe the scales were down or they were doing some kind of repairs. The guy looked official enough, so I kept rolling. 30 seconds later, that station disappeared into my mirrors, and I didn't really think about it again. At least not for the next 45 minutes. The CB chatter then started up. Most of the night had been quiet, just truckers complaining about the strip joints. Then somebody starts jawing. "What's up with the scale station? It's fucking crawling with cops. You boys hear what happened?" More voices chimed in. "What scale house?" "The one west of El Reno." The channel suddenly gets busy. A trucker claimed there had been a shooting. Another said law enforcement was searching a semi that fled the scene. The first dude said that a scale inspector had been injured. Nobody seemed to know exactly what happened, but everybody did agree on one thing. The suspect was driving a white Freightliner pulling a refrigerated trailer. I sat up like I'd just seen a ghost, and then... "It's got blue writing all over it." My stomach tightened. My company logo was blue. A few seconds later, somebody added another detail. "Trailer number started with a 7 per the police chatter." I looked at my mirror. The trailer number started with a 7. The CB then erupts, but I couldn't hear any of it. I felt like I'd been set up. They were describing my exact rig. People were throwing around descriptions, mile markers, rumors. Every new detail seemed to match my truck a little more closely. I told myself it's a coincidence. There were thousands of trucks on the road, tens of thousands. But still, I could not shake the feeling. I started checking my mirrors every few seconds, watching headlights, exits for police. 20 minutes later, I saw the first flashing lights and my heart dropped instantly. This was actually happening. A state trooper was sitting in the median, and as I passed, he pulled out, damn near instantly. "Okay," I muttered to myself, "just stay calm." Then a second cruiser joined him, then a third. My mouth went completely dry. All 3 patrol cars, all in formation, ready to sing, all for me. I eased onto the shoulder and stopped. The moment my brake hissed, doors flew open and officers pulled out. I counted 5 between all 3 vehicles. One of them had a shotgun slung across his chest. The rest had their hands resting on their sidearms. The lead officer stopped well behind my cab and yelled through this loudspeaker, "Driver, place both hands outside the window." My pulse hammered in my ears, and I did exactly what he said. No sudden movements, no arguments, and the commands kept coming. "Open the door. Face away. Walk backward. Kneel. Cross your ankles." I complied with every instruction. The highway roared beside us, and I could see some people slowing down to watch, some taking photos. It was insane to happen so publicly. For a moment, I genuinely wondered if I was about to be arrested for something I didn't even fully understand. The officers then moved in. One patted me down, another checked my wallet. A third started asking questions, where I was coming from, where I was headed. Had I stopped recently? Did I pass through a way station west of El Reno? It did feel good, to be honest. I could tell what I was saying was putting everybody at ease. I explained exactly what I saw, the lights, the guy with the flashlight, even the truck in front of me. The guy waved me through. He told me to keep moving. The officers exchanged looks, and the sergeant sighed. "You probably got waved through by the suspect." Those words sent a chill straight through me, and for the next 20 minutes, they inspected everything: the cab, the sleeper, the trailer, my paperwork. Eventually, the tension began to ease, and the sergeant approached me once more. "We know you're not our guy." I almost collapsed, even though they still weren't ready to let me leave. My truck matched too many details. Until they caught the real driver, they wanted me parked. They didn't want any other officers wasting their time pulling me over again, so I was sidelined. I sat there on the shoulder surrounded by patrol vehicles listening to radio traffic. About an hour later, everything changed. The radios suddenly became alive again, and I mean pulsing with energy. Officers started moving, doors slammed, engines roared. The sergeant jogged back over. "Hey, they found him." Apparently another trooper had spotted the truck entering Chickasha. The description matched perfectly. Units converged and boxed the truck in near the industrial area on the edge of town. Some old pissed off graybeard wearing coveralls. Exactly the description witnesses had given, same one that I'd given. The sergeant finally shook his head. "Sorry for the inconvenience, sir." A few minutes later, the cruisers pulled away and left me alone on the shoulder. I climbed back into the cab and sat there for a moment, staring out my windshield, trying to process this whole night. Then I keyed up my CB. "Looks like they got him." The response was immediate. I talked for a bit, told everybody about the insanity that just unfolded. Dozens of truckers answered. Everybody had been following the story. I eased my Freightliner back onto the highway and pointed it east while we talked. The rest of the drive was uneventful, because, thankfully, they usually are. This happened before cell phones, back when being home alone actually meant being alone. If something went wrong, you had the house phone, maybe a neighbor if they were awake, and that was really it. I was 16 or 17 and my parents had gone out for the evening. The house was quiet except for the television playing in the living room. It was one of those ordinary weekends that blur together after enough years pass. Forgettable, I guess, is what I'll call it. I finished a snack in the kitchen, turned off the lights room by room, and got ready for bed. Before heading upstairs, I let our golden retriever Buddy outside for his final bathroom break of the evening. Now, Buddy was the friendliest dog I've ever known. He loved everybody. Neighbors, delivery drivers, even strangers walking down our street. It didn't matter. He'd greet them all with a wagging tail and a goofy grin. In all the years we had him, I never once even heard him growl. Not at people, not at animals, not even when another dog would steal his food. There wasn't a single aggressive bone inside this dog's body, no killer instinct whatsoever. So I let him outside and he trotted down the back porch per usual. Then, out of nowhere, he suddenly stops and I heard a low rumble. At first, I initially thought that another dog had wandered into our yard or something. I quickly would realize the sound was actually coming from Buddy. He stood completely rigid, staring toward the bushes that lined up in the back fence. His hackles were raised, his head was low. I've never seen him like this before. "Buddy," I called out. He didn't respond or react. The growl actually deepened. I stepped to the edge of the porch and looked off into the darkness. The bushes shifted slightly in the wind, but I couldn't see anything unusual. But then after that, Buddy explodes. He lunges forward, barking aggressively, complete and total pure alarm. It wasn't a normal bark either, it sounded really aggressive, like he was trying to keep something away from our house. My stomach immediately tightened up. Maybe it was a raccoon, a stray cat, but that didn't really make sense. Buddy loves cats. He probably wouldn't have invited a burglar inside if one offered him a treat. I'm being totally serious too. The more I stared at those bushes, the more convinced I'd become that somebody was hiding there. The neighborhood was quiet, no passing cars, no other neighbors outside, just Buddy standing guard at the edge of the yard. "Come here, Buddy," I yelled, but he ignored me. I called again, getting the same reaction. For several more minutes, I stood there on the porch trying to convince myself that I was overreacting. The logical part of my brain kept insisting there was probably an animal in those bushes. The other part kept imagining somebody crouched back there watching the house. I looked toward the neighboring yards, hoping to see a porch light click on or maybe somebody taking out the trash, but there was nothing, nobody. Every house around looked like they were already asleep. Meanwhile, Buddy refused to back down. He would bark furiously, stop for a second and listen, and then start growling again. Whatever this was had his full attention, and it didn't seem to be moving much or leaving. Finally, I go back inside and grab the biggest kitchen knife that we owned. Looking back, it was kind of ridiculous, but at the time it felt better than walking into the dark completely empty-handed. When I stepped back onto the porch, Buddy was still there, barking nonstop. I tried calling him once more and still nothing. Then he turned his head and barked directly at me. It wasn't threatening, if that makes sense. If anything, it felt like a warning, like he was telling me to go inside. Looking back now, I should have listened. Instead, I started down those steps. Buddy paced back and forth between me and the bushes, barking and growling. My heart was hammering so hard, I could feel it in my throat. I gripped that knife tightly in my hand. The yard suddenly felt larger than it ever had before, too. Every step I took seemed to be louder than I wanted it to be, and I kept expecting something to burst out of the darkness. As I got closer, I started hearing this faint rustling sound. Plastic. That was all it was. Plastic moving in the wind. And I felt really stupid in the moment. A grocery bag had snagged on one of the branches, was fluttering softly in the darkness. Relief hit me so hard that I almost laughed. There was nobody hiding in the bushes. Buddy was just being an idiot. "Oh my God," I muttered. "Buddy, seriously? It's a plastic bag, man." I stood there for a second or two, shaking my head. The whole thing was ridiculous. Here I am standing in the backyard with a kitchen knife because my dog had declared war on litter. But Buddy kept growling. I took another step and the bag lifted. Not from the wind, it rose straight upward. Every bit of relief that was there had now vanished completely. The top of the bag cleared the bushes, then I saw fingers gripping it. And for a second my brain refused to process what I was actually looking at. A hand appeared, then an arm. Then a man slowly stood up from behind the hedge. He'd been shrouded in leaves and shadows. I don't know how long he'd been crouched there for, 5, 10 minutes, an hour? Who knows? All I did know was that he'd been hiding a few feet from my back porch while I was alone inside that house the whole time. He had a black hoodie, black pants. I couldn't make out his face in the darkness. He simply just stood there, holding that stupid grocery bag while Buddy barked like he'd lost his mind. The man looked directly at me and nobody moved. I was frozen. Then Buddy charged the fence, teeth bared. The man sprang into motion. He climbed over the fence in this smooth movement and dropped into the alley behind our property. I backed away so fast I nearly fell onto the porch steps. Buddy was there still, throwing himself against the fence, barking harder than I've ever heard. I watched through the gaps in the fence and the man didn't run. And I guess that really was the creepiest part. He just kind of walked away. He definitely knew the area. Getting caught didn't seem to bother him at all. Halfway down the alley, he glanced back once over his shoulder and I still couldn't see his face. He continued walking until the darkness just swallowed him up. Eventually, I grabbed Buddy by the collar and dragged him inside. The second the door slammed shut, I locked it and every single window in the house and called my parents. The police would come later and search the yard, and they'd find footprints behind the bushes and signs that somebody had indeed climbed the fence, but they never identified who it was or why he'd been there. Nobody in the other neighborhoods had reported seeing anybody. Nobody knew who he was either. For years after this, people laughed when I told them the story because it starts with a golden retriever growling at a grocery bag. I've never laughed because Buddy was not growling at the bag. He was growling at the man that was holding it. I was 10 years old when my story takes place. My parents took me up to my aunt and uncle's place in the mountains for a nice long weekend. It's this old cabin tucked into a strand of pine trees, miles and miles from any kind of town. The roads out there are gravel, the nights are blackout. If you stood out on that porch after dark, you couldn't see much beyond the first line of the trees. My best friend Tyler came with us, and at the time it sounded awesome. 2 kids, a mountain cabin, a bunch of cousins, and no school. Yeah, perfect. It stopped being awesome though the night all the adults went out to dinner. There were probably 8 or 9 of us at the cabin altogether. Most of my cousins were older teenagers at the time. Around sunset, the adults piled into a couple of vehicles and headed into town for dinner, leaving Tyler and me behind with this strict instruction not to answer the door and do not leave the house. Neither of us cared. We already had soda, snacks, and cable television. And for about an hour, that night was perfect. We loved being there by ourselves. And then out of nowhere, we start hearing screaming. Faint at first, a single scream from somewhere out in the darkness. Tyler muted the television. We both kind of looked toward the windows. What was that? I shrugged. Coyote maybe? A few minutes later, we hear it again, this time longer, higher pitched. Maybe human. At least it sounded like it. The hair stood up on the back of my neck. Tyler looked at me. Dude, that's not an animal. I didn't answer him because I still wasn't sure. Then it came again, much closer, a horrible shrieking sound that rose and fell like somebody being hurt. We ran to the kitchen and grabbed the house phone. I called the restaurant and an employee answered, so I asked for my dad by name. He came to the phone a minute or so later. Dad, there's somebody screaming outside the cabin. I could hear laughter in the background of the restaurant.
It's probably just an animal, son.
No, it sounds like a person, a real person.
We'll be home in a bit. Just lock the doors and turn on the floodlights.
He hung up and that was that. Now I'll admit my family was kind of loose when it comes to stuff like this. Everything was always nothing. Things can wait till later. Danger was never even close to any of their minds. We checked every lock in the cabin and then sat back down. 5 minutes later, that same screaming would return. This time it was accompanied by a loud grinding noise. The sound would echo through the woods immediately after the scream. Tyler jumped off the couch. All right, dude, what is this? What is going on? What's that noise? I don't know, man. I don't know. Well, this is freaking me out. The grinding stopped, but the screaming kept up. Something slammed outside, a heavy metal crash. Beyond that, I couldn't place any of the sounds. We ran to the front window and there was nothing, just darkness. The porch light illuminated a small patch of gravel and pine needles. Everything beyond that was just black. Another crash erupted from somewhere near the road. A large bang, and then more of that grinding noise. I grabbed the phone and called the restaurant again, and this time my mom answered. Mom, we're hearing screaming and there's some kind of machine now too.
Son, we're eating dinner.
Mom, I'm serious.
So am I.
Then the line went dead. Tyler looked like he was about to cry. Honestly, I wasn't far behind him. The next hour, those noises continued, sometimes close, sometimes further away. Every few minutes, we'd run to a different window trying to at least see something, anything. At one point, I saw movement near the mailbox, a figure maybe, but it vanished before I could actually get a good look. The smell would come next, smoke, gasoline, and Tyler smelled it first. All right, dude, what the fuck is going on? I froze. The cabin suddenly smelled like campfire. We sprinted to the front window and an orange light flickered through the trees. It wasn't much of the time, but the flames were growing constantly. Something was now burning near the road. I called the restaurant a third time and this time nobody answered. I called again, nothing. Again, nothing. Eventually I finally get somebody to pick up and I barely get 2 sentences out before they told me to stop calling. My parents had told the employees not to answer our phone number. I remember just standing there, holding the receiver after the line went dead. I was furious and terrified at the same time because whatever is happening outside is not an animal. I think around 10 o'clock the noises finally came to an end. The screaming stopped, the buzzing stopped, everything went totally quiet. Neither Tyler nor I slept much because every creak in the cabin sounded like footsteps. Every gust of wind sounded like somebody trying a door. At one point, I really thought I heard somebody walking across the porch, but neither of us had any kind of courage to go look. We stayed hidden in our sleeping bags until morning. When I woke up, the sunlight was pouring through the windows, and for a second I thought maybe we imagined everything last night. I walked downstairs and every adult was gathered around the kitchen table and nobody was talking. The mood felt accusatory immediately. My aunt looked exhausted, my uncle looked furious. My cousin was crying, weeping. "What happened?" I asked. Everybody looked, but nobody answered right away. Eventually, my uncle stood up, walked to the window, and pointed outside. "Look." I stepped onto the porch and my stomach dropped. The yard looked like a war zone. The mailbox was gone. Splintered pieces were scattered across the ditch. Several trees had deep chainsaw cuts into them. A couple had fallen across the road. The side of my uncle's car looked like somebody had attacked it with an axe. The doors were shredded. The windshield was cracked. Near the road sat this large black burn mark where somebody had piled brush and set it on fire. The scorch mark in grass was still visible. And then I noticed something on the porch. A random pile of dead rodents, squirrels and the like, maybe a dozen of them. All of it read like a message, and I backed away immediately. "What happened?" My uncle's face hardened, and then, shockingly, one of my cousins answered. "My ex-boyfriend." Apparently, the guy had shown up thinking nobody was home. He brought a chainsaw, and when he realized people were still there, at least me and my cousin, he lost his mind. Neighbors later reported that they heard the screaming, the revving the chainsaw, cutting trees, destroying property, setting fires along the road. He got cold feet about the whole thing, though. But the most horrifying part would come next. Our neighbor claimed he'd walked onto the porch several times. Apparently, he'd circled the cabin looking through the windows, looking for people, looking for my cousin. That whole time, we were listening to a violent lunatic tearing apart the property while we sat trapped inside. He could have set the house on fire and we would have been none the wiser. That whining was a small chainsaw that he was using on heavy wood and plastics, even some light metals. If he randomly decided to break a window, we would have been completely alone. There was no cell phones, we had no adults there, nobody to help. Just two terrified kids in a cabin deep in the mountains. The guy was arrested eventually, and I don't remember what happened to him after that, but he and my cousin stopped dating at least. Thank God. I don't remember exactly how old I was when this happened, 5, maybe 6. Back then, whenever my dad came home, he had his own little ritual. Before he even walked through the door, he'd shake his keys. It was never anything musical, just the jingle of a key ring coming through the house. And that sound meant that Dad was home. The second I heard it, I'd run and hide. Usually I'd squeeze between my mom's legs while she was cooking or folding laundry. Then my dad would come inside pretending he couldn't find me. "Where's my kid?" is what he called it. I'd be giggling so hard I'd practically give away my hiding spot. It happened so often that hearing keys almost became automatic for me. That sound meant safety. It meant Dad. The day all this took place, my mom and I were at my grandmother's house. Now, I don't really know why, but my grandmother's place always felt just like strange to me, even as a kid. One of those houses that seemed like it had some kind of history. The rooms were cluttered, the hallways felt narrow, every sound would carry from one end to the other. A lot of my family lived in that house at different times, including my uncle. I think it was around 10 in the morning, and I know that because my dad wasn't supposed to get home until noon. My mom was downstairs doing something in the kitchen while I played nearby. Then I heard it, the keys, clear as day, exactly the way my dad always did it. I jumped up and immediately said, "Dad's home." My mom looked over at me. "What?" "Dad's home." She laughed. "No, baby, he's not home yet." "Yes, he is." How do you know? I can hear him shaking his keys upstairs. I remember the look that she gave me. It wasn't scared, but confused. She wiped her hands off and followed me toward the staircase. I was excited. I thought my dad had gotten off work early. We climbed up the stairs together, and the second we reached the top landing, the sound stopped. It was just silence. I stood there waiting, but there was nothing more. A few seconds later, we hear keys again, but it's downstairs. The exact same sound. I pointed immediately and told my mom, "Dad's downstairs now." My mom's expression had now changed. I don't remember her being frightened just yet, but she was definitely not smiling anymore. We walked back downstairs, and the sound continued, slow and steady, like somebody standing in one spot casually, shaking a ring of keys. I followed it through the house, and my mom followed, and that sound led us toward the bathroom. The door was closed, and I pointed at it. "He's in there." The keys stopped, and my mom froze. Even as a little kid, it freaked me out. One second she's walking, the next second she's just stopped completely. I looked up at her. She was staring at the bathroom door, neither of us saying anything. We stood there for a while before she finally ushered me back toward the living room. Years later, when I brought that story up, she told me something that I'd never known. She said that as she reached for the doorknob, she got chills across her entire body, not normal chills or goosebumps. She described it as the darkest feeling she's ever experienced, like every instinct inside of her was screaming to not open up that door, that if she did, her and I would have been devoured by whatever was making that jingling sound. So in the moment, she didn't open it. She grabbed me and led me outside. We sat on the porch and waited for my dad to get home, my actual dad, the real one, 2 hours later. When he finally arrived, shaking his keys exactly the way he always did, my mom almost starts crying. And at the time, I'm so young, I don't understand any of this. To me, it was just a weird day. As I got older, I convinced myself that I imagined all of it. Kids make things up, memories get mixed together, dreams become stories, and vice versa. By the time I reached my adulthood, I had written most of it off entirely. Then one day, I ended up mentioning it to my mom. I expect her to laugh and tell me I was just dreaming or something to that effect, but she immediately knew exactly what I was talking about, and before I could even finish my story, she was already nodding. "Oh yeah, that actually happened." That's when she disclosed all those extra details, the feeling of doom, the crying. A knot formed in my stomach, and suddenly it wasn't just a childhood memory. It was real, something that we shared between us. She also reminded me of something else that happened in my grandma's house, something I'd forgotten about completely. I used to sleep in my grandmother's room whenever I stayed there. The funny thing is that me and my grandma both hated the dark, so we'd leave a light on somewhere and talk until we both fell asleep. One night we were both asleep when my uncle came charging up the stairs, not walking, but running full tilt to the house. The sound woke everybody up, and he burst through my grandma's bedroom door and loomed over us. I sat up in bed where he stood, and I don't remember what happened next because my parents rushed in and quickly took me out of the room. The details would come later. According to my mom, my uncle couldn't talk, literally couldn't talk. He stood there pointing toward my grandma's bathroom, eyes wide with terror. His face was pale, and every time somebody asked what's wrong, he just kept pointing. For nearly 2 hours, he was like this. Eventually, my father opened up the bathroom door and looked in and saw nobody there. My grandma eventually began praying over him, and slowly but surely he calmed down. Eventually he could speak again, but never fully explained what happened. Not then, not ever. And to this day, if the subject gets brought up, he shuts down immediately. According to my family, he's refused for decades to say what he saw in that bathroom. He only says the same thing, that he saw something, but never wants to talk about it. My grandma thinks that he chased something through the house and it went up into the bathroom. I personally don't know what happened in that house. Maybe there's some kind of logical explanations for all this. Maybe I was just a kid with a very active imagination. Maybe my uncle experienced some kind of paranoia or panic attack, who knows. Maybe my mom's memory has changed over time just like mine has. I don't know. But what I do know is that I do remember hearing those keys. I remember following those sounds through the house. I I remember pointing at a closed bathroom door, and I remember my mom stopping dead in her tracks and refusing to open it up. More than 20 years later, she still says it was the worst feeling she's ever had. It wasn't fear nor anxiety, something else that she couldn't explain. And every time I think about it, I find myself wondering the same thing. If my mom had actually opened up that bathroom door that morning, what the hell would have been standing on the other side? My brother and I have computers set up in this converted attic room at the top of the house. Years ago, it belonged to my older sister, but after she graduated and moved out, the bedroom would become ours. She hated sleeping up there. Anytime somebody asked her why, she'd just shrug and say the room was haunted. I didn't believe her, but the room, I will admit, does feel weird sometimes. One night I'm sitting at my computer clicking through a game, and I get that strange feeling again. The one that makes the hair stand up on the back of my neck. I glance over my shoulder and, of course, nobody, just my brother still at his desk. I turn back to my screen to go back to my game. I hear footsteps now, pounding up the staircase. Thump, 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 thump. Somebody running. I stop what I'm doing and look toward the staircase door. The footsteps reach the top and then no more noises, no more thumping. The door doesn't open, nobody knocks, it's just silence. "Hey, did you hear that?" I ask my brother, and he doesn't even look up. "Yep, I did." "You gonna check it?" "No." I laugh. The weird thing is, neither of us wants to go because neither of us are bothered. It happens often enough that we just kind of stop talking about it. I guess maybe that was what my sister was talking about the whole time. Some settling walls and floorboards, right? That's all it is. Even though it definitely sounds like somebody is climbing the stairs. Sometimes it'll even feel like somebody's standing right behind your chair. You get this prickly feeling on the back of your neck, like somebody is directly staring at you. You learn to just ignore it. A little while later, my mom appears in the doorway. "I'm gonna run to the store for cigarettes." "All right," I say back. My brother waves without looking away from his monitor, and Mom disappears downstairs. A few seconds later, we hear the garage door rattle and open up beneath us. We hear a car start up and the engine backs out. The garage door closes a minute later and the sound fades down the street. Routine sounds inside our childhood home. My brother slowly turns toward me and says, "Home alone." I grin back. Finally. The second she's gone, we crank up the music. The speakers are terrible, but they're loud enough to shake the room. My brother starts drumming on the desk with a pencil while I mess around on the computer. For maybe 3 seconds, everything was pretty normal, and then we hear this jingling sound. I freeze, and I guess my brother did too. The sound was coming from the stairwell door. The metal plate on the doorknob has been loose for years. Whenever somebody opens up that door, it rattles, and I'd recognize that sound anywhere. It was a jingle and then a click. The door just swings wide open, and I stare at it. The opening beyond is dark from at least where I'm sitting. Then a voice drifts up the stairs. My mom's voice, clear as day. "Y'all turn that music down." Every muscle in my body locks up. My brother slowly turns to me, and I can tell by his pale face that he heard exactly what I just did. The garage door, the car, her leaving, all of it. Nobody says anything for several seconds. The music just keeps playing. Mom?" I finally manage to say. Nothing. The voice doesn't answer. The music is suffocating. I try to stand up and get some air. "Mom!" Silence. Not a footstep. No movement. Nothing. My brother stands up too, his shirt now sticking to him with sweat. "Don't." I look at him. "Don't what?" "Don't go down there." I try to laugh, but my head is spinning. Am I crazy? What do you mean? What are you talking about? You know what I'm talking about. I do. Mom isn't here. I heard her leave. Still, I end up walking toward the door. The closer I get, the more convinced I become that there's some kind of normal explanation for all of this. Maybe she forgot her purse or a lighter. Either way, I reach the stairwell and there's just darkness leading downstairs. Mom! I call one more time. No answer, so I start down. The steps creak beneath my feet and it freaks me the fuck out. Halfway down, I can already see part of the garage. It's empty, but I keep going. No car, no sign of my mom. I walk to the garage window and look outside. The driveway is empty now too. She's gone and we are home alone. I move through the house checking every single room, the kitchen, the living room, the bathroom, all the bedrooms. Everything's empty. The house is dead silent despite somebody just speaking to us moments before. When I finally head back upstairs, my brother is standing right where I left him. His question is obvious. Well? I shake my head at him. She's not here. How the hell is that possible? Dude, I don't know. The music continued playing over our conversation. Nobody wanted to walk over and turn it off. It's annoying, but it also feels like this weird kind of barrier, something to block out any more voices. The rest of the afternoon is pretty miserable. We stay upstairs because we're terrified and neither of us can relax at all. Every little noise immediately gets our attention, and when my mom finally gets home, we practically run downstairs to meet her. The first thing I ask is, "Did you come back after you left?" She looks confused. "What? Did you come back here after going to the store?" "No." "At all?" "No." "You didn't yell upstairs for us to turn down the music?" The smile disappears from her face. "What are you talking about?" So I tell her everything, every detail, and she stares bullets at me the entire time. She looks at my brother, and something weird streaks across her face during it too. "Did you hear it too?" she asked him. "Yeah, it sounded exactly like you." My mom folds her arms and fear returns back to her face. She says quietly, "Boys, I never came back." Nobody speaks. What bothers me most isn't really what my brother and I heard, it's my mom's reaction. She looked genuinely disturbed. Not totally caught off guard, if that makes sense, like she's already suspecting something about that room itself. Years later, I would ask my sister about it, so she said she isn't surprised at all, and I tell her about hearing Mom's voice and she just nods at me. Then she says something that sent chills immediately straight through me. "That's why I never slept up there, dude." I stare at her. "What are you talking about? What do you mean?" She shrugs. "Sometimes I'd hear Mom calling my name from the stairs." I wait for her to continue, but she doesn't. Finally, I ask, "When Mom wasn't home?" And my sister nods. We don't know what we were hearing, but something had been perfecting our mother's voice for years, and it obviously practiced it on my sister before it got to me. When I was 5, my mom told us David was dead, and that was that. He was my sister's dad, not mine, and even before he vanished, he was more of a rumor than an actual person. He'd gone abroad years and years earlier, got into some kind of accident, and nobody heard from him again. No phone calls, no letters, no nothing. Eventually, word would spread that he had died, and everybody just kind of accepted it. I did too. So when I was 9 or 10, home alone one afternoon, I nearly fell over when I opened up the door and see him standing there. The knock itself was even strange. It was slow and just really weird. Not like somebody visiting, more like somebody trying to remember how knocking worked. I looked through the frosted glass and saw a man's silhouette standing very close to the door. Against my better judgment, I opened it. He looked awful. His hair was greasy and overgrown. Stubble covered most of his face. His clothes hung off him, but it was his eyes that really bothered me. They weren't vacant exactly. They were focused somewhere beyond me, as though he was looking through the house instead of at it. "Is your mom in?" he asked. The voice was rough, slow. I recognized immediately from all the old photographs. "David?" I asked, and he blinked. "I brought the house," he said. I have no idea what that meant. His eyes just drifted past me toward the hallway and the staircase. Then he smiled slightly, though it didn't reach his eyes. "Is she 12? He asked. My sister's 12th birthday was a week ago, but this cold feeling would wash through me. He leaned forward slightly and whispered, "Don't let the clock talk." Then I ran. My mom worked across the road and I burst through the door of her workplace almost in tears. "David's at the house." She frowned, looking at me. "What?" "David's at the front door." For a second, she looked annoyed. "No," she said. "David's dead." I shook my head at her. "No, Mom, he's there." Something in my face and demeanor must have convinced her because she immediately stood up and followed me outside. We hurried across the road together and there was David still standing there. He hadn't moved. He was facing the frosted glass of the front door, head tilted as though he was listening to something inside. My mom stopped cold. "David?" He turned around and the look on his face changed several times in just a few seconds. Recognition, confusion, happiness, and back to nothing. "Mary?" is what he said, but that wasn't my mom's name. She ended up bringing him inside anyway, and looking back now, that's probably not what would have happened today. Somebody would have called an ambulance or social services. Back then, people just kind of dealt with things. David sat at our kitchen table while my mom made tea and tried to figure out what had happened to him. Getting answers from him was seemingly impossible. Sometimes he knew my sister's name, sometimes he didn't. Sometimes he just stared at the wall for several minutes without even speaking. The only thing that ever made sense was when he tapped the side of his head and said, "The car went sideways." And that was it. Later, we learned he'd been in a serious car accident abroad and suffered a traumatic brain injury, but nobody knew how severe it was. Nobody knew who had looked after him. Nobody even knew how he'd gotten home. When my sister arrived later that day, he stared at her for a really long time, until she became uncomfortable. "You've gotten big," he said. Then, a few minutes later, he asked who she was. That night, he slept in our sitting room. None of us really slept particularly well, knowing he was under the same roof, and I remember hearing him pacing downstairs long after everybody had gone to bed. Slow footsteps back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. The next morning, strange things kept turning up. Our wall clock had disappeared. Random. After searching the house, we found it carefully wrapped in towels and hidden away in a cupboard. Nobody knew why. On our kitchen table sat this brass eagle ornament and a card that read, "Welcome to your new home." It was addressed to my sister. We'd lived in that same house for years now. At the time, none of it made sense, but later we wondered if some damaged part of his mind knew her birthday was approaching and he was trying to do something kind. Maybe he remembered she existed but couldn't remember why. Maybe he knew he needed to be somewhere but couldn't remember where. Whatever was happening inside his head, it was heartbreaking and unsettling at the same time. The next morning, he left. Nobody saw him go. My mom was in the kitchen when she looked outside and he was already halfway down the road and he never even looked back. We never saw David again either. More than 20 years have passed now since that single night. I guess a few years ago, my mom ran into David's sister while shopping and she mentioned his visit to our house, and his sister casually told her that they'd experienced something very similar. Apparently, he'd appeared at their place around the same time, confused and disoriented, then quickly vanished again. And that was the last time anybody's heard from him or of him. I've searched online for him over the years, but there's not really anything there.
No trace and no answers. I guess the strangest part to me is that he didn't really feel dangerous. He felt more lost, completely just hopelessly lost, like a man wandering through fragments of memories that no longer connected properly. Looking back, I suspect the news of his accident somehow became distorted through word of mouth until people believed that he actually died. Without identification and unable to explain who he was, he may have slipped through the cracks entirely. I still think about him sometimes, about the knock on the door, the way he stood outside listening to the house, about him asking if my sister was 12, and about the clock. Parts of me know what I experienced that day, and it's still totally surreal. But there's another part of me that can't help but wonder if I didn't open up that door to a ghost that odd afternoon. The night of the Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson fight, me and 6 of my friends were wandering around our neighborhood looking for something to do. The main event wasn't supposed to start for another couple of hours, and none of us felt like sitting inside and just waiting for it. We were teenagers, bored, full of bad ideas, which is usually a dangerous combination. Eventually, somebody suggested we ding-dong ditch. At first, it was exactly what you'd expect it to be. Creep up to a house, ring the doorbell, sprint away, then hide somewhere nearby waiting for a reaction. The problem was, nobody seemed to care. We hit 3 or 4 houses and got absolutely nothing. After a while, the whole thing started to feel just really pointless. Then we reached a house near the edge of the neighborhood. One of my friends jogs up in the driveway and absolutely hammers on the doorbell. The rest of us dive behind a row of bushes along the front yard. I can hear all of us trying not to laugh as we crouch there in the dark. 10 seconds pass, 20, then 30, and again, no reaction. Another dead one of my friends whispers. We climb out of the bushes and start walking back toward the street. Everybody's laughing and shoving each other when one of my friends spreads his arms dramatically and yells towards the houses. "You want me? Come and get me." The rest of us lose it, starts laughing. But then the front door explodes open, and I don't mean it swings open. I mean it flies open hard enough to slam against the wall. A bald guy who looks to be in his 60s comes charging out wearing a bathrobe right at us. It happened so quickly that nobody was really expecting it, and for a second or two, nobody moved. Then my friend turns around and sees him sprinting down the driveway and screams to run. This guy is moving way faster than any of us expected him to be, and we scattered instantly. I jump on my bike and start pedaling, and behind me I hear shoes pounding pavement and somebody yelling. I risked a glance over my shoulder and almost crashed as I did so. That old man was still coming. The robe is flapping behind him. He's running right in the middle of our group. One kid trips over a curb and the man lunges toward him. I actually see his hand grab the back of my friend's hoodie before the fabric slips through his fingers. My friend lets out this terrified scream and stumbles away. We hit the next block at full speed. Kids are cutting through yards, jumping fences, running between parked cars. But the guy has not given up. Every time I look back, he's somehow still there. Eventually, we manage to put enough distance between us that he disappears behind a row of houses. Nobody wants to stop moving until we reach a park about 150 yards away. There's a bridge, a small parking lot, and a playground surrounded by patches of darkness. We gather near the hill, breathing hard and laughing nervously. Dude, that was insane. Yeah, he almost grabbed Tyler. I know, I thought I was gonna have a heart attack. We slowly start convincing ourselves that the danger is over. It's just funny now. Then, headlights appear. A vehicle slowly rolls into the park entrance and our laughter dies instantly. A car slowly starts creeping through the parking lot. Then it stops and the driver's side door opens. That same man steps out. This time, he's holding a wooden baseball bat, and nobody says a word. The sight of that bat is just horrific in the moment. This guy wants to hurt us or kill us. A second later, we're running again. Pure panic. The guy starts shouting again, but I couldn't quite make out the words. All I hear is his anger, his raw anger. Everybody breaks again in different directions, and me and one of my other friends sprint up this grassy hill toward a bridge. My lungs are burning by the time we dive behind this concrete railing. Where the hell did he find us? My friend whispers. I don't know. We remain there crouched and listening. The park falls silent again, and for 5 straight minutes, we don't move a muscle. Then, suddenly in the distance, we hear tires again and a screech. Brakes lock up somewhere nearby, and both of us peek up over the edge. My stomach drops. The man's car is now parked on the opposite side of the bridge, and I have no idea how he got there. 1 second he's down by the parking lot, and now he's practically on top of us, and the driver's side door swings open again. Go! I yell, and we explode from our cover. The man sees us immediately and starts running. My friend slips on the slope and falls. I grab his shirt and yank him back to his feet just as the guy reaches the bottom of the hill. The distance between us disappears frighteningly fast, and I hear footsteps once again behind me, and then this swishing sound. The fucking bat. I don't know if he swung it or just adjusted his grip, but hearing it that close sent adrenaline through my entire body. My friend veers right and I cut left. And unfortunately, that old man changes direction and follows me. I can hear him breathing the whole time. I can hear his shoes slapping up against the dirt. At one point, something grabs the back of my shirt and yanks it so hard I nearly fall. Thankfully, the fabric stretched and slipped free. I don't stop to see whether it was him or a tree branch. I just keep running. Eventually, I reach a row of houses and dive between 2 sheds. I lay there for what feels like forever, trying not to breathe too loudly. My chest hurts and my legs are shaking. In the distance, I hear sirens, and police cars now start moving throughout the neighborhood. A few minutes later, my phone starts buzzing with messages from my friends. Somehow, everybody managed to get away. We slowly regroup near the entrance of the neighborhood and head back to one of my friends' house. The entire rest of that walk home, every shadow looks like a bald man in a gown. Every pair of headlights makes my stomach tighten up. I keep expecting to see him come tearing around a corner with that bat still in his hands. We made it home safely that night, but I still think about how determined he was. Most angry homeowners yell and some will call the police. This guy chased us through multiple streets, tracked us to a park, drove around looking for us, and somehow kept finding us, no matter where we hid. I grew up in a really rural part of northern Tennessee, surrounded by woods, hills, and streams. It's the kind of place where everybody knew everybody. And most of the excitement would come from storms rolling through or hearing coyotes off in the night. Now, our house sat on the edge of a large wheat field with a narrow strip of brush separating the field from our backyard. The nearest neighbors were far enough away that seeing anybody on foot near our property was extremely unusual. One afternoon when I was around 8 years old, I'm sitting on the back porch with my cat, Jack. He was stretched out beside me enjoying the sun while I messed around with some of my toys. As I looked toward the field, I noticed some movement off in the brush line, and at first I assumed it was a deer or some kind of animal. But then I realized it was walking upright. A figure was moving through the brush toward our yard. The strange thing was that there was no path there. Nobody ever cut through that field because there was really nowhere to go. The nearest house in that direction was miles and miles away. I stood up and continued watching. The closer it got, the stranger it seemed. It looked like a man, but I couldn't make out any details. It was only about 100 feet away. I should have been able to tell if it was wearing blue jeans or a jacket. I definitely should have been able to see a face. Instead, it just looked completely black, and not like black clothing, just black. Like somebody had cut the shape of a person out of the world and left this empty silhouette walking through the weeds. I remember staring at it for several seconds, trying to understand really what I was seeing. Being a kid, I reacted in the dumbest way possible. I barked at it. Yeah, no, not once either. I barked several times like a dog. The figure immediately stopped, and for a brief moment it seemed to look directly at me. Then it turned around and moved back toward the brush. The instant it reached the vegetation, it just disappeared. That brush line couldn't have been more than 15 feet deep. I waited and watched, thinking it would emerge somewhere else, but it never did. I searched the area later with my stepfather and found nothing. No footprints, no path, no person. Eventually time would move on and I just stopped thinking about it. Years passed before I saw anything again similar out there. Fast forward to me being 15. I'm sleeping in the living room on the couch. Moonlight is spilling through the large bay windows facing the street, giving the room just enough light to see shapes and furniture. Jack was sleeping on my chest, purring softly. Sometime throughout the night, though, I woke up to this sharp hiss. Jack had suddenly gone rigid, his fur was standing up. He was staring toward the coffee table. Still half asleep, I turned my head to see what had him all worked up. A figure stood on the opposite side of the room, and my stomach dropped immediately. Unlike that first one, this one wasn't distant. It wasn't outside. It was inside and standing maybe 8 feet away from me. The shape was vaguely human, but much larger than any person I'd ever seen. If I had to guess, it stood close to 7 feet tall. It appeared broad-shouldered and draped in something resembling a robe or a cowl. Even in the moonlight, I couldn't make out any details. No face, no eyes, no clothing, just this dark-shaped-like person. Jack continued hissing, but the figure never moved. I sat up slowly. Hello? I whispered. Nothing. The figure remained perfectly still, and I could feel it, still watching me. I know it sounds ridiculous, but that's the only way I can describe it. Even without eyes, I knew its attention was fixed on me. Hello? I said again, a little louder this time. Still got nothing. By then, I knew it wasn't my mother or my stepfather. The size alone ruled that out. I considered getting up and turning on the light, but something just kept me rooted where I lay. The room was completely silent. After what felt like several more minutes, I cautiously extended my hand toward it. Hello? My fingers drew closer, and then something strange happened. A wave of exhaustion hit me so suddenly it felt physical. One moment I'm terrified, the next I couldn't keep my eyes open. I yawned, rolled over, and went right back to sleep. Not frightened, not worried, just oddly calm. The next morning I wake up and immediately remember what had happened the night before. Jack was gone, which wasn't unusual. He was probably outside hunting mice or wandering around the property. I inspected the entire living room and got nothing, saw nothing. There was no furniture arrangement that could have created a silhouette that size. No coat rack, no shadow from outside, no explanation that made sense. So I went and asked my family if anybody had gotten up during the night. Everybody said they slept straight through it. Jack returned later that day completely normal, and life continued on. Nothing again happened like that for more than a decade. Then, 2 years ago when I'm 27, I had one final encounter with this thing. At the time, I was living temporarily in Knoxville with my family. One evening, I'm sitting at my computer, listening to music and reading a comic. Beside my desk was this open window overlooking the street. Across from the house stood a street light that illuminated a section of the road perfectly. I happened to glance outside. A small figure was standing near the edge of the light. It looked like a child, no older than 10. The moment I saw it, every memory from the previous encounters immediately came rushing back. It was the same thing, that same featureless darkness. A child-shaped figure ran into the center of the streetlight and just stopped, then turned toward me. Now, obviously I should have been able to see a face under all those lights, but instead again, nothing, just this black silhouette. For a few moments we just stared at each other, seconds stretched into what felt like minutes now, neither of us moving. I felt that same unmistakable sensation that it was looking directly at me again. Then it turned and, without warning, sprinted back up the road. I rushed to the window and leaned out to follow with my eyes, and the figure reached a darker section of the street and vanished. It's been 2 years since that night. I haven't seen another shadow person, and part of me hopes I never do. I've been a police officer in Canada for just under 10 years now. Most of that is in rural areas. Out here, it's not like the city where backup is usually right around the corner. More often than not, when a call comes in, you're driving down some long stretch of the road in the middle of nowhere, handling it all alone. Now, being a cop means you're going to see people at their worst. Moments of crisis, tragedy, or just plain chaos. That just comes with the job, but for me, I've always had this strange fascination with the darker sides of things. I grew up on horror movies, that kind of kid who enjoyed being scared, and that curiosity has stuck with me ever since. Maybe that's why this one call, early on in my career, has never truly left me. Not because it's the most dangerous or the biggest case I've ever worked on, but because it was different. Something about it felt off, like it didn't quite belong in the usual rhythm of police work. It was the last shift of our block. These shifts are a little different. 2 watches working at the same time. One is on the regular schedule and the other is wrapping things up, follow-ups, special projects, tying up loose ends. And that's where I was that night, just finishing out the week. Nothing unusual, nothing special. At least, that's how it started. Sometimes on those last shifts when we decide to head out on patrol, we usually pair up with another police officer. The idea is pretty simple. Since there was already another team working the regular shift, we didn't want to tie up too many vehicles. Normally when you're on duty, you were expected to patrol alone. We were always short on numbers, and if you rolled up to something like a traffic accident, it was better to have 2 police vehicles blocking the road rather than just one if you were paired up. And this night I paired up with a more senior constable and we decided to go out and go on patrol, maybe help with the calls as they came in. It's a fall evening, the kind where the air feels damp around you, the clouds are hanging low, and the trees have already started dropping their leaves, signaling to you that summer's really over. While we were out in one of those rural areas, a call came through, possible mental health crisis. An elderly man living alone had reported that 2 young girls were sneaking into his house at night and sleeping in his spare bedroom. My partner and I look at each other. We both figure and assume it sounds like a man might be experiencing some kind of mental health struggle, so we make our way over to his address. It was a super rundown little bungalow set back off the road down a very long driveway tucked into the woods. Next to the house was this metal Quonset, leaning with a little age. No lights on outside, any kind of upkeep. It was clear the property was way too much for him to take on by himself anymore. We went up to the front door and knocked. The door opened up into a small living room. Through the window, we could see the old man sitting in a recliner, gesturing for us to come inside. The door was unlocked, so we let ourselves in. He didn't even look over at us when we stepped into the room. His eyes stayed fixed on the television. The room itself was almost completely dark, just the glow of the TV on his face and this faint spill of light coming from the kitchen across from him to our left. Not a bright, sharp light, but that old kind of soft yellow glow that you get from some kind of ancient bulb. The kind that makes the shadows in a room look a lot deeper than they are. We slowly stepped in, closing the door gently behind us. The house had that stillness that you find sometimes in these rural homes. It was quiet, like too quiet. The old man sat in his chair, lit by the flicker of the TV. He didn't seem to be startled by us being there. In fact, he barely seemed to acknowledge us at all, just a small nod before turning his gaze right back to the screen. My partner took the lead, introducing us and asking about the call. The man's voice was calm, almost casual, as if what he was about to say was the most normal thing in the world. He told us matter-of-factly that 2 young girls had been coming into his house at night. Not once, not twice, but many, many nights, according to him. They would slip inside quietly and make their way down the hall into the spare bedroom. The way he explained it, it sounded like something he couldn't stop, and he'd almost grown used to at this point. In this old, raspy voice, he says, "I don't even know why you guys even bothered coming. You never believed me anyway." That line really stuck with me. It wasn't defensive, it was more like he'd already given up on being taken seriously. I remember exchanging a quick glance from my partner. On the surface, it sounded like the kind of story you'd expect from somebody struggling with their mental health. But the way he described it, so calm, so steady, there was something unsettling about it all. We asked him if he'd ever confronted these girls or tried to lock his doors. He shook his head. He said that every time he approaches them, they'll run and hide in another room. With his age, he's not very mobile. At this point, as he's talking, I'm scanning the house. The living room was cluttered but tidy, if that makes sense. Old furniture, family photos that look sun-faded, the faint smell of dust and wood smoke in the air. Then I took notice of the hallway. Just off to the side of his chair, there was this narrow hall stretched into a darker part of the house. And at the very end of it, I could just barely make out the outline of a door, the spare bedroom he must be talking about. The old man raised his hand, pointed in the direction without even taking his eyes off the TV. "That's where they go," he said softly. We managed to get a hold of his caretaker over the phone. They told us they attended to the residents every single day. They also explained that he had cancer and it was really advanced at this point. They weren't sure how much longer he actually had. So with that in mind, we circled back and asked him again about these people that he swore were in his house. That's when he began to explain it a little more. He told us a few nights earlier, 2 girls must have come into his house and gone straight to the spare bedroom because the next morning, after he'd had his breakfast, he sat down in his recliner to watch TV, just like he was doing when we arrived. And that's when he noticed them. He said the girls were standing in the kitchen just watching him, staring. When he shouted at them to leave, they didn't run, they didn't flinch, they would just whisper to each other and smile at him. Then they would turn and walk right out the front door. As a police officer, calls like this aren't really completely out of the ordinary. People imagine things, or sometimes it's just early stages of dementia. Sometimes they might even be drug-induced. But regardless of how wild a story might sound, it's still my job to investigate it, to make sure the person is safe. While my partner kept talking with the elderly man, I decided to do a walk through the house. Inside, it was just as rundown as the outside. The kitchen was cluttered, old food sitting on the counters. The hallways and bedrooms were covered in worn carpet. The guest rooms seemed to be untouched, like nothing had been moved in them for years and years. And the lighting. Again, every room had that same kind of bulb that I'd noticed in the kitchen, this dull yellow glow. The kind of light you see in every grandparent's house growing up. Not bright enough to fully light a room, but just enough to throw these long shadows off into the corners. When I finally checked the spare bedroom, I noticed something small but odd. The blankets and pillows were slightly disturbed, not as if somebody had slept there, but as if somebody had sat down for a while. I brushed it off, thinking maybe the caretaker had taken a break there at some point, maybe took a seat on the bed to make a phone call or something. Then I made my way into the basement. The floor wasn't finished, it was just dirt. The walls were rough stone, damp in places. Along one of the walls there were stacks of firewood piled up high, neatly cut, ready for winter. And then right in the middle of the room, sticking up from a thick log, was an axe. Clearly it was just where somebody had chopped firewood for the man, but the scene was just eerie. There's no other way to put it. It looks like something straight out of the Blair Witch Project. The kind of basement you really don't want to linger in for too long. After clearing the house and finding no signs that anybody had been staying there, my partner and I regrouped. We both agreed that given his health and what his caretaker had told us before, it was more than possible the old man was simply imagining these things. Before we left, we reassured him, told him the house looked fine, and if he needed anything, we'd be working all night. He'd call anytime. We also advised him to lock the front door, since it had been unlocked when we first arrived. And for some reason, he didn't like that idea. He pleaded with us not to lock it, saying that if something medical happened to him, he needed the door unlocked so the first responders could get in. We told him not to worry, we'd be able to get in even if that happened. Eventually, he nodded, though he didn't look to be too convinced. And with that, we stepped back off into the night and continued our shift. A few hours later, in the dead of night, we get another call. You guessed it, same address, same man, except this time he was saying the 2 girls were back. My partner and I looked at each other, both thinking the same thing. He must be seeing things again. But we make our way back to the address. As we headed toward his house, my partner called him on the phone, and I'll never forget the look on her face as she listened. At first it was confusion, then it shifted into fear. She turned to me, eyes wide, and I could hear the man screaming through the phone.
"Stop smiling at me! Get out!"
I told her to ask him for a description of these girls, in the odd chance that when we approached the address, we might come across anybody walking outside on the road near the address. We'd at least have a description. His voice was frantic but clear. He said one of the girls had long, wet black hair. Her face, he said, was covered in white powder. She was wearing what looked like a dirty hospital gown. There was a hospital in the next town over. As far-fetched as it sounded, I guess it wasn't impossible that maybe a mental health patient from the hospital had gotten away or run away, though I'm sure we would have been advised of it by now. He went on to say the second girl was a lot harder to see. She was standing behind the first girl, peeking over her shoulder. Then suddenly his voice rose again, screaming into the phone.
I told you, stop smiling at me. Get out of my house.
My partner asked him if he could get up, if he could physically go touch them, to confirm whether these girls were really there or just in his mind. But every time he tried, they ran. They'd flee into another room, disappear before he could catch up. We told him to remain on the phone with us until we arrived. We turned down his driveway. The house came back into view. A single streetlight from the road barely lit up the front of the bungalow, and I could see again that soft yellow glow from the kitchen light through one of the windows, the flicker of the television through the other. As we pulled up, I reminded my partner that we'd locked the front door when we left earlier. She told him when she was on the phone that he'd need to unlock it and let us in. I got out of the car, made my way to the front door. It was still locked. I knocked and announced myself. "Sir, it's the police from earlier." When I looked through the window, the recliner was empty. The television glow lit up the room, casting that pale blue light across his empty chair. My eyes then shifted toward the kitchen. Same yellow light, but nothing was moving. The room looked still. Then when I looked back toward the recliner, I saw him. The old man was standing in the far corner of the living room, perfectly still. I knocked again, shouting for him to unlock the door. Without looking at me though, almost like he was hypnotized, he walked to the door, unlocked it, and immediately turned around to sit back down in his recliner. He didn't glance at me once, just kept his eyes fixed on the television. I asked him where the two girls were, and he calmly says, "Kitchen." My partner and I looked over, saw nothing, exchanged a glance. At that moment, we silently acknowledged this man must be struggling for sure with his mental health. But that moment of silence was loudly disrupted when we heard the back door slam shut, as if somebody had just left in anger. My heart starts racing as I ran through the house, making my way to the back door. The door was locked. I opened it and ran outside, sweeping my flashlight over the yard, looking for any disturbed grass or dirt. Checked the backyard, around the corners of the house, or looked for a silhouette running off into the woods, but there's nothing. No sign that anybody had even been there. I returned inside and thoroughly cleared the house again. There was no evidence, nothing to explain that sound. When I finally returned to the old man in the living room, he simply said, "See? I told you." I hadn't noticed it at first, but after hearing that back door shut, my partner had bolted to the driveway in fear, leaving me alone in the house. Great backup. Without any way to explain what we heard or any evidence to be found, we again cleared the house and made a sweep outside. We advised the man that we found nothing. The older man had just this look of disappointment on his face, like, again, nobody believed him. We left once more in the night to continue our shift and told him once again, if he needed anything, to call us. But we didn't hear from him again this time. A few weeks later, another shift was called over to his place as he had passed away in his sleep. Likely the disease he'd been battling for some time had finally brought an end to it all. I wouldn't call myself a stronger believer in the paranormal now, but I've always been open to the idea that some things might exist beyond our understanding. I've also often toyed with the idea that because this man was so close to death, that maybe what he was seeing wasn't his imagination at all, but someone or something from the other side, anxiously waiting for him to cross over. I grew up in a very tiny farming community about 15 minutes outside our main town. The town itself had a reputation too. Every shithole does. Stories about disappearances, accidents, old family feuds, and ghosts that supposedly wander the back roads after dark. Most of it, of course, was nonsense. At least that's what my friend Cole and I thought. The night before everything happened, we drove out to this old bridge on the edge of town. According to a local legend, a woman had drowned her child in the creek below before throwing herself off the bridge as well. People claim they've heard screams there at night. Some swore they'd seen a woman standing on the railing just before vanishing. We laughed at all of it. After we'd been sitting there for only maybe 20 minutes, Cole's car suddenly dies. The engine just quit, and we're swallowed up by darkness and silence. Cole's frantically trying to start the car when something slams up against the passenger side window. Bang! Both of us jump. I spun around expecting to see somebody standing there, but there's nobody. Then from somewhere beyond the bridge, we heard what sounded like a child screaming. And I'm talking like screaming bloody murder. The sound echoed through the darkness before abruptly cutting off. A minute later, the car starts right back up. We left laughing nervously amongst each other, blaming ourselves for getting creeped out by a stupid local ghost story. The following night, Cole and I ended up at his girlfriend's house. Her family had lived in the area for generations now, and after a few drinks and a little smoking, we got bored and started looking for something to do. That's when somebody mentioned the abandoned church. It sat maybe a half mile down the road, surrounded by overgrown grass and dying cottonwoods. Nobody attended services there anymore. The building had been empty for years now, but there was a story attached to it because, of course there is. Cole's girlfriend told us that her great-grandfather had died outside that church decades earlier when a hammer somehow fell from the steeple during the repairs. It sounded ridiculous to us, and I'm sure it does to you. We joked about cursed churches and bad construction workers. Looking back now, I just wish we would have remained right there on the couch. Around midnight, we grabbed some flashlights and walked down the road. The church looked evil the moment we saw it, and I know how that sounds. Most abandoned buildings look dead and forgotten, but this place didn't. A faint glow shone through a few of the stained glass windows. The front doors were chained shut, so we circled around until we found this side entrance that had partially rotted away. After some kicking and prying, we managed to squeeze in. Rows and rows of pews sat in perfect order beneath a ceiling stained with some water damage. Everything was coated in dust. At first, it looked exactly like every abandoned church you'd ever seen. Then we found the kitchen. The lights still worked, and most of them were still on. An old refrigerator was humming quietly in the corner. That made no sense to us. Nobody maintained this place. Nobody could have been paying the electric bill, right? Yet somehow the power is still running. Cole laughed and wandered off toward the back of the building. I stayed for a minute or two just looking around, and when I finally followed him, Cole was gone. Cole! I checked the fellowship hall. Empty. I checked the classroom. Nothing. All right, Cole, come on, man. Quit screwing around. No answer. The church suddenly felt much larger than it had been a few minutes earlier. My flashlight swept across peeling walls and dark doorways. Every room seemed to be connected to another one. Every hallway looked identical. I called his name over and over again, and I only got silence, but then, not long after that, I heard footsteps. Slow walking ones somewhere above me. I froze. The church didn't have a second floor. The footsteps continued for several more seconds before stopping directly overhead. I waited. It must be a raccoon on the roof or something normal. Nothing happened though. There was no scratching or talking, just more silence. A feeling settled into my stomach that told me I needed to leave and to hurry the hell up about it. I headed back toward the entrance. And the closer I got to the door, the more uneasy I suddenly became. It felt like somebody was standing behind me the entire time, matching my pace, but I refused to turn around. I reached the doorway and stepped outside. The road stretched ahead beneath the moonlight, and that's when I saw the figure. It was standing maybe 50 yards away, very tall, completely motionless, just watching me. At first, I assumed it was a person. and then it started moving and circling much like a predator would. And it didn't approach me like a man or a normal guy would. I backed away and the figure took a step directly at me now, then another, and then it broke into a run. I don't know how to describe what terrified me most. It wasn't really the speed. It wasn't the fact that it was chasing me. It was the way this thing was moving. Its arms hung strangely at its side while its legs carried forward in these long, jerky strides. It ran like a goofy kid on the playground. I took off because every instinct inside me had screamed for me to run at once. My flashlight flew from my hand as I sprinted down the road. I remember fumbling with my old phone trying to record behind me while I'm running. The footage, of course, came out useless, grainy, just darkness and shaking light. Maybe, just maybe there was something in one frame, maybe not, I couldn't be sure. I showed a few people and the reaction was split down the middle. To most, it appeared to be nothing, but a couple of people agreed they saw something too. Either way, I didn't stop until I reached the house again, and I burst through the front door gasping out for air. Cole was already there sitting on the couch. His face was sweaty and pale. For several seconds, neither of us spoke. Then he looked at me and asked one question. "Did you see it too?" I asked him what he'd seen, but he refused to answer, no matter how much I pushed him. The next morning, Cole acted like none of it had happened. Over the following weeks, he became distant too, stopped answering my messages, stopped wanting to hang out. And eventually, over time, he just seemed to disappear from my life altogether. I haven't spoken to Cole in months now. I worked for a private investigations firm for almost 12 years, and most of our cases were exactly what you'd expect them to be. Insurance fraud, missing spouses, business partners skimming money, the occasional runaway teenager, but every now and then we'd get something really ugly, but never anything that none of us could handle. Then we get a call from a woman whose son had been found dead on the balcony of his apartment inside this small border town. According to local authorities, it was a suicide, open and shut, gun in his hand, single gunshot wound, no signs of any kind of forced entry, but his mother wasn't buying it. She came into our office carrying this grocery bag full of photographs, receipts, and newspaper clippings. She looked exhausted, and not the kind of tired that you fix with sleep either, but just grief-stricken. Her son had owned a bar with one of his best friends. They'd grown up together, started a business together, and built it up from nothing. By all accounts, the victim was a hardworking guy, reliable, professional, the kind of person who answered calls at 3 a.m. when something needed done. His partner, however, was different. The deeper we dug, the more rumors we heard. Drug shipments moving through the bar, cartel money being washed through cash transactions, deliveries arriving after closing hours, employees who quit suddenly and refused to discuss why they did. According to several sources, the victim had discovered what his partner was doing and confronted him. A week later, he was dead. My boss assigned me one of our investigators to travel down there, and I'll call him Mike. Mike had worked some rough cases over the years, former law enforcement, smart, a very calm guy. He could collect information covertly, but also handle himself if anything went south. The first couple of days went smoothly, then things immediately started getting really weird. He'd call every evening to give me updates. At first, it was very routine. Witness interviews, financial records, bar employees. Then he starts mentioning vehicles. The same white pickup was parked outside his motel 3 nights in a row. The same black SUV would show up near every single location that he visited. One afternoon, he interviewed a former bartender who agreed to talk only if they met in a church parking lot. Halfway through the conversation, the bartender spotted something across the street and immediately shut down. He gets into his car and leaves without another word. Mike followed him for a few blocks before the bartender called and told him to never contact him again. That night, my boss got his first phone call. Not the office line, but his personal cell. A male voice calmly letting him know the rub.
You need to leave this one alone. Sending any more investigators down here will get them killed, and my boys would love to collect their heads.
Then the caller hung up. My boss assumed it was a prank, but the next night, another call came. Same voice, same message, to back the fuck off and go back to wherever it is you came from. By the end of the week, the calls were coming in at all hours. Sometimes nobody spoke, sometimes there was only breathing. Once, somebody recited Mike's motel room number before disconnecting, and that obviously got our attention. Mike wasn't told immediately, we didn't want him distracted. Then he called us with news of his own. Somebody had entered his room while he was gone. Nothing was stolen or damaged, but every file that he collected had been spread across the bed. Photographs, notes, witness statements, laid out neatly, all the cards on the table. The manager of the motel claimed that nobody had accessed the room. Mike checked out within the hour and then moved to another motel across town. The next morning, a folded newspaper was sitting on the hood of his rental car. Inside was a photograph of the victim. Across the face, somebody had written a single word: suicide. Mike called from a gas station outside of town. He was quiet but not fearful. Wasn't panicked at all, at least not that I could tell. He was just convinced that he was being watched. My boss made the decision that afternoon that the case was over. We weren't law enforcement. We didn't have tactical teams or protective details. We aren't going to risk somebody's life trying to prove a murder that local authorities had already seemed very uninterested in pursuing. Every note, every interview, every financial record that we collected was packaged and handed over to the investigators. Mike came home, and nothing happened to him after that. The phone calls stopped, the surveillance stopped. It was just like somebody flipped a switch. But I'll never forget the final conversation that we had with the victim's mother. She thanked us for trying, and we told her that we believed her, that her son hadn't actually killed himself. Somewhere in that little border town, people know exactly what happened on that balcony, and they knew it well enough to make a private investigator disappear if he kept asking questions. Everybody seemed to be in on it. We walked away because we had to, and in all these years, I've never heard a single person from that town volunteer information about what took place. I've worked investigations long enough to know the difference between a dangerous case and a dangerous place, and this one was both. The case would start with a dead bar owner inside this small border town. Officially, he'd committed suicide, but unofficially, almost everyone who knew him thought that was nonsense. His mother hired our firm because she believed somebody had murdered her son and staged the scene. The basic story came together quickly. Two best friends owned a bar together, a businessman. The other had allegedly started moving drugs through the establishment for the cartel-connected traffickers. The good partner found out, confronted him, and shortly afterward ended up dead in his apartment balcony with a pistol in his hand. Now, I've worked on enough suspicious deaths to know that sometimes grieving families refuse to accept reality, but this didn't feel like one of those times. Sometimes death is just hard to accept for people. So the moment I arrive in town, people start acting very strange. Nobody wanted to talk for very long. People would agree to meet, then leave halfway through our conversation. Former employees would glance over their shoulder while I spoke, like they were expecting somebody to be standing behind me. The town itself wasn't that big. Everybody seemed to know everybody. More importantly, everybody seemed scared of somebody. The first thing that I noticed was this white pickup. Nothing special about it. The problem was that I kept seeing it outside my motel, across from the victim's apartment, parked near the bar. Maybe it's a coincidence, but in my line of work, those are few and far between. I start noticing the same faces appearing over and over as well. A guy smoking outside a pawn shop, a man reading a newspaper at a diner. somebody sitting in a parked car near my motel, never approaching me directly, but just always watching. The first real warning would come 3 days into my investigation. I returned to my motel room after interviewing a former employee. The door was still locked. Nothing appeared to be disturbed, but every file that I collected was now spread across my bed. Witness statements, photographs, financial records, everything, and neatly arranged too. Somebody had gone through all of it, and nothing was missing. And that's really weird in my line of work. Apparently, they just wanted me to know that they had access to everything that I collected so far. I reported it to my office and then switched motels that night. The next morning, I found a folded newspaper under my windshield wiper. Inside was a photograph of the dead bar owner. Across his face, somebody had written, "Let it go, suicide." At that point, I probably should have left, but instead, I got stubborn. I'm old school. I don't lay down when I'm told to. One evening, I'm parked across from the bar and settled in for surveillance. The place was busy, music was drifting from inside while customers moved in and out. I'm scribbling notes when somebody taps on my passenger window. I nearly jumped out of my skin. A man was standing inches from the glass. What caught my attention about him wasn't him directly. It was the pistol that he used to bump the window. Tap, tap, tap. I stared at him. He stared back. No smile, no expression. Then he lowers his gun, turns around, walks away, and totally vanishes from my sight. I grabbed my camera and got out, but by the time I rounded the corner, the guy's gone. I called my office immediately, and my boss told me to be very careful. I told him I'm already past that point. I'm deep in water and need some kind of assistance. A few nights later, I stop at a payphone outside a grocery store to make my nightly report. Cell service here was pretty unreliable, and I wanted some privacy. I felt like my cell was compromised at this point. I was midway through updating the office when something exploded beside my head. Glass showered across the booth. A brick had crashed through the side panel. I stumbled backward and nearly dropped the receiver. Then a voice came from somewhere off in the darkness. "Go home." He had a Latino accent. That was it, just 2 words. Go home. I ran back toward my rental car and the parking lot was empty. The store had already closed and nobody else was around. I reached my car, yank open the door, and freeze. A folded piece of paper sat on the driver's seat. These people are good. I picked it up and unfolded it. It was my home address, not the hotel or the office, my actual home address where my wife lived. Whoever left it didn't need to explain that message. I understood perfectly. The next morning I call my boss, tell him everything, and for a long moment, neither of us said anything. Then he told me to come home. Immediately was the order. I'm not going to argue with him. And I guess that's the part people really don't understand about investigations. Movies will make it seem like we'll do anything for the cases we take on. Real life is very different. My life is not worth a paycheck, no matter how badly I want those answers. I packed my things, checked out of the motel, and drove north. Nobody followed me. Nobody contacted me. The moment I left town, everything stopped. Our firm handed every piece of information that we collected to law enforcement and withdrew from the case immediately. I never returned. And to this day, I do believe that man was murdered. I believe people in that town know exactly who did it. And I believe I got as close to the truth as I was ever going to get. When I found my wife's address sitting in the driver's seat of that rental car, I knew the investigation was over. Some truths are expensive, and this one almost cost me my family. Cold up here. At least there's no snow. I'm sitting in my office finishing up one of my previous cases. Just general reports left, lots of paperwork, boring stuff that seems to cause the world to drown in this cacophony of summer insects. The tedium is broken when my phone begins to ring. I pick it up, only to hear the voice of one of my closer PI friends on the other end. We chat casually for a few minutes, mostly me just trying to get my mind off the writing pains in my wrist, but it's obvious that he called me for a reason. He explains that he's been on this missing person case for a while now, a small boy around the age of 4. His mother and father had divorced a few years ago, and his mother is currently holed up here in the area. The boy has apparently been missing for quite some time now. The police have been contacted first, but they turned up nothing. After a week passes, with no sign of a missing person, you kind of have to start assuming the worst. Nevertheless, we're usually the last resort for these kind of cases. So my buddy goes around asking, and apparently he manages to dig up a couple of accounts saying that the kid was seen boarding this olive green SUV with a woman looking to be in her early 30s, just hours before his disappearance was reported. Nobody thought to note the license plate apparently. His dad, my friend tells me, had left his son home alone for half an hour or so to run out for groceries. Why he didn't take his son along with him, I'll never know. At first, I thought it might be deliberate, like he had some kind of reason and done it on purpose. Of course, the human brain works weird sometimes, and dumb little human errors are always possibilities. I can only imagine the grief that must be felt after realizing one of those tiny bursts of idiocy might have caused something so heart-wrenching. Long story short, he matches the description of the woman. Short, mid-30s, long brown hair, overall rather average looking to a fair amount of other women. One sticks out though, the boy's mother. The child's father had been granted sole custody of the kid. Apparently the kid's mom had a little cabin out here which she would regularly visit and spend days worth of time in without alerting her husband, and whenever she was back home, she'd either be asleep or out somewhere. So my buddy says that he wants to team up with me for this one, split the pay. He's in a slightly larger town and the closest one to mine, but that's still a good 5-hour drive. Since he's got a few leads over on his end, he wants me to check out the mother, see if anything comes of that. It appears to me that at this point, the case is pretty cut and dry, so I accept his offer. He sends me the address and a picture of the kid and his mother. I finish up my paperwork before setting off. I drive around, semi-lost for a few minutes before I finally catch sight of the gravel road that breaks through a wall of bark created by the forest border. I glance down at my phone and sigh, placing it back into my pocket. Guess it was stupid to expect this to be on Google Maps. Now, I always despise having to go into the forest. As I begin to slowly pull down this path of towering green giants blotting out the sun overhead, I'm starting to slowly regret taking on this case. The gravel road slowly turns into dirt. The small break in the tree line slowly begins to disappear at my back. It's really dim out here. Dense pines doing a damn good job of casting this impenetrable veil of shade over the woods. Now, don't get me wrong, the Canadian Boreal forests, and this one is no exception, are stunningly beautiful. Birds chirp their cheerful tunes. Small rock faces jut out from the land like Mother Nature's own sculptures, and streams of sparkling clear water babble across the rocks into these cute little waterfalls, and occasionally picturesque lakes and rivers. But that's exactly why I hate these forests more than any other. More than anything, it always without fail seems like some horrible, sprightly facade. Like the entire forest is attempting to scrape this movie set together in order to offset the constant gnawing that I feel at the back of my neck and in the very core of my stomach whenever I come out here. These woods crawl with things and secrets and people that have no desire to be found. But by God, they'll take you with them and you'll never be seen again, just like this 4-year-old boy. The silhouette of a small building finally comes into my view off the horizon. So with a small sigh, I park my car and get out. As much as I'd love to stay cooped up in that metal haven of protection, I am here on a private investigation job. I do have to remain relatively covert, and that's not happening if a car just suddenly pulls up in the front lawn of your isolated cabin. As I get a little closer, I start to notice that something is a little off about the trees. I can't place exactly what that is, they just seem strange. The path eventually opens up into this small clearing, and a makeshift wooden gate is sitting at the end of the path. It's not stopping anybody as there are no walls on either side of it. Its only purpose seems to be presenting a tattered no trespassing sign. Past the gate is the cabin itself. It looks to be in surprisingly good shape and from the outside appears rather modern. In front of it is a small patch of grass which acts as a parking space and a few areas in which it's been worn down by tires. The tracks leading right to the gate and to the path that I've just come down. Slowly but surely, my eyes drift up to the patch of grass to the car that's been parked in. My heart suddenly begins to dance around the mixture of joy and dread. Not surprisingly, it's an olive green SUV. I pull up my camera to my face and peer through the viewfinder. The SUV, the license plate. I snap a picture of each. Slowly but surely, the frame drifts over to the cabin. I snap a picture again. And it's this exact moment that I realize the front door has been wide open this entire time, and everything in my body turns to mush. I go quiet on instinct, the surrounding area suddenly feeling like it's been hit with this blast of cold air. And then I hear it, a faint humming coming from inside. It sounds soft, like a woman's voice. Once I hear it, I suddenly became unable to stop hearing it. It's a haunting, drifting tune, equal parts melodic and eerie. Every once in a while, it stops or skips a little bit, as if its source has ran out of breath or is having voice cracks. Before I really even knew what I was doing, I'm taking a step forward. I know it's a stupid idea, but my legs are moving faster than my mind is. Just a little peek, I tell myself. Just one peek to satiate my curiosity, and that's it. The cabin looms over me as I get closer. The grass crunches under my feet until finally, just barely, the inside of the building begins to come into view, and I stop. Branches. It takes some moment to register, but there are tree branches covering the floor. And when I say covering, I mean covering. These are not sticks. They are long, spindly, thin tree branches deliberately cut off their trunks. They're so thick that I can't see the real flooring beneath them. Is it carpet? Tile? There's not really any way to know for sure. Like a natural line, my gaze follows them to a single piece of furniture in the room, a small white coffee table and a CD player perched up on top. I now realize why the humming sounded like it was skipping. The trees around me suddenly feel like they're closing in on every side, like the earth below my feet is trying to swallow me whole. I don't take another moment to sit and deliberate on it. I just book it out of there as fast as I goddamn will myself. I launch towards my car, slam the door shut, and put it in reverse and punch it out of there. That place felt simply haunted. The first thing I did was contact the police, and I'm sure as hell not going back there, but there was no way I was just going to let it sit there like that. They would eventually investigate and were just as weirded out as I was, but ultimately didn't turn up anything of use. The house was deserted, save for the sea of branches, the white coffee table, and the lone CD player. The SUV too was near pristine, not unlike a new car. Investigations continued for a while, but it was more or less a dead end. Nobody ever returned to the cabin, and my buddy's leads never really panned out either. The child's mother suddenly went missing as well. No, this isn't a fucked up joke. We never found any of them. In the end, things unfortunately had to be called off, and we never got to the bottom of it. The first thing that I learned about theft cases is that the money is usually the least interesting part. Most thieves are predictable. Every now and then, though, you run into somebody who steals with a method that makes no sense at all, and these are actually kind of fun to investigate. This case came from a business owner named Hal who ran a shipping and print shop in a small strip complex. For about 6 months, money had been disappearing from the safe every week or two. Not thousands of dollars, a couple of hundred at a time, just enough to take notice of. The strange part was that nobody could figure out how it was happening though. The safe wasn't damaged, the doors weren't forced, the alarm never went off. Hal changed the code multiple times, installed a camera, and even spent several nights hiding in the back room waiting for the thief to appear, but nobody ever showed up. Yet, every week or so, more money would vanish. By the time he called us, he was exhausted. He walked us through the shop, pointing out the safe, the camera, the back door, and every place that he'd already checked. He was convinced someone had been using a key or had inside access. That led us to a former employee named Rob. Rob had worked there for years and had been fired a couple of months earlier after a series of arguments with Hal. He knew the business, he knew the routines, and at one point had known the safe code itself, so on paper, he seemed to be the obvious suspect, right? When we interviewed him, though, the story would start falling apart. Several theft dates lined up with the overnight shifts at his new job. Others lined up with family obligations that were very easy to verify. More importantly, he seemed genuinely confused by the amount being stolen. $200? He asked. If I was risking jail time, I think I'd take a little more than that. I'd empty the damn safe. And to his credit, that was a fair point. Whoever was doing this wasn't emptying the safe. They were just taking enough to get by before disappearing again. It felt much less like a major theft operation and more like somebody trying to be nonchalant. After Rob's alibi checked out, we widened the investigation. We looked at neighboring businesses, current employees, delivery drivers, maintenance workers, and anybody else with regular access to the complex, but none of it stood out. The alarm logs were clean, the doors were secure, the camera never showed anybody entering the room. The entire thing began to feel impossible. So we decided to stop looking at the obvious entry points. We left Hal's original camera exactly where it was and installed 2 additional hidden cameras. One was concealed inside an old printer on a shelf facing the safe. The other was hidden near the ceiling with a wider view of the room. We duplicated the feed from the original camera and then waited. Nothing happened on the first night and nothing happened on the second. But on the third, my phone buzzed a little after 3 a.m. I opened up the live feed and to my surprise saw some movement. One of the ceiling tiles was lifting up. Slowly, a hand emerged from the darkness above. It held a piece of cloth. The hand reached down and carefully draped the cloth over Hal's visible camera. The screen from that camera would go dark, but our hidden cameras kept recording. I called my partner, Hal, and the police while watching the feed. A folding ladder then began descending from the ceiling. A man climbed down, and I couldn't believe that I was actually watching this in real time, and there was nothing to it, no mastermind villainy, barely any nuance at all. And I recognized him almost immediately. He was a local driver who spent most of his time around the bus stop and drainage wash near the complex. I'd seen him dozens of times over the years now. He looked rough, but he wasn't acting rough. Everything he did was very gentle and practiced. He climbed down the ladder, walked directly to the safe, and entered the code without hesitation. The safe opened to his touch. He then removed a small stack of cash, closed the safe, wiped his fingerprints from the handle, and headed back toward the ladder. The entire operation took less than 5 minutes. By the time the police had actually arrived, he was gone. The ceiling tile was back in place, and the ladder had disappeared. There wasn't a single sign visibly anywhere that anybody had ever been in the room. Police would search the business and quickly discovered tracks inside the crawl space above the ceiling. Once they started following them, the entire mystery would unravel. That crawl space connected most of the businesses inside the complex. Above Hal's safe were flattened areas in the insulation where somebody had obviously spent a long period of time lying on their stomach and waiting. A loose board was eventually found nearly 100 meters away from another business, hidden behind pallets and utility equipment. It provided access to the structure. From there, somebody could crawl through the service area and enter the ceiling space above multiple stores. As more businesses were questioned, a pattern would emerge. Missing cash, missing cigarettes and liquor, missing prescription medication. Again, just like Hal's store, nothing dramatic enough to trigger a major investigation, but enough to reveal that somebody had been quietly stealing from the entire complex for months now. The only question left was how he learned Hal's safe code. Our best guess was pretty simple. He'd been watching from above. At some point, he'd likely observed Hal entering the code and just memorized it. But it was a disturbing thought though. While Hal sat below counting money, locking up and changing combinations, somebody may have been lying just a few feet above his head, watching him do everything. The police found the man's camp in a nearby drainage wash later on that day. They recovered stolen property and evidence connecting him to multiple thefts, but the man himself was gone. For the next few days, everybody in the complex was on edge. Employees kept looking at ceiling tiles. Owners started checking attics and crawl spaces. Several businesses requested security upgrades. We knew he was around, and nobody liked the idea that somebody had been living above them for months now. 3 days later, the chase would finally end. A patrol officer spotted the suspect behind the strip complex and tried to stop him, and instead, he ran. My partner and I happened to be sitting nearby with Hal when we heard shouting from outside. We stepped into the alley just in time to see the suspect sprinting away from 2 officers. Despite looking half-starved, the guy was fast. He cleared a fence and then cut through a service corridor and disappeared behind a stack of pallets. Officers pursued him while additional units moved in from the opposite side. For several minutes, all we could hear was shouting, crashing metal, and radio traffic. Then the suspect burst out from behind the laundromat. One officer intercepted him, a big old bloke, head and shoulders over the rest of us. The man pulled a screwdriver and lunged. The attack wasn't sophisticated like his stealing procedures, it was feral. The officer would avoid most of it, and though his sleeve was torn open in the struggle. A second officer hit the suspect from the side, and then all 3 men went down hard on the pavement. Even on the ground, the suspect kept fighting. He kicked, twisted, and tried to crawl away, and it took multiple officers to finally get him restrained and into handcuffs. When they brought him back past us, Hal stepped forward. "How did you know the code?" he asked, and the suspect looked at him for a moment and then smiled. He leaned forward and whispered something, and Hal's face went pale. Later, I asked him what the man had said to him, and at first he didn't really want to answer me. Finally, he told me. He said he should have killed me. And that was that. The man eventually was charged and connected to multiple thefts throughout that complex. The mystery was solved, but it never really felt particularly satisfying. Most theft cases end when you catch the thief, and this one ended with everybody realizing how close he'd been to them the entire time. There were other issues to worry about, like a total lack of building security. Hal would eventually replace the cameras, the ceilings, the locks, and eventually the safe itself. He stopped staying late alone too, and stopped keeping so much cash on hand. I don't really blame him. You never really know who might be hiding and waiting for you to leave. Most missing person cases have 1,000 theories. By the time a client walks into a private investigator's office, they've usually spent weeks and weeks building up a story in their head about what they think happened. Sometimes they are right, but most of the time they're not. And this case started with a daughter who was convinced an old man had been taken advantage of. Her father, Harold, was a 78-year-old man and lived alone inside a retirement community about an hour outside the city. He was healthy enough to drive, sharp enough to manage his own affairs, and stubborn enough that nobody worried about him too much. Then one morning he simply vanishes. His car's gone, his phone was turned off. Nobody had heard from him in nearly 3 weeks. He had scattered family in the area, and lots of them were longtime friends. The police would look into it, but weren't treating it as very suspicious. There was no signs of violence, no financial crimes, no evidence he'd been forced to go anywhere. At best, they would issue a silver alert and assume that he was just missing due to some kind of confusion. But his daughter disagreed. She slid a photograph across my desk, and it showed Harold sitting in an outdoor cafe beside a woman who appeared to be in her 40s. "I think that's her," she said. "Who?" "The woman who took him." According to several people at the retirement community, Harold had developed a routine. Every Tuesday morning for nearly a year, he drove to the same diner 30 minutes away. Nobody knew why. He never talked about it. He'd disappear for a couple of hours and then come back in a noticeably better mood. After his disappearance, people would start talking. Somebody remembered seeing him with a woman. Another claimed they'd overheard an argument, and a third swore that she'd seen the woman driving Harold's car months earlier. By the time the rumors would reach his daughter, they had transformed into this darker story. A younger woman had manipulated an old lonely man, drained his savings that would eventually make him disappear. The diner was my first stop, and the waitress recognized Harold immediately. "Every Tuesday," she said. "Were they close?" She laughed. Close isn't the word I'd use." "What word would you use then?" She thought for a moment and then said, "Infatuated." That answer surprised me. According to her, the pair would sit in the same booth for hours. Sometimes they laughed, sometimes one of them would be crying. Sometimes they just sat in complete silence, but there was never any physical affection, no hand-holding, no flirting, nothing romantic at all. "It always felt like they were trying to figure something out," the waitress said, and that answer only deepened this whole mystery. Over the next few days, I tracked down security footage, reviewed bank records, and followed every lead I could find. The woman appeared everywhere Harold did: gas stations, bookstores, parks, and the diner. Yet, I couldn't find a single indication why she benefited financially from knowing this guy. There was no transfers, there was no gifts, no suspicious withdrawals. If she was running some kind of scam, she was really terrible at it. Then I found something that would change the entire case. Inside a filing cabinet at Harold's home was this old envelope hidden behind decades of paperwork. The letter inside was more than 40 years old. It had been opened but carefully preserved. The first page was from a woman Harold had dated once. She informed him that she was pregnant. The second page was Harold's response. It was an apology and a promise to help and a request to meet. The letter had apparently never been mailed. Suddenly now I have a new theory. Finding the woman took another week. When I finally sat down across from her, I noticed the resemblance immediately. The eyes, the smile, the shape of her face. Not enough to be obvious, but enough to make sense once you saw it. She listened quietly while I explained why I was there. Then she nodded. "I wondered when somebody would find me. What was your relationship with Harold?" For a moment, I thought she was going to cry, but instead, she smiled at me. "I'm his daughter." According to her, she spent most of her life believing her biological father wanted nothing to do with her. Her mother had died years earlier, and while sorting through old documents after her death, she discovered Harold's name and eventually tracked him down. When she made contact, she expected rejection. Instead, Harold was devastated. The letter I'd found had never been mailed because he'd been sent overseas shortly after writing it. By the time he returned, both mother and child had disappeared. He spent decades believing they wanted nothing to do with him. She spent decades believing he had abandoned her. Two lives shaped by the same misunderstanding. But there's still one question left. Where is he? Her smile grew. 6 months before his disappearance, Harold had been diagnosed with an aggressive illness. He'd kept it secret from almost everybody. The only person he would tell was the daughter that he recently found. After years of missed birthdays, missed holidays, and missed opportunities, he'd made a decision. He sold his house, left the retirement community, and moved to a small town near where she lived. The reason nobody could find him wasn't because he'd been murdered or manipulated. It was because he had finally found the family he thought he'd lost for forever. A few days later, I met Harold myself. He looked a lot thinner than the photographs, but happier than any missing person I'd ever located. As I left, I watched him and his daughter sitting together on a porch swing, talking quietly as the sun disappeared between the trees. I've worked many cases involving fraud, violence, disappearances, and betrayal. This one was different, very real, albeit secret, even touching. Perhaps, I know it wasn't dangerous, but it began strange and became stranger, right to the very end. I spent several of my summers volunteering as an assistant scout leader for a troop that camped all over the state. Most of the stories people would tell about scouting involved snakes, bears, storms, or kids doing incredibly dumb things with pocket knives, which I did see plenty of. But this isn't one of those stories though, it's a little different. The camp itself sat deep in the woods along a ridgeline with this steep ravine running beside it on one section of the campsites. We called it the Steeps. Years before, the camp had installed guardrails and warning signs because the drop was sharp enough to break an ankle if somebody slipped, and if you roll beyond that, well, you could possibly die. It started dangerous and became fatal the further down you went. On our second evening there after dinner and before the lights went out, a group of older boys came jogging back toward camp carrying something they'd found near the railing. "What is that?" I asked them, and one of them held it up. It was a doll. And not the kind that you'd buy today. This thing looked incredibly old. Its face was stained brown and gray, one eye was missing, and patches of dirty yellow hair still clung to its cracked plastic head. The dress that had once been pink was now faded and almost white. It looked like something that had been lying in the woods for nearly 25 years or more. Naturally, every scout within a 100-foot radius gathered up around it, and the reactions were immediate. "Yo, that's creepy, dude. Put it down. No, put it back. Why would somebody bring that here?" One kid, of course, immediately claimed it was haunted. Another said it probably belonged to a dead child. And that comment earned him a lecture from me about keeping his imagination under control. It's fine to joke around, but that was taking it to a place that would keep all the other kids up at night. Truthfully though, I didn't like looking at the thing either. There was just something unsettling about finding a child's toy in the middle of nowhere. It didn't belong there. I figured maybe some camper had tossed it years ago and just forgot about it. Things fall out of trucks on these trails every weekend. It's pretty normal. "All right," I said. "Enough, leave it alone." Most of the boys would drift away, but a few kept staring at it, and eventually, one of the older scouts picked it up with 2 fingers. "Can I throw it back?" "What?" "Back into the ravine. Nobody wants it, right?" I guess that wasn't really exactly the scout handbook answer, but I was tired and the sun was about to go down. "Yeah, that's fine," I said. "Then make sure you leave it there, and we'll call it a proper burial, whatever." Some of the kids whooped and hollered their approval and followed the kid with the doll. They walked to the railing and tossed it in, and we all watched. A bunch of them actually clapped as it disappeared. Gone. And that was really the last thing we did before settling in for the night. The evening passed pretty normally. We had our campfire program, reviewed the next day's activities, and eventually sent everybody to their own tents. By 10 o'clock, the campsite was quiet except for insects and the occasional distant owl. I made my rounds, checked that everybody was where they belonged, and were going to sleep. Sometime after sunrise, I was jolted awake by screaming, and not like, "Oh, there's a spider in my tent" kind of screaming. I mean, real blood-curdling shrieks. I sat upright and immediately heard multiple voices shouting from the youth campsite. For a brief moment, I really thought somebody had been bitten by a snake or something, so I threw on my boots and took off. Several of the scouts were standing near the outside of one of the tents pointing inside. 2 of them looked genuinely pale, clammy, and terrified. "What's going on? What happened?" Nobody answered me. One boy just pointed. I dug through the tent flap and froze. Sitting neatly in the center of the tent floor was the doll, the one with the missing eye, sun-bleached dress, and clumpy hair. For several seconds, I simply just stared at it. Then I walked over and picked it up. The plastic was cold, which was very bizarre. I turned it over looking for some kind of clue that it wasn't the same one, but it really was. "It wasn't there last night. I swear it wasn't. We zipped the tent shut. We didn't do it." One of the scouts was close to tears. I spent the next 20 minutes or so trying to solve what I assumed was a prank. That had to be the only answer. One of the boys must have climbed back into the ravine after dark, retrieved the doll, slipped it into the tent while everybody else was distracted. Case closed, right? Except there were problems. First, nobody admitted to doing it. That alone obviously isn't unusual. The strange part, though, was that nobody accused anybody else either. These kids were scared, and when shit hit the fan, they usually ratted each other out immediately, but not this time. The second the tent occupants had gone to bed before full darkness, there hadn't been much opportunity to do this. I would have seen them with a flashlight cutting through the camp after everybody had gone to sleep. Third, the doll itself was filthy, caked in mud. There must be water at the bottom of the ravine or something. I checked the shoes of several boys who had been near the ravine the previous evening, and nobody had fresh mud on them. Nobody had scratches from crawling through brush. Not definitive proof, but it was weird. Eventually, I just kind of gave up trying to investigate it. I told everybody that was some kind of prank, confiscated the doll, and threw it into a dumpster near the camp office later that morning. Problem solved, at least officially. But I remember carrying that thing across camp and looking down at its cracked base, and I felt something I've never felt before. Hatred might be the right word. I felt like this doll hated me, and still, despite being in my hand for 10 or 15 minutes at this point, it was still icy to the touch. Maybe somebody did climb down there after dark and they were committed enough to keep this joke secret for all these years. That's the explanation I've stuck with, because anything else is beyond explainable. A few years ago, our Boy Scout troop spent a week at a summer camp up in the mountains. Others will tell you, but camp feels completely separate from the real world once you're there. There's no phones, no parents, just pine trees, dirt trails, merit badge classes, and a bunch of teenage boys running around trying not to be last. That's where we ended up starting to call Seth Nightcrawler. The nickname obviously came from the X-Men character who could teleport. It started as a joke, but by the end of the week, nobody was laughing about it anymore. We were witnessing the paranormal, no two ways about it. The first time it happened, a group of us were sitting around a campfire before breakfast. Seth was there with us, slouched in a folding chair beside the fire ring. He wasn't talking, which I guess wasn't unusual. He was a quiet kid who always seemed slightly detached from whatever was going on around him. The breakfast bell rang and everybody started heading toward the dining hall. I remember looking back because Seth hadn't gotten up yet. He was just sitting there, staring into the cold ashes. 10 minutes later, we walked into the dining hall, and Seth was already inside eating pancakes. A couple of us stopped dead in our tracks. Weren't you just at camp? Seth looked up at us. I came here. That's all he said. Things like that kept happening all week, though. We'd leave him sitting at camp and then find him at the trading post. We'd see him across camp and somehow he'd already be waiting somewhere else before there was enough time for him to get there. The weird part, though, was that he never looked rushed, never sweaty, never out of breath. If he was disheveled, it almost would have been funny, but the fact that he wasn't seriously creeped us all out. A few of us began to start taking notes and comparing them. One kid swore he saw Seth sitting at camp while the other claimed he'd been standing outside the dining hall at the exact same time. The more we paid attention, the less sense it made. There were other things too. Sometimes you'd catch him staring. You'd look up and find him already watching you from across camp. No expression on his face or smile, just staring. Then he'd slowly look away and find somebody else to stare at. One night around the campfire, I caught him doing it. The flames were reflecting in his eyes when he noticed that I'd seen him. He smiled. And I swear I watched the firelight reflection die right there in his pupils. A dancing orange flame, then boom, nothing, just endless black looking back at me. I'll admit it wasn't threatening, but it was unsettling, challenging, as if he wanted somebody to mention his strangeness or something. A couple of days later, I was sitting across from him at lunch. The seat beside him was empty despite the dining hall being packed. I asked if anybody was sitting there. He looked at the chair, then over at me. Sometimes. I waited for the rest of his answer, but he didn't explain. So I moved on and found somewhere else normal to sit. But the strangest encounter happened on a Thursday afternoon. Most of the troop was scattered around camp at merit badge classes. I stayed behind because my stomach was bothering me. For nearly an hour, I was completely alone at our campsite reading beneath a tree. Then I heard something and I figured the crew had earned their badge and were rolling back into camp. I looked up and saw Seth was entering the campsite from this far trail. I checked my watch. He was supposed to be in environmental science. I knew because I'd seen him heading there earlier, and that was the longest course of the day. Maybe he had to go to the bathroom or something? He walked straight through camp, not toward me, nor the bathroom, nor any tent. Just straight through camp. Seth. I had to call out and see if something was wrong, but there was nothing. He just kept walking. So I stood up. "Hey, Seth." Much louder this time, still getting no response. He passed within 20 feet of me, close enough that I could see the freckles on his skin, but he never turned his head and never even acknowledged me. Just simply walked across the clearing, then disappeared down the opposite trail. Up until then, I assumed he was taking shortcuts or messing with people somehow. But something about how he came through was just seriously bizarre. I didn't feel like he ignored me, more like he couldn't sense me at all, if that makes sense. It was like we were in totally different dimensions and I just happened to see him for a second. That evening, I finally asked him about everything. We were filling canteens before dinner. "How do you keep doing this?" He glanced over at me. "Doing what?" "Showing up everywhere." He just stared at me, then he smiled. "You see me because you're looking." I laughed. "Dude, what does that even mean?" His smile then disappeared. "I don't know, but you're the only one looking." He said this very, very seriously and then walked away, and that was the longest conversation I'd had with him all week. Friday night was the final campfire. Everybody was joking around and trading stories. At one point, I noticed Seth several rows away watching the flames. He looked strangely pale in the firelight, and for a second I thought he actually looked sad. Then somebody walked in front of me, broke my line of sight, and when I looked back, he's gone. Judging by how pale and upset he looked, I thought maybe he got sick and jumped up to go to the bathroom or back to his tent. The next morning, we packed up and boarded the buses home. I distinctly remember seeing him sitting near the rear window. I remember because he looked directly at me as we pulled away from camp. When we arrived back at the church parking lot, parents were waiting by the dozen. Everybody piled out and started getting their gear and personal belongings. For a few minutes, I realized I guess I hadn't seen Seth. Where was he? Or maybe I assumed his parents were running late or something. Eventually, I walked over to Scoutmaster while he was unloading equipment. "Hey, where's Seth at?" He looked at me confused, almost distraught. "Seth?" "Yeah." The Scoutmaster looked at me. "Seth wasn't here." I crinkled my brow. "What do you mean?" "He was supposed to come, but his mom called before we left and said he was sick." I stared at him. "No." "Yeah, son." "I talked to him at camp though." The Scoutmaster frowned at me. "Look, buddy, I don't really know what to tell you, but Seth wasn't on this trip. I announced all the absentees at the start of the trip. Do you not remember that?" I couldn't believe him. I turned around, scanned the bus, the parking lot, any sign of proof, but there was nothing to find. Years and years have passed now since that camp, and every now and then I still pull out the photos. There's hundreds of them. Campsites, merit badge classes, dining hall, campfires. I know exactly where Seth should have been standing in several of these pictures because in some of them, he was standing next to me. I'd attended Northwood summer camp several times as a scout before finally getting the chance to come back on staff. I was 13, proud of the staff shirt that was on my back, and convinced I was basically now an adult. The camp sat on this beautiful lake in northern Michigan, surrounded by endless pine forest. Staff members stayed in the cabins instead of tents, which felt like a luxury accommodation to us. There was this cabin though that nobody seemed to use. The first time I took note of it, I was carrying supplies with another member when we passed by. The windows were dark, the door stayed shut. It looked like every other cabin except for one thing. Nobody ever went near it. So I gotta ask, what's up with this one? I said. The older kid helping me glanced over at it and immediately looked away. Don't worry about it, man. But naturally, I kept asking. Eventually, one of the older staff members told me a story. Years earlier, according to camp legend, a kid had joined staff and become obsessed with dark occult type of stuff. Strange symbols started appearing around the campsite, eventually covering the walls of one particular cabin. The carvings became so extreme that he was removed from staff and sent home, and nobody wanted to nor slept in that cabin afterward. A few nights later, just before sunset, I talked to 2 other young staff members into going over there with me. The door wasn't locked, and the moment we stepped inside, I'll admit the place felt heavy with all this bad energy. It smelled dusty and full of rat poop. And at first, everything looked pretty normal until I saw the corner. Somebody had rearranged the bunks years earlier, creating this enclosed section of the wall. The stories hadn't exaggerated, even a single detail. The wood was covered in these carvings, hundreds of them, maybe even thousands. Some were scratched lightly while others were cut so deep that chunks of wood had splintered away. Black and red marker covered sections of the walls. Circles, stars, sagged symbols, and pentagrams. Strange figures over words nobody could recognize. The whole corner looked like a peek inside a psycho's head. One of the guys that was next to me muttered, "Nope," and then proceeded to walk right out of the cabin. The rest of us remained for less than 5 minutes, and I did my best to clear it from my head. Later that night, I woke up around 2 a.m. to a tapping sound. I sat upright. Tap, tap. The sound was coming from outside the cabin, and then it moved somewhere else, but it did it again. Tap, tap, tap. Like somebody was walking around the exterior wall, banging their knuckles up against the wood. I slowly climbed down from my bunk and looked out the window. Didn't see anything though, just darkness and trees. The tapping had stopped, and I chalked it up to an animal roaming by and went back to bed without any issue. The next night though, it happened again, and this time it came directly beneath my window. Tap, tap, tap. I lay there frozen in bed for what felt like hours. When dawn broke, I was already dressed and hustled over to the breakfast fires. I couldn't help myself. Started asking about the weirdness that I experienced over the last couple of nights. Apparently, every single person in the cabin had heard it. Worse yet, nobody had a reasonable explanation. The third night was far worse. I woke up to the sounds of footsteps running outside, fast, circling the cabin. There were several other staff members that were sitting up too, half-sleeping figures in the darkness of the shared cabin. The footsteps stopped directly outside, then came this long scraping sound across the wall. It traveled slowly from one end of the cabin to the other, like nails on a chalkboard. Nobody slept much after that. We put together some foot patrols and really started leaning on the actual scoutmasters. They had zero interest in getting to the bottom of it though. The plan was just to finish out the week and get everybody home. Cut to the following evening, I found myself staring toward that abandoned cabin during dinner. I swore something moved near it, a figure, tall, motionless, standing beside the building. I blinked, but the figure remained. I grabbed another staffer and asked, "Hey, who is that?" He looked, and of course the space was empty. In that moment, I felt my brain slowly fragmenting. I let the staffer go and then just tried to pretend like it didn't happen. That night, I woke up again. Cabin was pitch black. Tried reassuring myself, okay, just go back to sleep, everything's fine. I needed to get back to bed anyway and prepare for the next day of activities. I rolled over and nearly screamed. Someone was standing outside my window. It was a tall silhouette and not unlike the one I'd seen near the creepy cabin earlier that day, but I couldn't see any features, just this dark shape up against the trees. I scrambled out of bed and shook another staff member awake. Hey, look! He sat up and of course, once again, the figure was gone. I couldn't believe it, but the guy I woke up had told me he'd seen a figure out there too, on the very first night that we were here. "Why didn't you tell anybody?" I asked. Oh, I thought I was going crazy. I guess he was kind of right, because I feel like we were all going crazy at this point. By Friday, everybody knew something strange was going on. The tapping continued, the footsteps were constant, and nobody could find any kind of source. Then would come the final night. I woke up again around 3 a.m, and for several seconds everything was quiet, and then I heard that scraping sound again. It was unmistakable. I have my wood carving badge. I know the sound of a blade scraping soft wood. I sat up immediately. It continued. It paused for another second and then continued again. It almost sounded like metal cutting into wood, and this time it wasn't outside the cabin wall. It was there in the room with us, and every hair on my body stood up. The sound lasted for several more minutes. They were making sure the mark was perfect, I guess, and it just stopped right before sunrise. In the morning, nobody could believe it. There were actual shavings all over the floor in the back corner, and near the bottom of the wall was this brand new, creepy symbol. Unlike the older carvings, it exposed timber and was pale, clean, very fresh, and nobody could explain it, and nobody volunteered to investigate it further either. There were still a few more days of camp left, and we didn't want to stay in that cabin anymore. The scoutmasters groaned at us, but eventually let us pack up and choose a new sleeping location. We would have gone all AWOL if they made us stay there another night, that's for sure. The cabin remained empty for the rest of the summer, and that was the easiest way to deal with the problem. Ignore it. I know what you're thinking. I know how my story sounds. It's far-fetched, it's random, it's not believable, but it happened, and I finished my week on staff and went home. But even to this day, I still think about that place. During the summer, I worked on staff at our local Boy Scout camp. I thought I'd just seen about everything at that point. The kids who tried to cook ramen on rocks with magnifying glasses. We had kids who attempted to paddle canoes across the lake after curfew. One scout somehow got his hands stuck inside this folding chair and then had to be cut out of it. After a few weeks, there was very little that surprised me. And then there's Eric. I'm standing in the dish room after lunch, elbow deep in greasy water, scraping mashed potatoes off metal trays. The kitchen's loud, plates are clattering. Somebody behind me is singing really badly, and through the steam-covered window above the sink, I catch a little bit of movement outside. At first, it doesn't really click, or I don't think much of it, and then I took note of who's walking together: the camp ranger, the program director, and 2 senior staff members, 3 counselors as well, all in the middle. And in the middle of all of this is a scout. The kid isn't handcuffed or anything, but the adults are surrounding him close enough that he's clearly not able to leave. This catches my attention and I stop scrubbing. "What's that about?" I ask out loud, but nobody seems to know. The group disappears toward the administration building. The ranger looks furious, the kid looks pale, and then everybody's gone. The rest of lunch is busy enough that I kind of forget about it until later that afternoon. Once the kitchen closes, I head down to the waterfront to waste some time before dinner. My buddy Nate is sitting on the picnic table throwing pebbles into the lake. I tell him about what I saw earlier, and his expression changes. "Oh," he says. "Oh, what?" I ask back. "You didn't hear?" "Hear what, dude? Just give me a crumb of context, please." Nate looks around before leaning a little closer. "They caught that kid trying to catch a rattlesnake." I laugh. That doesn't really seem too serious. "No way." "Dead serious. A rattlesnake?" "Yeah, a big one." The smile then fades from my face. Northern Michigan wasn't exactly famous for giant venomous snakes, but the camp sat on hundreds of acres of woods. Every summer, we'd see garter snakes, fox snakes, water snakes, and occasionally something a little more serious and/or dangerous. "That's not the weird part, though," Nate says, reading my face. "Okay, then what's the weird part? Stop burying the lead here. Why you get in trouble?" They searched his tent. The way he implied it sounded like something sinister. I imagine this kid had caught himself 100 snakes and then hidden them underneath his pillowcase or something. What'd they find? Nate shook his head. A box. So? A box full of snakes. I stare at him. Okay, dude, so what? A box under his cot. At this point, it seriously seems like he's screwing with me. Then he starts listing them. A garter snake, a fox snake, a milk snake, several others nobody could identify immediately, and one fat copperhead. Bullshit, dude. I'm not joking, that's what the ranger said. A copperhead, seriously? Apparently. There's no way, they don't even live here. Bingo. That kid's in deep shit. The lake suddenly feels less relaxing now. Did he bring it from home? That's what they think. You gotta be kidding me. Nate shrugs. The ranger didn't seem too amused. Dinner comes and goes, and the story spreads across the camp like wildfire. By evening, everybody's talking about Snake Boy. Most people assume the story is exaggerated. Boy Scout camps run on rumors. Somebody sees a bear, and by bedtime, it's suddenly a grizzly. A kid hears a coyote, then suddenly it's a whole wolf pack. Stories grow in young imaginations. After taps, I'm walking back toward the staff village when I see lights moving through one of the campsites. Flashlights, several of them, and grown-up voices accompanying him. I stop, it's a counselor. And it's the one I know that's walking down the trail. Hey, what's going on? He looks exhausted. They're searching. Searching for what? Snakes. My stomach drops. Still? Still. Apparently, when they confronted Eric, he admitted there were more animals than they'd found initially, and nobody knew exactly how many. So now, hours after dark, counselors were combing through tents, gear piles, brush, and undergrowth, looking for any and every escaped snake. I watch the flashlights weave throughout the trees. The whole thing feels ridiculous. A counselor then suddenly yells and is panicked. Several lights converge and somebody shouts for the ranger. I proceed to the village and secure myself in my bunk for the evening. The next morning, the story somehow gets a little worse. I'm eating breakfast when one of the older counselors sits across from me. You know that kid who got sent home last week? Which one? The snake bite. I stopped chewing. I'd forgotten about that. A scout had been rushed to urgent care after waking up screaming in the middle of the night. The official explanation was that he'd rolled onto something in a sleeping bag and gotten bit by this unknown snake. It was treated as a weird accident. The kid went home, end of story. Except now the counselor is staring at me. Take a guess who his tent mate was. I already knew the answer. Oh shit. Yep, Eric. The counselor takes a sip of coffee. The ranger talked to the kid's parents yesterday. Don't tell me. The scout says he woke up during the night and saw Eric holding a snake. Nightmare fuel. What? Yeah, the kid thought he was dreaming. Suddenly, the dining hall feels very quiet. Apparently, Eric told him not to worry about it, to go back to sleep. I just stared at my food. What the fuck? He shakes his head. Yeah, what a Looney Tune. We kind of went quiet after that, not saying anything. Outside the dining hall window, scouts are heading toward morning merit badges. Canoes are moving across the lake. Birds are singing. Everything looks to be pretty normal. But now all I can picture is a kid lying in his tent while his tent mate sits awake in darkness with a collection of venomous snakes slithering over both of them. There's more, counselor says to me. Of course there is. When they searched his gear, they found all these jars. Jars? Yeah, he'd been trying to collect venom. I rubbed my face with both hands. What the hell? Yeah. From the copperhead? From anything that would bite. I set my head up against the table and the counselor then lowered his voice. Apparently, he'd been trying to milk venom into containers. Does anybody know why? No clue. And that question haunted everybody. My personal suspicion, he wanted to poison everybody at camp. He was going to pour the venom in those jars into our food, our water supply, anything he could make toxic. I don't know if that would actually work, but Whatever the reason, the camp never saw him again. His parents came and picked him up that afternoon. The ranger personally escorted him to the parking lot. The remaining snakes were removed, and the campsite was searched repeatedly. Life returned to normal. And Eric became infamous among the staff members for many, many years after. After more than 20 years in the Boy Scouts, I have a pretty good idea of what to expect at a camp. Rainstorms that arrive without any kind of warning, a child forgetting their sleeping bag, a fox or raccoon digging through rubbish in the middle of the night, strange sounds in the woods that turn out to be a deer or another leader wandering around to pee. What I never expected to have on a scout camp risk assessment was a group of naked people chanting around a fire 50 meters from hundreds of sleeping children. And yeah, that's exactly what happened. Last year, during our district camp in Belgium, we rented a large scout-owned domain with rolling fields and patches of forest. I arrived a day early because the weather was perfect and I wanted a peaceful evening before roughly 500 campers arrived. When I got there, I noticed another group occupying a couple of neighboring fields. They were not scouts. They told me their name, but I can't remember it now. After the camp, I tried searching for them online and found pretty much nothing. I suspect they gave me some sort of false credentials. Yeah, simply put, they were odd. They spoke very little and kept to themselves. Most of their camp was around this large fire pit with old-looking equipment and tents. Most unsettling, at least, was their clothing. Even in warm weather, they wore these long dark robes that reached the ground. I remember joking that they looked like they had stepped directly out of the Middle Ages. That first night around 10 o'clock, the drumming begins. Starts with a single beat, then another joined it, then another. Soon the entire field was echoing with dozens of different rhythms and colliding together. Along with the drums came with what I'd described as, I guess, singing, although there was no melody or language that I could recognize. The sounds would rise and fall like somebody mourning, whispering, and then screaming all at the same time. It continued until nearly 3 in the morning. I was irritated and tired, but I assumed they were just some strange spiritual group having some form of a retreat. They had rented the field and were technically allowed to be down there. I was powerless to stop it from a legal perspective. Cut to the next day and our scouts arrive. Hundreds of children filled the domain with tents, games, and normal chaos of camp. The rogue group stayed in their area, but they watched and their eyes found every child. And that was what disturbed me most. Whenever I looked over while carrying equipment or helping with some kind of setup, I would see several of them standing silently at the edge of their field. They were not talking, they were not smiling, they were just watching our camp, watching the children. If I acknowledged them, they never responded. They would simply continue staring until I looked away. The second night, those drums returned at 11 and continued until around 1 in the morning. Leaders started complaining. We had enough to manage with hundreds of youth and nobody wanted to make a scene. Saturday would be our traditional campfire night. It was a wonderful evening with songs, stories, and skits. Eventually, the kids go to bed and by midnight, the camp was nice and silent. But then, yeah, you guessed it, of course those drums start right up again and I'm shocked. I'm standing near a path talking with another leader when the first beat echoed through the darkness. Neither of us needed to say anything. We're both thinking the same thing. Not these people again. At this point, not gonna lie, I was genuinely angry. They had spent 2 days watching a scout camp with hundreds of kids. They knew exactly who was there, yet they chose midnight to begin this stupid ritual again. Around 1 in the morning, I tried to go to bed. One of the other leaders said he was too exhausted to come with me to complain, and truthfully, I didn't want to walk over there alone. The next morning, I actually learned that several other leaders had gone over there to give these campers a piece of their mind. They walked toward the drumming expecting to tell a few inconsiderate campers to lower the noise. Instead, they found an entire group gathered around a fire and they were all completely naked. Their bodies were covered in dirt and ash. They moved in a circle around the flames, beating drums and making those same unnatural noises we heard every other night. Their heads were tilted up toward the sky, mouths hanging open, far wider than seemed to be comfortable. The strangest part was that they didn't react to the leader's presence at all. They didn't look over, they didn't acknowledge them, they didn't pause. They acted as though nobody else existed. The leaders didn't argue, they didn't ask any more questions, they just simply turned around and walked back to camp. I still have no idea who these people were or what they were doing. Perhaps there's a completely reasonable explanation for their quote-unquote ceremony, but I often think about the fact that hundreds of children were sleeping only a short walk away. I think about a scout waking up in the middle of the night, hearing those drums somewhere in the woods and deciding to go investigate for themselves. I'm very grateful that nobody ever did. If any of you listening has any information to what this could be, I'd love to hear your theories. Thank you for your time, and thank you for listening. I was in college when I let one of my friends talk me into helping with his scout troop as an assistant scoutmaster. It was early summer at the time, camping trip, nothing ambitious. We hiked about 1.5 miles up a mountain to a clearing and pitched some tents, and settled in for what was supposed to be this easy overnight. The forecast was calling for scattered thunderstorms, but nobody seemed to be too worried. By lunch, we knew the weather had it in for us. The air had gone heavy and cold, and storm clouds were stacking beyond the ridges and slowly growing darker. Throughout the afternoon, we watched them build. Every now and then, thunder would roll somewhere off in the distance, but no rain had arrived yet. The boys were playing cards, exploring the woods, and asked those usual questions. The adults continued to check the sky. By 6 o'clock, it looked like midnight. The entire clearing had turned black. The scoutmaster stood at the horizon and finally said, "I don't like this." We were debating whether to break camp when the first hard gust hit. It folded a tarp in half and then snapped a guy line. And then the rain finally arrived. It came down all at once, torrential. Within seconds, everybody was running for cover. I dove into a dome tent with several scouts and the wind began hammering at the fabric. The rainfly ripped loose almost immediately, water blasting through the mesh walls. All the sleeping bags were soaked within minutes. Outside tents were collapsing and boys were yelling over the storm. For 15 minutes straight, the weather beat us to pieces. The wind howled through the clearing, lightning flashed constantly, which I'll admit was scary, but also a blessing. One of the tents flattened completely with scouts still inside it. Another lost its rainfly as well and then disappeared into the trees. Every flash of lightning showed equipment tumbling throughout the camp. Then, off in the distance, I thought I heard what was wind. But then I listened harder and heard it again. It was tornado sirens. They were far away and coming from towns somewhere below the mountain, but there was no mistaking the sound. The scoutmaster heard them too, and his expression changed immediately. "We're leaving, right now." Nobody argued, but nobody moved either. "Go, go!" he hollered, ushering toward the trail. We dragged kids from tents and tried organizing them up in the storm. Some had boots on, some didn't. One kid kept trying to save his backpack and another was crying. Rain was hitting us so hard that it stung against exposed skin. With everything going on, it was incredibly stressful. We counted heads twice and then started moving. The trail downhill had become a river. Older scouts took off faster than they should have, while younger boys struggled behind them. We tried keeping everybody together, but visibility was awful. Headlamps were bouncing through the rain ahead of us while thunder drowned out every instruction we shouted. Lightning flashed every few seconds, showing us pieces of the trail before plunging everything back into darkness. Halfway down the mountains, something exploded from the brush, and for one terrifying second I thought people were running at us. But I quickly realized it was coyotes, a whole pack of them. They came pouring across the trail in the opposite direction, soaked and frantic, fleeing the storm, just like we were. There were at least 6 or 7 of them. They weren't hunting, they weren't interested in us. They were terrified, wild-eyed, and slack-jawed. The storm had probably washed them out of whatever den they'd been sleeping in. Unfortunately, terrified animals are still dangerous. One slammed into a scout and knocked him sideways. Another brushed past my leg and snapped at my boots. A kid screamed and stumbled away. A younger scout fell into his hands and knees as one coyote bounded over him, close enough to clip his shoulder. The others growled as they squeezed between the boys on the trail. For several seconds, everything was just chaos, pure panic. I thought we were about to get ripped to shreds. Rain and mud, growling and fangs, boys were shouting for their lives. I grabbed one of the scouts by the back of his shirt and hauled him upright before he got trampled. Lightning flashed again and illuminated an entire pack as they raced downhill through the trees. And then just like that, they were gone. The whole encounter lasted maybe 30 seconds, if that. But I'll fully admit it felt like 10 minutes or longer. Nobody stopped running afterward either. Even the smaller boys were now running down with the older kids. And the storm was only seeming to get worse. Branches were crashing all around us, telling us that we still weren't alone. The wind was shoving us sideways. Every flash of lightning made me expect to see a tree coming down across the trail. Then thankfully we finally saw the parking lot, and I don't think I've ever been happier to see a row of cars. The boys piled inside without caring whose vehicle they entered. We started counting heads again immediately and then counted once more. Then one more time after that just to be sure everybody had made it. A few kids had scrapes and bruises, one had lost a shoe, another had a bloody nose from a fall. Everybody was soaked and shaking, but everybody was there. We remained in the cars while the storm outside raged overhead. Rain hammered everything, wind rocked the vehicles. Every now and then the distant tornado sirens rose up through the noise. After an hour or so, the weather settled into this steady rain, but there was no chance we were hiking back up. We spent the night in the parking lot. The next morning though, we returned to camp and the clearing was a complete disaster zone. Tents were scattered everywhere. Rain flies had vanished completely. Packs, cookware, sleeping pads were spread across the hillside. Several of the tents had traveled nearly 300 yards because nobody had bothered staking them down properly. We searched around for missing equipment for hours. We never found the patrol bags. Off in the distance, we could see a section of trees that had been flattened. Later, we were told that a tornado never actually touched down. The damage itself had come from these straight-line winds. We've been lucky to make it down the mountain without any kind of injury. As you can imagine, that was my last adventure in the world of scoutmastering. Good luck out there, boys. I grew up inside a place that didn't really have a name. And I know that sounds like bullshit, but anybody that's been through a reservation, they know what I'm talking about. Not every group of houses has an actual name. If you looked at a map of the Pine Ridge Reservation, you could find the roads between Kyle and Wanley, the empty stretches of prairie, the scattered homes where the Lakota families had lived for generations. What you couldn't find, though, was my community. There were maybe 30 families spread across miles of land with no stores, no restaurants, no gas stations, not even jobs. Everything required a very long drive. Now, the land itself is beautiful, but that was the cruel part. Tourists passed through the Black Hills and talked about the endless sky and golden sunsets. They'd never stay long enough to experience the silence afterwards, though. Everything becomes so quiet you'd think that we were all dead. As a child, I thought I was simply lonely. My cousins were miles away. My closest neighbor was a tiny porch light on the horizon. And there were entire weeks during the summer where I barely spoke to any other kid my age. So I wandered. I climbed hills, explored dry creek beds, and imagined that there was something beyond the horizon waiting just for me. When I was 10 years old, I saw him for the first time. It was just after sunset during that strange blue hour when everything loses its shape. I stood behind my grandmother's trailer and noticed a figure on the neighboring ridge. A man. At least I thought he was. He was far too tall, arms hanging unnaturally at his sides. He stood completely still facing me. I waved, he moved, but didn't wave back. So I yelled, but I got nothing in response. He was like a shadow that had somehow animated itself. I ran back to my grandmother and told her what I'd seen. The most frightening part was not that she believed me, it was that she became quiet, almost studious. My grandmother had survived loss, poverty, addiction, and more funerals than either of us can imagine. She was not a woman who frightened easily. That evening, she locked the door and the windows. "Don't walk the hills at night anymore," she said to me. "Why?" She then looked toward those dark hills. "Because some things that are out there are lonely. They need company. Do you understand?" And that's all she would really say. I didn't understand her until I became a teenager myself. Depression didn't come all at once, it arrived randomly. A little emptiness, a little hopelessness. By 14, it felt like someone was sitting beside me every waking moment. I stopped leaving my room, I stopped talking to friends. Every morning felt like waking up with 100 pounds tied around my heart. And that's when I started seeing him again, Walking Sam. By this age, I'd heard all about the legends. Sometimes he stood on distant hills, sometimes he'd watch from an old cottonwood tree near our trailer, but he was always waiting, and as I got older, he began closing in. One night when I was 15, I awoke around 2 a.m, saw him standing outside my window, no more than 50 feet away, 7 feet tall at least, thin as a dead tree, no nose, no mouth, only 2 dark eyes staring through the glass. His arms hung so low his fingers nearly touched his feet. So the stories were true. He did really look like that. In the moment I wanted to scream, to wake my parents. Instead I watched as if I had some kind of sleep paralysis. Slowly he raised his arm and pointed toward the hills. It wasn't a threat. He was extending some kind of invitation, almost like, "Come with me." The most terrifying thing was that he never spoke. There was no voice in my head, no supernatural whisper. The thoughts were like I felt them on my own. "You don't belong here. Nobody would miss you. Come walk with me." The next thing that I remember is my grandmother shaking me awake on the couch. I had no memory of leaving my bedroom, but I was wearing my shoes and jacket and the front door stood wide open. After that night, I never talked about him again. Years later, I moved to Kyle for college, and for the first time in my life, I was surrounded by other young Lakota people. We shared stories about poverty, grief, addiction, and friends that we had lost far too young. Eventually, through the semesters, somebody mentioned a name, Walking Sam. The room became silent. Everybody knew him. One girl said she saw him out her window the night before her brother died. Another student claimed he'd followed him across the prairie when he was a kid. The older guys, even some of the professors, said stories about Sam existed long before the internet created monsters like the Slender Man. He'd always been there, lurking, looking for those who had already put one foot over the edge, collecting his keepsakes. I'm 31 now. I have a wife, a daughter, a life I never believed that I would have. I haven't seen Walking Sam in years now, and maybe there's a simple explanation. Maybe he was the shape of my young mind that gave into depression and isolation. Maybe my grandmother knew that, which is why she never called him a monster. She only said that he was lonely. It does remind me of the old native proverb, the 2 wolves inside us, which one wins? Whichever one you feed. Maybe these phantoms are the same way. If you see something that shouldn't be there, look away and pay it no mind, cousin. Do not feed them. There's a stretch of northeastern South Dakota that some people call the Bermuda Triangle. Now, it's not marked on any map. There's no signs warning you that you're entering it. If you drive through it, you may not even realize you've crossed this invisible border. But ask anybody who spent enough time inside that part of the state. The triangle stretches roughly from Sisseton to the Millbank exit off of Interstate 29 and over toward Wabash. And they'll all tell you the same thing. Something about that place feels demonic. I've driven through it dozens of times, more than I can count. And every single time I'll tell myself I'm being dramatic, that I'm noticing patterns where there aren't any, and that something always happens. I'll be driving under a perfect blue sky. The sun will be shining and the roads will be dry. Everything will be nice and peaceful. And then I cross into that area. The clouds appear almost immediately and the temperature plummets. The wind starts pushing up against the side of the vehicle. Rain slams up against the windshield so hard that the wipers can barely even keep up. Sometimes there's a fog so thick that the fields disappear entirely, as though the land itself has just been erased. And this is just when there's bad weather. Other times it will be police activity, sheriff after sheriff blasting into the unknown, cherries racing, usually an ambulance will follow them. And if it's neither of those, it's stranded, abandoned cars, and gunshots just off the roadway. Suddenly, as it began, you drive a few miles further, and all that stuff goes away. Whatever the plague is that day will thin out and you'll be back in normal South Dakota. And weather isn't really the only strange thing that people talk about. Years ago, I worked with a man who had spent decades in law enforcement. After retiring, he continued assisting agencies by training and handling cadaver dogs. The man had seen things that most people are fortunate enough to never experience. And you could tell by the way he talked. He could have been macho about above everything on earth, but he was extremely humble. He wasn't one of those guys who bragged about crime scenes or blew smoke up your ass. Most of the time, he avoided the subject entirely. But every now and then, after a long day, he would maybe tell you a story. And every single one of these stories had that same setting, the triangle. Even law enforcement is privy to this phenomenon. According to him, an unbelievable number of missing persons were found in that area. People who disappeared in South Dakota, people who disappeared outside of South Dakota. The dogs always seemed to lead search teams back to the same lonely roads, the same abandoned fields, the same water-filled sloughs where the reeds grew taller than 6 feet. He said that the worst part wasn't finding the bodies, it was what happened beforehand. He told me an old story among some of the people who worked on those cases, a legend, I guess I would say, the Wailing Woman. According to the stories, she would appear late at night near the sloughs. She materializes as a young, beautiful native girl, late teens, early 20s, and gorgeous beyond all measure. Her clothes are torn apart. Sometimes she looks as if she's been dragged through miles of mud and brush. Sometimes she appears half-dressed, as though she escaped from something she never should have escaped from. She stumbles through the field screaming, crying, but she is beautiful. She makes a sound so full of fear and sorrow that the people who hear it have the same reaction. They freeze out of pure shock. The sounds are awful. A person reliving the worst moment of her life over and over again. I'll admit I laughed when he first told me. The triangle is one thing, but a disappearing woman? A ghost? Come on, it sounds a little crazy, but still, I laughed because I guess maybe I was in denial. He nodded with me, and then said something that I wasn't prepared for, that he'd seen her once. He and several officers had been searching the area near one of the cow ponds after a young native girl had gone missing, and the dogs had picked up a scent. They were preparing to move into the reeds when one of the officers noticed movement ahead. A young barefoot girl, and her clothing was ripped. She was stumbling through the grass with her head down, making a noise that he described as being somewhere between crying and screaming. The officers called out to her, and she didn't respond. They moved toward her and she disappeared into the reeds. There was no running. He was very clear about that. No footsteps, no chase. This woman was gone in a second. The officers searched the area where they had just seen her. There was nowhere she could have gone, so they were confident, but they didn't find a trace of her. Then the dogs started barking. They led the team 20 yards deeper into the slough, and then that's when they found the missing girl. Dead, unfortunately, but the same age build and same torn clothes. When he finished telling me that story, he didn't add a dramatic ending. It didn't really need one, I guess. Again, this guy was as down to earth and as real as it gets. He didn't claim she was a ghost either, nor did he say the land was haunted. He took a breath and just moved on. Just another open end in a lifetime of bizarre cases. That 1,000-yard stare of somebody who had spent too much time looking at things that no human should have ever had to see, and then trying to make sense of it all. So yeah, I guess maybe he could be the greatest liar I've ever met, but I'll tell you this. Every time I drive through the triangle and the sky goes dark for no reason, every time the rain starts pounding my windshield and the empty fields disappear behind a wall of fog, or the police are out crawling and chasing people, raiding, I remember about those stories and all the girls that go missing out here, year after year. I'm 19 years old now, and I don't live in South Dakota anymore. It happened when I was 11, and neither my father nor I have ever told anybody about it until these last few years. We lived in Murdo, South Dakota, and hunting was a huge part of our lives. My dad took it very seriously. We had high-end gear, thermal binos, night vision scopes, expensive rifles, anything you could imagine. Between the two of us, we had spent hundreds of hours inside the wilderness and thought and assumed we knew what to expect. He had actually spent a few thousand hours. I mean, the guy's a real pro. We were hunting in the area between Murdo and White River. Like usual, we set up our blind before sunset and were waiting. A few bucks had passed through during the evening, but nothing worth taking yet. By around 9 o'clock, we decided to pack it up and head home. While we were taking down the blind, a huge buck stepped out from behind a tree, I'd say maybe 50 yards away. Immediately, our whole attitude changed. It was enormous. It would have been a personal record for my father, easily. We slowly dropped to the grass, got into a prone position, brought our rifles up. Showtime, do or die, whatever you want to call it. This was our Alamo. The buck looked at us, and I couldn't understand what I was looking at. It was obviously a deer, but no part of it made any sense. Its legs were too spindly, the joints looked swollen. Its body had this sick, bloated look to it, lumps, holes, scabs. It was like a rotting mutant. Then I looked at the eyes. They were furious and not that of an injured prey, but those eyes said murder. I glanced over at my dad, and that was when I realized how serious this was. My father was the type of person who stayed calm in every situation. He had dealt with dangerous animals before and never panicked, but now he looked genuinely disturbed. The buck then took a step toward us, and my dad fired. The bullet hit it square, broadside. I saw blood come out, but the animal didn't fall. It didn't jump, stumble, or even react. It just stood there, staring at us. And that was a kill shot. This should have killed any deer on the planet. Instead of falling, we watched it rise up onto its hind legs. And I know how unbelievable that sounds, but this is exactly what happened. Its front legs hung in front of its body, bent awkwardly as it took another step toward us. And then it seemed to really find its stride. The whole body made a lot more sense once it had haunched upon us. My father grabbed my arm and yelled for me to run. We didn't grab anything around us, we just booked it. We moved through the woods, and I could hear it behind us the whole time, unbelievably fast. Several times I wanted to look back, but my father kept telling me not to. I knew he could outrun me, but he stayed a few steps behind me, dead flush between me and that thing behind us. We ran back to the truck, and it felt like it lasted forever. We were exhausted by the time we finally reached it. We threw our rifles into the bed, jumped inside, and my dad started driving before I even had my seatbelt on. For a while, neither of us really said anything, and then I made the mistake of looking out the back window. There it was, standing at the edge of the tree, still on two legs. It hadn't chased us all the way there. It had almost like it teleported or something, and now it's watching us leave. We never returned back to that blind or to get the equipment that we left behind. My father never brought that night up again, and neither did I. There was this odd understanding between us that some things are better just left alone. I don't know whether those stories about these not deer have any truth to them. I still have no clue what we encountered between Murdo and White River. All I know is that was not a normal deer. It didn't act like one, not even remotely. We were looking at something else entirely. So if you're ever out there hunting and see one that doesn't quite look right, my advice is pretty simple. Don't wait around to find out what the hell it is. It's been nearly a decade now, but the memory always comes back whenever I take a bath. Every single time I'm sitting in a tub, I look toward the door, and I remember that old house and that creepy pervert. I haven't told very many people my story. Once you know who was involved, you'll understand why. This happened in 2012. I was pregnant at the time, chronically tired, emotional, and trying to keep up with my oldest child. We lived in this huge house that had a lot of character. Tall ceilings, old wooden floors that creaked when you walked across them, and an upstairs bathroom with this gorgeous old clawfoot bathtub. It was honestly one of my favorite things about the house. That night we had company over. My oldest child's father was there, along with his brother, their uncle, and their sister. It was normally a family night. Everybody was downstairs talking, laughing, and watching TV. Whatever people do when they're comfortable around each other. Nothing felt strange. The person who did this wasn't some stranger breaking into my house. It wasn't somebody lurking outside a window. It was somebody sitting downstairs with everybody else. Someone I trusted enough to have in my own home. At some point I get tired. Pregnancy exhaustion had hit me dramatically back then, and I decided I was done socializing for the night. I told everybody I was going upstairs to take a bath and then headed upstairs to the bathroom. I filled up that clawfoot tub, locked the door behind me, and climbed in. I was relieved to finally have a moment to myself. The house was ancient, and because it was ancient, nothing was perfectly sealed. The bathroom door sat a couple of inches off the floor, leaving this gap between the wood and the frame, a detail I had never thought about twice until it was actually a convenience sometimes, having children. Until that night I was washing up when I noticed a tiny flicker of light near the bottom of the door. It was small and just a quick flash. At first I ignored it. I figured somebody had come upstairs. Who cares? Maybe they needed something from another room. They could have needed to use the bathroom and now were just waiting in the hall. There's no reason to lose my head. But then I get this weird feeling. You know, when your brain notices something before consciously you understand what that is? This little warning signal that says, pay attention or get out. I looked down toward the bottom of the door and froze. There was a phone sitting on the floor, leaned up against the crack beneath the door, and was pointed directly at the bathtub. For a second, I sat there unable to make sense of it. My mind started to come up with any other explanations. Maybe somebody dropped it, maybe it had slipped, maybe… No, it was perfectly positioned. The camera was on me. Somebody had placed it there. But God, who? There was multiple people in my house that night. My child's father, his brother, their uncle, and their sister. Somebody I know and trusted. They were on the other side of the door now, watching me. I didn't scream even though I wanted to. There was just a desire to jump out of the tub, but as pregnant as I was, it wasn't just possible to do so. Looking back, people always ask me why I didn't immediately confront whoever it was, and honestly, I don't know. I was pregnant, vulnerable, and completely caught off guard. My brain just went into survival mode. I didn't want to know the person outside to know that I'd seen the phone. I wanted to know who it was, so I glanced again just enough to catch a detail. The phone case was all I needed. Thankfully, I'd put my towel close enough to the tub because being pregnant had made me too lazy to leave it across the room. I slowly reached for it and covered myself up, trying my best to act like I was completely unaware. That's when I saw the phone move and slide away. Whoever was holding it had realized they weren't going to get anything else. That was the moment my fear turned into pure rage. I got dressed as quickly as I could, but forced myself to remain calm. I already had a plan. A few weeks earlier, I'd gotten a new phone and picked out a case that I loved, and I used that as my excuse. When I came downstairs, everybody was there, including the guilty party, whoever it may be, sitting around like nothing had happened. I smiled and said, "I really love the case that I picked out for my phone. Let me see what you guys have." Nobody thought anything of it, and one by one, everybody pulled out their phones, and I couldn't believe how easy it was. I spotted the case right away. My brother-in-law, the uncle to my children, genuine family for me. I was ill. It was too close to home. There was no fear of a stranger. There was just this horrible realization that somebody who had sat at my dinner table, laughed with me, and had been part of my family had now been willing to violate me like that. Somebody that I left alone with my children. I wish I could say that I confronted him, but I didn't say a word. I was shocked and too embarrassed to open up my mouth. If I'm being honest, I think I was afraid of what would happen next. Once something like that is spoken out loud, everything changes. It would truly put a rift in the family and things would never be the same. True victim mentality. So I swallowed it and kept it to myself for years, but the damage didn't stay in that bathroom. After that, every time I took a bath, I shoved the towel under the door, even when nobody was home, because why risk it? Years later, I finally told one of his sisters. She was furious. She couldn't believe her own brother had done something so heinous. The reaction actually gave me the courage to tell my husband, which she encouraged me to do. His response hurt almost as much as the original incident. I was devastated. He told me that I was attractive, so of course somebody would want a video of me naked. Just a piece of meat, zero value in either person's mind. I didn't need him to fight anybody. I didn't need any dramatic confrontation. I didn't need somebody to defend my honor or white knight for me. I think I just wanted him to say, that was wrong and I'm sorry that it happened. I've always hated the way people look at my dog's muzzle. The second they see it, their eyes change. They assume that she's mean and dangerous and that I'm irresponsible for owning a pit bull in the first place. The truth is a lot less black and white. She's 70 pounds of stubborn, affectionate muscle who would rather spend her day pressed up against my legs on the couch than doing anything remotely aggressive. She loves people, she loves me, she has a favorite blanket, and she has this ridiculous habit of snoring loud enough to shake the whole apartment. She doesn't like other dogs. Sue her. She's reactive, and because I love her and take responsibility seriously, she wears a muzzle when we're on our walks. It keeps everybody safe, including her. It also keeps me out of any kind of court battles. But every time somebody crosses the street or gives me that look, I feel myself wanting to explain that she isn't a monster. She has boundaries like we all do. Ironically, I'm grateful that somebody saw that muzzle and made the wrong assumption last winter. The day is cold and miserable in that typical South Dakota way. The sky is a solid gray sheet and the air is wet. Every gust of wind cuts straight through my jacket. Most dog walkers are inside, which makes it the perfect day to try a different route. We love to explore. We head into this nice quiet neighborhood in Sioux Falls. Well-kept lawns, expensive trucks in the driveway, and front porches decorated with all kinds of late fall stuff. It's the kind of neighborhood where people insist that nothing bad ever happens, but I don't believe in safe neighborhoods. Bad people have cars too. Anybody can travel, and if I was a bad dude, I would be seeking out these neighborhoods exclusively. My dog is trotting beside me, her tail swaying. We take random turns with no real destination in mind. Left, right, another left. We're just wandering around when I notice him, and at first I pay him no mind. A man is walking behind us about half a block away. It's a public sidewalk, right? So whatever. After a few minutes pass, I turn left and he turns left. I turn right, he turns right. We loop around another block and boom, he's still there, menacingly. I'm trying to remind myself and tell myself not to overreact. Maybe it's just happenstance, the guy lives nearby, or we simply happen to be heading in the same direction. Something about him feels predatory though. He doesn't have a dog. And he isn't dressed like somebody planning to be out in the cold. He's got no gloves on, no hat, no earbuds, no water bottle. Just a hoodie and jeans, moving at a pace that keeps him right behind me, giving me the ick. I feel it coming before I fully acknowledge it. Something is coming. I make another turn and he does the same. There are no side streets, no mailbox for him to suddenly stop at, no parked car he can pretend belongs to him. I'm done wandering around. I stop and my dog immediately senses the shift in action. She sits at my leg on command, ears perked, body alert. I turn to face him. Showtime. He hesitates for a second, and I can almost feel the realization hit him that I've caught on to this whole thing, but he keeps coming my way until he's only a few feet away. "Hey," he says with this smile, "you're really pretty." I just continue to stare him down. "Can I get your number?" The normalcy of the question pisses me off. He's acting like it's a chance encounter, but really, he's been stalking me for a mile and a half. You've been following me." His smile disappears. "What? You heard me. I wasn't following you." "Dude, yeah, you were." His face hardens so quickly that it makes my stomach drop. One second he's trying to be all charming, the next he's offended that I notice his bullshit. He's gonna lunge. I can feel it. "Wow," he says, stepping toward me further. "You're a fucking slut." The street is empty. No cars are passing. There's no doors open. No neighbors to step outside. It's just me, him, and my dog. I grip her leash and keep my head on a swivel. "My dog will bite you." He looks down at the muzzle still covering her face, and that seems to give him confidence. He smiles at both of us. "I could take that mutt. Fuck, he's wearing a muzzle, dumbass." Wrong answer. I reach down, unclip the muzzle, and my dog surges forward. Not because she's a monster or because she wants to attack him, but because she senses my fear and a stranger is invading our space. He doesn't know that. He has no idea there isn't much bite in this dog. All he sees is 70 pounds of pit bull suddenly moving toward him with nothing between her teeth and his legs, his thighs, his groin, and I watch every inch of him pucker up. His confidence disappears. He jumps back and mutters something under his breath, turns away at a pace that told me he was late for something. We don't chase him. We simply just watch until he disappears around a corner. Then I gently put the muzzle back on. Good doggy. Only then do I realize that my hands are shaking. The adrenaline crashes over me all at once as I kneel down and wrap my arms around her thick neck. She licks my face like nothing happened, completely unaware that she may have just prevented something far worse. People can judge the muzzle all they want. That's entirely their choice. Last summer, I was living in South Dakota for a temporary work assignment. The place that I was staying at was technically an Airbnb, but calling it that feels like a lie. It was basically just this old motel that had been converted into 4 small rooms that connected to each other. The neighborhood itself was quiet and nice enough, at least by my standards. My room was number 4, at the very end of the building. It was tiny. There was a bed, a mini fridge, a bathroom, and just enough space to walk around in. At the time, I didn't really think about how isolated it actually was. It was just a temporary place to sleep, and there to work, not really lounge. Looking back, I think about the fact that there was only one door. How's that not a fire hazard? Only one way in and out. Spooky. That afternoon around 4 o'clock, I decided to go for a walk. When I stepped outside, I noticed this man standing near the complex staring toward the rooms, and it immediately made me uncomfortable. The strange part wasn't that he looked at me. People look at each other all the time. It was that he didn't stop when I noticed him. He just kept watching me. No reaction. I got nervous, no two ways about it, but I didn't want to admit that. I was 25 years old living on my own, and I didn't want to be somebody who assumed every stranger had bad intentions. So instead of immediately going back inside, I walked over to my car and pretended I needed something. I wanted to give it a chance to diffuse. And that's when the guy spoke up. "Is Cassie home?" I told him I didn't know. I explained that I didn't know the names of the other people staying there. Naturally, the conversation should have ended there, right? A normal person would have apologized and moved on. Maybe they would have said that they had the wrong place or asked if I knew which room she stayed in at the most, but he didn't do any of that. He just looked at me, and that was enough for me to go back inside my room and lock my door. For the next few hours, I kept checking the window, telling myself that maybe I'm being a little dramatic here. Maybe he was looking for his friend, or that Cassie was really here somewhere. Maybe he's just drunk. The possibilities are endless. Eventually, I couldn't see him anywhere outside though. By around 7 that evening, it was still bright outside, and I decided I wasn't going to let one weird interaction keep me trapped inside this room. So I went for my walk, by God. And it only lasted about 20 minutes. Nothing happened. I saw other people outside. Cars rolled by. Everything was nice and normal, at least until I got back. I entered my room, took off my clothes, and got ready to take a shower when I hear it. At first, my brain couldn't process what I was hearing. It was such a small sound, a little metallic jiggle, then another. Somebody was trying my door. It was the lock and handle making that familiar jangle. The fear hit me so hard that I almost collapsed. Whoever was on the other side wasn't knocking, they wanted in, right now. I rushed to the other room and slammed my whole body into the door, anything to help keep it shut. I could feel the door frame going back and forth between us. If I hadn't tried to block the door, it would have fallen in for sure. Once I felt the door was actually secure, I peeled back the curtain to get a look. And you guessed it, it was him, same guy from earlier. He knew I wasn't Cassie, at least I assumed he did. Hours later, here he is scratching at my door. I yelled, asking him what the hell he was doing, and his answer made my blood run cold. Is Cassie home? It was like we never even had that first conversation. I screamed back that there was no Cassie staying here. I'm not Cassie, to leave me alone. The pressure on the door dissipated, but he lurked out there for a bit longer. I called the police, who told me I was on a list and they would get to me when they could. Apparently a busy night in South Dakota. Either way, the guy wandered back down the drive, screaming Cassie's name out. When he got to the street, he stopped, turned around, and stared bullets back into the building. And then there was this weird moment of recognition, or maybe realization. His brain put something together and he hustled up the road, disappearing from sight. The cops eventually came, took my statement, and looked around, but they didn't find the guy. But there was reports for weeks, if not months, about a strange man looking for Cassie. My father died on a Thursday. For weeks afterward, I wrote that word on every mirror in my apartment. Thursday. I was terrified that the world was going to erase him, and sometimes I still am. The heart attack had taken him once. I was convinced that something was coming to take him a second time by making everybody forget that he even existed. That probably should have been the moment I realized that something was wrong, but grief doesn't frame itself as madness. It comes covertly. It whispers that you're the only person who understands what's really happening, and so I listened. I barely slept after the funeral. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw him in that hospital bed, gray and still. And I could not connect the body to the man who taught me to ride a bike, fixed my first car, and carried me on his shoulders when I was little. I kept waiting for my phone to ring and for him to tell me that there'd been some kind of mistake. When it never happened, my mind concocted something else. I suffer from a mental disorder I'd rather not publicly disclose, but I struggle with psychosis. This was the deepest dive that I ever took. In my mind, my father had discovered something before he died. Something about the end of the world. The earth was dying and somehow I'd been chosen to witness its destruction. But not from the ground, from the sky. I was going to grow wings. Even now, saying this out loud makes me feel sick. At the time, it was as undeniable as my own name. I would stand sideways in the bathroom mirror and study my ribs. I could feel pressure under my skin, undeniable spasms of something trying to break free. The wings were trapped. They needed room to get their beginning. The first time I cut into my side, I cried with relief. I wasn't trying to hurt myself. I genuinely believed I was helping myself transform. Sitting there on the edge of my bathtub with blood running down my stomach, I whispered, "It's okay, I'm helping you. Grow, little feathers, grow." I said it like I was speaking to a baby. I made more cuts over the next few days. Then I would bandage myself, put on a blouse, and go to work. That was the true terror. I was still functioning. I answered emails, joked with coworkers, attended meetings, and when people asked how I was doing after my father's death, I'd smile and say, "I'm hanging in there." Then I would excuse myself to the bathroom, check the windows because I knew black helicopters were circling the building. I heard them. They were all part of this government program to prevent me from leaving the ground. Sometimes they were real helicopters somewhere off in the distance. Other times there was nothing at all. My mind didn't care. Every sound was proof of these insane thoughts. They know I'm changing. They know I can escape. They're coming for me. I changed my route home every day. I parked blocks away and walked because I believed I was being followed. I photographed strangers. I wrote down license plates. Once, I hid behind a dumpster for nearly 2 hours because I thought a man in a baseball cap was watching me. He was just eating a sandwich at a diner, and I know that now. At the time, I believed he was waiting for me to reveal myself. My family was terrified. I ignored my mother's calls because I thought they had already gotten to her. My friends would come to my apartment and I'd sat there silently, refusing to answer the door. Then I would disappear. I drove for days without any kind of destination because I thought I needed to keep moving until my wings developed. If I stopped, I'd be nabbed by the government overwatch. Then I would come back, usually somewhat normal. Clock into work, make coffee, talk about the weather, all that natural human stuff. Nobody understood how I could be completely lost and still appear normal, driving 300 miles round trip between shifts without even sleeping. Honestly, I didn't understand it either. The moment everything hit the fan was this fleeting one. I was sitting in a grocery store parking lot when I saw a little girl sitting on her father's shoulders, laughing. For a second, I was a child again. I was that little girl. I remembered my dad's hands, his voice, the smell of his clothes. Suddenly, the truth crashed through everything my mind had built up. I wasn't chosen, nor was I becoming something greater. I was a daughter who couldn't accept that her father was now gone. My mind had created this world where I could grow wings because wings could take me away from the one place my father no longer existed. I sat there and screamed in the parking lot until my throat was raw. Recovery was not immediate. There were more days when I questioned what was real and moments of fear and confusion. But eventually, I stopped waiting for those wings. I got with a therapist. I got into a treatment program. Even took medication for quite some time. The scars on my sides became these thin white lines where feathers would never grow. Sometimes I run my fingers over them when I miss him. I was willing to do anything to see my father again, and I had the receipts to prove it. My father has kept a single bullet in his bedside table for as long as I can remember. It sat in the back corner of the drawer among old receipts, a flashlight with dead batteries, and a pair of reading glasses that he never even wore anymore. It wasn't hidden exactly, but it wasn't displayed either. It was simply just there. When I was a kid, I found it while I was snooping around his room. "Dad?" I asked, holding it between my fingers. "Why do you have a bullet?" He looked up from the newspaper, saw what I was holding, and his expression changed. Not fear, not anger, something much harder to identify, a kind of exhaustion. He took it from me gently and said, "Somebody gave it to me." And that was that. I asked who. He told me a client, and I asked why. He looked away and said, "Because he was sick, and not in a way that I could treat." Then he put the bullet back in the drawer and never spoke about it again. For most of my life, I assumed it was just another strange adult mystery. Every family has them, of course. Little pieces of history that children recognize as important but don't really understand why. An old photograph that nobody can explain, the name everybody avoids at Thanksgiving, the scar somebody got before you were born. It wasn't until 5 years ago, sitting in my parents' kitchen after a few drinks, that I finally learned the real story, and I immediately wished that I hadn't. My father was a dermatologist for nearly 40 years. He saw thousands, most of them being normal people with normal concerns. Rashes, moles, suspicious spots, things that could be diagnosed and then treated. But one patient became convinced that my father had ruined his life. The man claimed he had this bizarre unnamed skin condition. He believed my father had diagnosed him with it years earlier and had prescribed an experimental drug that didn't exist. There was just one problem. None of this was true. There was no diagnosis, there was no drug, there was no treatment. My father had never written the prescription to the man that he described. He never even treated this guy. He just kind of showed up one day with the whole fake history to his memory. He truly believed it. The guy became obsessed with proving my father had poisoned him with some secret medication and then covered it up. He filed a lawsuit. He spent thousands of dollars chasing a case that no evidence was even behind it. And he lost. It ruined his life for a time. It had to. Most people would have moved on, right? But this guy did not. Not long after the case ended, my father received a letter at his office. It was a threat. It was detailed enough that the police became involved immediately. Reports were filed, statements were taken, and the officers went to speak with the man directly. For a little while, everybody thought that would be in fact the end of it. A few days after police visited him, the office staff arrived in the morning and found this basket sitting up against the front door. A homemade fruit basket, no postage, no return address. It had simply been left there overnight. The basket was addressed to my father, and on top of the fruit was a single bullet. Next to it was this handwritten apology letter. No signature, just a bizarre apology that somehow made the entire thing more unsettling than it already was. A threat would have made sense. Anger would have made sense. An apology with a bullet was something else entirely, though. Of course, the staff called the police immediately. The basket was taken as evidence. Investigators knew exactly who had left it, but proving intent was another matter. The message was clear enough, though. The man knew my father worked there. He could walk right up to his door, and if he so desired, he could shoot him dead right there. At this point, my father started becoming a lot more curious. He watched the parking lot when he left work. He checked his mirrors while driving home. The office staff became way more aware of every strange phone call and every unfamiliar face sitting far too long in the waiting room. Then, the man found me. At the time, I was a teenager and played competitive golf. I'd done well in a local tournament, and my name appeared in the sports section of the newspaper. That was all he needed. A month after the fruit basket, another letter arrived. The man wrote that he'd seen my name in the newspaper. He knew exactly where I'd be playing next. Tournament start times were publicly available. He knew exactly when I would be there and what I looked like. That was the moment my father stopped seeing it as a threat against himself. It had now become a threat against his son. The tournament still happened, but it wasn't normal. What should have been a quiet Saturday morning with parents carrying folding chairs and kids warming up on the driving range now had police officers walking the entire property, eyes alert. A nurse that worked for my father happened to be married to a local detective, and that detective stayed with us nearly the entire day. I remember this plainclothes guy following us around the entire game, but nobody told me why. At the time, I thought he was just a family friend hanging around. Had no idea he was watching the trees, the parking lot, the crowd. Had no idea my father was watching every stranger who looked in my direction. There was a man somewhere nearby who believed that I was connected to a conspiracy that existed only in his mind. The police eventually located him in the tournament parking lot. He was actually there. Thankfully, he wasn't armed though. They arrested him before anything else happened, and eventually he was committed to a psychiatric hospital for all kinds of treatment. This was nearly 15 years ago now. That restraining order is still active, and as far as we know, he disappeared afterward. No more letters, no more visits, no more fruit baskets left in the dark. But the bullet was enough. Dad kept it for years. After everything had happened, after all the fear and all the years that followed, he couldn't just let it go. It was a great reminder and could serve as wonderful evidence one day. Throwing away a bullet is easy, but forgetting the person who handed it to you is a lot harder. About 7 years ago, my husband and I moved up north to a small rural town and rented out this little cottage near the lake. It feels like a dream. We spent summers at the beach and winters ice fishing. We became super close with our neighbors almost immediately after moving in March, and within a few months it felt like we'd really found our forever home. But there are things about the cottage that immediately made us uncomfortable. Every room has locks on the outside of the door. Every bedroom has a deadbolt on the outside. Then we took notice of the blinds. There are small holes cut into the living room and bedroom blinds. Once we placed our furniture, we realized they lined up perfectly with the couch and bed. My husband joked that maybe the previous tenant cut them so he could see outside while sitting down, but neither of us really believed that in the moment. When spring arrived, we go to clean out the little bunkie behind the cottage so that we can use it for some storage. The second we open up the door, the smell hits us. Dog waste, fur, filth covering the floor. And that is the day that we properly met our neighbors. They come over and explain that the previous tenant was a complete nightmare. He lived there with his wife and young child, but nobody ever really saw them. They only heard him screaming inside the house. He had a small dog that he kept chained outside at the bunkie year-round. The neighbors eventually would call services, and thankfully the dog was removed and rehomed. When we mentioned the locks and the blinds, they didn't seem too surprised. They tell us that he was always suspected that he was abusive, and the locks were only reinforcing that fear. They also explained that he constantly had strange people coming and going, had major problems with the landlords, and was eventually evicted. It's unsettling, but life moves on. We replace the blinds, remove the locks, try to make the cottage ours now. Fast forward to summer. One weekend, we're getting ready to spend the day at the beach. My husband runs to the store to grab some snacks. Since he'd only be gone for a few minutes, he leaves through the mudroom, shutting the screen door but leaving the main door wide open. I'm inside changing into my bathing suit, packing up our things when I hear a vehicle pull up into the driveway. Obviously, I assumed it was him and walk out into the living room to look outside. But it isn't. It's a black BMW with dark tinted windows and is parked in the driveway. I freeze and watch it. Nobody gets out. After a minute or so, the car slowly starts moving forward. We have two driveways, one on either side of the house. So I walk into the bedroom and look out the other. The BMW has now pulled into that driveway and is just sitting there. My stomach drops. Whoever this is isn't lost. They seem to be checking the house. I finish getting dressed quickly and try to convince myself there's some explanation, right? Something to make this all normal. Maybe my husband invited somebody over. Maybe it's just one of the neighbors. Then the driver's side door opens. A huge muscular man I've never seen before steps out and starts walking quickly toward the cottage. And then he starts running. My heart jumps into my throat. This can't be happening. I move to the living room, but I'm too late. I hear the mudroom door open, heavy footsteps coming throughout the house. Then he's standing in my living room, a complete stranger. Unbelievably, he starts screaming at me in Russian. I don't understand a single word. His voice fills up the entire cottage. He's pointing, demanding something from me. And all I can think about are the locks, the cutout blinds, the neighbors telling us about the screaming, and all the strange people who used to come out here. Did this man know the previous tenant? Did he think he still lived here? Was he here to hurt me? I don't know. All I know is there's a massive angry stranger in my house and I'm all alone, so I start screaming back. Get out! Get out of my house, you fucking prick! He keeps yelling in Russian, getting louder and more frustrated. I'm backing away, yelling over him, and for what feels like forever, we're just kind of screaming at each other. Then suddenly he just switches to English. Where's your husband? I stare at him. You gotta be kidding me. I have no idea what he's talking about. I continue screaming for him to leave. Something then changes on his face. He looks around the room, looks back at me, and I can actually see the realization happen in real time. He has the wrong house. It's clear as day. He mutters an apology, turns around, and just like that, he's gone. The entire encounter only lasts a few minutes, but my legs are shaking so badly, I have to sit down. I call my husband crying, and by pure luck, he's turning onto our street. He pulls into the driveway just as the black BMW is driving further down the road and stopping near another house. My husband sees it and his face changes. I've never seen him look like that. He tells me he'll be right back and takes off after him. Looking back now, it was incredibly stupid. We have no idea who this man was or what he was capable of. But my husband catches back up beside him and starts yelling. The hell's wrong with you? You just walked into my house and terrified my wife? The man apologizes again and finally explains that he was looking for the previous tenant. Apparently, the guy owed him a large amount of money, and after months of waiting, he came to collect. He thought he still lived at our cottage. The second he realized I didn't speak Russian and had no idea what he was talking about, he understood the previous tenant had moved. My husband doesn't really care for the apology. Who storms into a stranger's home? Nothing else happened that day, and thankfully, we were okay. But the strangest part is that this wasn't the last time somebody came looking for him. Over the next 2 years, multiple people showed up at our house asking for the previous tenant. Different cars, different faces, different stories. Even now, many years later, we still live there. The locks are gone, the blinds have been replaced, the bunkie is clean, and there's a new sweet-loving young pup that hangs back out there now. It's our home. But every time a strange vehicle slows down outside, I still feel my body tense up. That will never truly go away. We, unfortunately, inherited a ghost, and every now and again, folks still come looking for him. I was 21 years old on my honeymoon when I experienced the most unsettling place that I've ever been in my entire life. I'm 48 now, and after all the places I've traveled to, all the old buildings I've walked through, and all the strange moments life seemingly has thrown at me, nothing has ever compared to the feeling that I had inside that converted barn in Launceston, Cornwall. Admittedly, the first night was perfect. We drank wine and laughed, spoke about our future together. The barn itself was beautiful, with this old countryside charm, thick stone walls, wooden beams, and complete silence outside once the sun went down. Truly breathtaking. But by the third day, I started feeling like I was being watched. The worst paranoia I've ever had in my entire life. It wasn't the feeling that somebody was hiding nearby. It was much harder to explain than that. It was like the building itself was aware of me, like there was an invisible set of eyes following me from room to room and they would never look away. The whitewashed brick walls began to bother me. I know how absurd this all sounds, but they looked like bones. Around the same time, the Fred and Rose West murders had dominated the news, and those stories had affected me really deeply. My husband kept telling me I was frightening myself and allowing all these horrors to invade our honeymoon. I desperately wanted him to be right. Wouldn't that have been a simple explanation? Oh, I love him for his brain. I would have actually had arguments with myself in my head. You're on your honeymoon. You're in beautiful Cornwall. Stop acting like a frightened child. These delusions greatly fed into my paranoia. Then something would happen. All that confidence would disappear immediately. One afternoon, I was upstairs running a bath, sitting on the edge of the tub with my back open to the doorway when every hair on my body suddenly stood up. Someone was behind me. There wasn't any indication, just this overwhelming certainty. I spun around and nobody was there. But I swear it felt like something moved at that exact moment that I turned. Not away from me, toward me, straight at my face. Something had been standing in the doorway and rushed forward the second I noticed it. I nearly fell back into the bathtub trying to escape. I ran downstairs with my heart pounding and found my husband exactly where I left him, calmly watching TV. He smiled and told me, "You're letting your imagination get the better of you." I laughed along, but inside I'm going insane. The bedroom was even worse, if you can believe that. Hanging from the wooden beams over the foot of the bed was this enormous iron meat hook. It looked like something from an old slaughterhouse, completely out of place in this romantic cottage. At first I would make jokes about it, but one night I woke up and saw it moving back and forth. The windows were shut, the room was still, no wind, nothing to move it naturally. I laid there, staring at it, waiting for it to stop. Every time it reached the end of its swing, it began moving back and my stomach would flip. Eventually, though, it became still and I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. By the end of the first week, I refused to go upstairs after dark. I told my husband I would rather sleep on the sofa bed downstairs than lie beneath that hook one more night. There were countless other moments too. Strange noises from empty rooms, doors that seemed to move on their own, cold spots that made the hairs on my arms stand up. The constant feeling that somebody was just standing behind me, waiting for me to turn around. The worst part really was what it did to my mind. I became embarrassed, mortified even. I was a newly married woman on what was supposed to be the happiest holiday in my life, and here I was sitting downstairs scared of a building. I started to question myself. Was I becoming manic? Was I allowing horrific news stories to completely warp my imagination? Maybe, but my body didn't care what my brain was saying to it. I became physically sick. My stomach stayed in knots, and every morning I woke up disappointed that we still had another day left here. We had booked it for 2 weeks, and we left 5 days early. The relief I felt driving away was unlike anything I've ever experienced. No guilt, no shame, just peace. 3 years later, I'm lying on my sofa watching Time Team with Tony Robinson. It's a historic program. I was half asleep when something on the screen made me sit upright. I knew that place, the field, the trees, the hills. It was the land surrounding our honeymoon barn, Dead Ringer. The archaeologist explained they were investigating the remains of an old tuberculosis hospital and believed the area may have been used as a burial ground for patients who did not survive, a possible mass grave. My blood ran cold. I knew those fields because we walked there a lot, fed the horses. In fact, one morning I discovered I was badly allergic to them. My face became swollen, my eyes watered, and I was struggling to breathe, so I ran back to the barn alone to wash myself up. Ironically, the panic of not being able to breathe was the only thing that had temporarily distracted me from my fear of that place. Until I stepped back inside, I could remember it like it was yesterday. That feeling returned immediately. I was downstairs washing my face when a door upstairs slammed with such violence that I screamed. Bang! A furious slam that echoed through the entire barn. I froze with water dripping from my face and just listened. Surely this would be my death. But there was nothing. Complete silence. I stayed downstairs and waited for my husband to return. Perhaps I was young, vulnerable, and had just allowed the horrors of the Fred and Rose West case to poison my imagination. It is a completely reasonable assumption. But nearly 3 decades have passed now since my honeymoon. I've never walked into another place that made every instinct in my body scream that I needed to leave. Whether it was something supernatural, the tragedy buried beneath that land, or simply my own mind turning against me, I will truly never know. This happened about 15 years ago, and I still think about it now. We lived in a completely normal mid-terrace house not far from where I live today. Nothing about it looked strange. It was completely disarming in all the ways a home usually does. But from the first day that we moved in, I absolutely hated the loft. I never heard noises from it. Nothing moved up there. I had no reason to be afraid of it, but every night before bed, I found myself looking at the hatch in the ceiling. I told myself to ignore it, walk upstairs, and then somehow my eyes would always drift back toward it. I don't know why, I just hated that little square. That little cut of space that acted as a portal to a place that I couldn't see. Anything could be up there, squatting in the dark and waiting. The feeling became so bad that I actually asked my partner to bring home a thick, heavy padlock so I could lock the latch hatch shut. He laughed. "I think you're being a little paranoid," he said. Yeah, maybe I was. But one afternoon, on a Sunday, we were cooking dinner when we heard a knock at the front door. I looked through the window and saw this old estate car parked awkwardly across our drive. A man that I didn't recognize was standing at our door. Before I could react, my partner came from the kitchen and opened it. No hesitation, a complete betrayal in my mind. The man introduced himself and explained that he'd lived in the house as a child. He was passing through the area with his family and wondered if he could take a look around. I wanted to say no. I wanted to scream. Instead, my partner welcomed him inside. As he talked, I kept looking past him toward the car. There was an elderly woman in the front passenger seat and 2 children in the back. They never moved. They weren't speaking either, just looking around. They weren't even watching the front of their house. It kind of spooked me out. They just sat there perfectly still, staring straight ahead. They looked like dolls. The man walked around downstairs and pointed out what had changed. He seemed friendly enough, but for me, it somehow made him even more unsettling. There was no obvious reason to fear him, but like that loft, he just made me afraid. Then he says that his bedroom used to be upstairs. My partner smiled and said, "Oh, okay, well, come on, I'll show you." Again, that instinct told me not to follow them, but I did. The man walked from room to room, remembering his childhood. He pointed to where his bed had been and talked about a stain on the floor and the spankings that he got because of it. Then, just as we were about to head back downstairs, he stopped, right beneath that loft hatch. Without even looking away from it, he quietly asked, "Have you ever had any trouble with the loft?" I went completely cold. The hairs on my arm stood up and I stood there dumbfounded. He looked at me and said, "Something happened to me and my dad up there when I was little." He explained that one day they were in the loft when this bright light appeared, something so bright it was hard for them to see. He said it somehow pulled them toward the opening, and suddenly the hatch then slammed shut, trapping his father inside. His dad was banging and shouting from the other side while he stood outside it, terrified. And that's all I really needed to hear. I didn't ask how his father got out, and that's because I didn't desire an ending to his story. I wanted this guy out of my fucking house. A few minutes later, the man left just as quickly as he'd arrived. Before he walked out, he casually mentioned that there were gold watches buried deep in the back garden, hidden there from his father years before. He said we could dig them up if we wanted. We never did. The moment he walked outside, I went straight to the window. I had to watch them leave, but I also wanted to see those people in the car move. I needed to know that they were real, or at least ordinary. But the car was gone and I never saw it start. It seemed to vanish from the driveway and we never saw any of them again. We ended up only living there for a few more years and I was creeped out the entire time. We didn't investigate, didn't explore, didn't get the bottom of anything. I guess some things are truly better off forgotten. The house that I live in has always had these strange things happen. Little things that make the hair stand up on the back of my neck, but this was the first time I genuinely started wondering if my daughter and I were alone in that house. For context, it's just me and my daughter. We don't live with a man. We don't have roommates. There's nobody coming and going. It's just the two of us. One Wednesday morning, around 3 o'clock, I'm dead asleep when I hear 3 distinct knocks on my bedroom door. Knock, knock, knock. Somebody needed my attention. I shot awake instantly, heart racing because there was something about the sound that just felt off, weird. I sat there for a few seconds listening, expecting to hear footsteps or my daughter calling out for me. We never had visitors that were so unannounced. Finally, I got up and checked her room. My daughter was sleeping. The next morning, I asked her, "Did you knock on Mommy's door last night?" She looked confused and told me no. She said that she'd slept through the night. So I tried to brush it off. Maybe I dreamt it or I was half asleep and just imagined the whole thing. It happens. Then Wednesday afternoon around 4 o'clock, I come home after taking my daughter to daycare. The second I stepped inside, I froze. There was this smell, a very strong smell of men's cologne. Not a faint whiff or something I had to search for. It was powerful, overwhelming. Like somebody had just sprayed it moments before I walked inside, and it had never been in my home before. I stood there trying to recognize the smell, but I couldn't. I'd never smelled it in my life. Every door was locked, every window looked untouched. There was no sign that anybody had been there. I felt uncomfortable the rest of the evening, checking every room multiple times and convincing myself that I was being ridiculous. Could there actually be somebody somewhere hiding? Then Thursday morning around 2 in the morning, I woke up to my daughter screaming. It was a primal scream, like she was about to die. One thing about my daughter is that she's not dramatic at night. She usually doesn't ever call for me. If she's yelling for me like that, something has happened, something has scared her. It's only happened once. It was for a really big spider coming down the wall, so I knew it had to be something real. I jumped out of bed and ran into the hallway. She was standing at the threshold of the bathroom, absolutely hysterical. I grabbed her, asked her what's wrong, what happened, and she could barely make out the words. "There's a man." I felt my stomach drop. "What do you mean, a man?" "There was a man standing at the end of the hallway looking at me." She repeated it over and over. "There's a man standing there. There's a man standing there, right there. He wouldn't stop looking at me." The terror in her voice is something I'll never forget. I turned on every light in the house. I checked every room, every closet, every corner where somebody could hide, but there was nothing to see. Eventually, I finally got her back to sleep, but I didn't sleep another second that entire night. When morning came around 6 o'clock, I walked into the kitchen and immediately noticed something was weird. The kitchen blinds were pulled up and my back door curtains had been ripped open. The little clip that I use every night to hold the curtains shut was now lying on the floor. I'm fully obsessive about checking my house before bed. I go around like Fort Knox. Every door gets locked, every window gets checked. I hate leaving the blinds open at night because I don't like the idea of people seeing inside when I can't see outside. The fact is, I know those blinds were closed. I know those curtains were shut. There's no two ways about it. Again, no real explanation unless somebody had been in here. Saturday morning, I smelled that cologne again, and nothing else presented itself. My daughter has become convinced that that smell belongs to the man that she saw standing at the end of the hallway. Honestly, it's that thought that keeps me up at night, and I'm just praying that he isn't actually real. This took place a few years ago, and now every single time I talk about it or write about it, I get chills. Before I even get to the main thing, there's another experience that happened in this house that I still have no explanation for. One night, my mom and I were sitting in the living room watching TV. It was late. I don't remember what time it was, but the whole house was quiet. The TV was low and neither of us were really talking. And suddenly, we heard a woman's voice coming from the back bedroom. Not a whisper, not the TV, a woman, loud as hell. She was speaking English, but it was too hard to make out any of it. It was faint at first, and we actually paused and looked at each other because we weren't sure if we heard something from outside, but the voice kept going, and it was slowly getting louder. It sounded like somebody was standing in the bedroom talking to themselves, and with every few seconds it became more clear, more intense, like they were walking closer and closer toward us. My mom muted the TV and we just sat there frozen. Neither of us wanted to say a word. We were literally in shock. My mom's eyes were filled up with tears. The voice then got louder, unbearably loud. Then, just as it reached the point where it sounded like somebody should have been standing in the hallway outside the living room, it stopped. There's no footsteps or closing door. The noise or voice just kind of vanished. We checked every room in the house. Nothing was there, and to this day, neither of us can really explain what we heard or what happened. So when other things start happening, I'd already had that memory sitting in the back of my mind. Every night when I would lay down in bed to go to sleep, I would get this overwhelming feeling that I wasn't alone. It's hard to explain to people who have never felt it. You know when somebody walks into a room behind you and you can feel their presence before you even turn around? It was exactly like that. Every night I would climb into bed, turn off the light, and almost immediately feel like there was somebody standing somewhere in my room just watching me. Sometimes I would lie completely still because I was too scared to roll over and look. My brain would start racing. Is there somebody actually in the house? Did I leave a door unlocked? Am I imagining all this? Eventually I would force myself to calm down, go to sleep. Nothing ever happened, just get over it, dude. That was until one night. Again, I'm lying in bed trying to fall asleep when I suddenly heard breathing right next to my ear. Somebody was laying inches from my face. I froze in terror. At first, I thought maybe it was me somehow overhearing my own breathing, like bouncing off the walls or something, so I held my breath. The breathing continued, And I remember the exact feeling that went through my body when I realized that. My heart started pounding so loud that I could hear it. My dog was in the living room that night, so I knew it wasn't him. There's nobody else in the house. I slowly tried to convince myself I'm exhausted. Maybe I was already halfway asleep. Maybe my brain is playing some kind of trick on me. Yeah, that's gotta be it. This isn't real. So somehow I roll over, shut my eyes, and eventually went to sleep. What a mistake that fucking was, because I ended up having the most horrific dream of my life. And it didn't feel like a dream. It felt like I actually woke up. In the dream, I sat up in my bed and walked down the hallway to the second bedroom on the opposite side of the house. The room itself felt negative, like it was backwards. I walked over to the window and looked outside toward my grandparents' place. Their lights were on, and standing in their window staring directly at me was something that did not look human. I don't really know how to describe it other than demonic. Its face was stretched into this horrible smile. Its eyes were locked onto me. It even had horns. And it was laughing, this silent, horrible cackle while it pointed directly at me. I woke up screaming. My entire body was soaked in sweat and chills from head to toe. My heart felt like it was going to come out of my chest, and that feeling was back. That feeling that somebody was in the room with me. I wanted to move, to turn the lights on and run, but I couldn't. Whether I was actually frozen or just so terrified I couldn't make myself move, I don't know. I lay there for what felt like forever, but it was probably only like 5 minutes or so. Then suddenly, just like that, everything went away. The chills disappeared, the sweat stopped, the fear was gone. It was like somebody had flipped a switch inside me. I sat up, threw on some clothes, grabbed my keys, and got out of the house as fast as I could. I had to be at work at 5:30 that morning, but I think I got there around 4. Instead of going inside, I reclined my seat, slept in my car, and I didn't care how ridiculous it looked. I'm not going back inside of that house. The next day, I start researching what people do if they think there might be a spirit in their home. I know how this sounds. I know it sounds crazy, but at this point, I'm willing to try anything. One thing I kept reading was that you could tell whatever's there that it's not welcome. So that night, I got into bed, turned off the lights, and said out loud, "All right, whoever is in here with me, go away. You're not welcome here." It felt silly saying it, but I said it anyway. Something needed to happen. I was desperate. I swear to y'all, whether it was a spirit, sleep paralysis, or my own mind playing tricks on me, or just me being terrified because I was alone at night, it worked. Placebo or not, fucking worked. That feeling never came back, but more importantly, no more voices, no more scary dreams. I don't think I could handle another demonic vision or disembodied voice. None of that is welcome here. I woke up to my daughter's voice. It wasn't a dream nor a half-asleep delusion. She was close and very distraught. "Mom, I need you to come up here, right now." My eyes snapped open. The room was dark. My heart was already racing. For a very few confused seconds, I forgot she wasn't home. Then reality caught up with me. My daughter was 13 years old and had left that morning for a school camping trip nearly 2 hours away. There was no possible way I could have heard her voice. I checked my phone and it's 3:39 a.m. I sat there staring at the screen while a knot formed in my stomach. Parents tend to worry, it comes with a job, but this felt different somehow. Her voice was still ringing in my head. It sounded urgent, like she genuinely needed me. I tried telling myself it was stress or some random sleep hallucination, but I couldn't shake it. I actually grabbed my phone and called her. It didn't go through. Of course it didn't. The camp collected the kids' phones at night so they'd actually get to sleep. It was in a big pile with the rest of them, so I think they set them to airplane mode. I lay awake afterward with that awful feeling that something was very wrong. I almost called the camp office the next morning just to make sure she was okay, but I knew how ridiculous it would sound. Instead, I waited it out. If something was wrong, my line would start ringing. A few days later, the trip would end and she came home perfectly fine. No injuries, no emergencies, no dramatic stories, just the usual 13-year-old excitement about friends, cabin gossip, and apparently a boy that she liked. Eventually, I just forgot about the whole strange experience. It turned out to be nothing, and so nothing it shall be. A few nights later, we were talking before bed, and the conversation drifted toward camp. She was telling me about a friend drama when she just suddenly stops out of nowhere. Oh, what is it? That reminds me, something really scary happened that first night. Immediately, my stomach tightened up. I'd been subconsciously waiting for this, and I leaned forward, listening. She explained that she and another girl were sleeping in the same cabin. Both were on the top bunks near a window facing the woods. Sometime during the night, her friend woke her up whispering, "What is that?" At first, she assumed it was an animal, and then she looked out the window. It was really tall, she told me. What do you mean, how tall? Way taller than a person should be. She had tears in her eyes as she said this to me, and according to her, a massive figure was standing near the tree line. It wasn't approaching the cabin, but pacing slowly back and forth. The moonlight wasn't great, but she could clearly make out the shape. It was unnaturally tall, with arms that seemed far too long. Its eyes appeared reflective, almost glowing. She said that it stopped the pacing and began silently panting, chest rising and falling, deep, wet gusts from its throat. It turned toward the girl's cabin and then stared at it. My daughter's friend immediately started crying and refused to look outside again, but my daughter kept watching. For several more seconds, that figure remained perfectly still. Then it stepped backward into the trees and disappeared. I took a breath, finally, petrified by what she was saying to me, but she continued. A few minutes later, I hear this scratching sound. Scratching? Yeah, on the cabin door. My hairs on my arm stood up. She said it sounded like fingernails dragging across the wood. She lay there crying quietly in bed because she was convinced whatever she's seen at the tree line had now walked out of the woods and was standing outside the cabin. Eventually, she fell back asleep. I shook my head. Maybe that's terrifying. Then a random thought occurred to me. Do you remember what time this happened at? My daughter got this weird look in her eye. Apparently, when her friend woke her up, they checked the time on her friend's phone because she had hidden it during the collection phase. It was 3:28. The second she said that, I froze. There's no way. I stood up and grabbed my phone. What are you doing? Hold on. I opened up my call history and scrolled back to March 25th, and there it was. An outgoing call to my daughter at exactly 3:39 a.m. 11 minutes later, around the time that she said that she'd been crying in bed after hearing that scratching. For a while, neither of us said anything. I had actual dead-to-right proof in my hand of something seriously weird. Now, of course, maybe this is all a coincidence, and I guess it probably is. Dreams happen every day, so does deja vu. People wake up in the middle of the night, kids imagine things out there in the woods. I know all of that, but I also know exactly what I heard. I spent 8 summers working as a counselor at a wilderness camp over in Maine, and I loved every part of it. The long hikes, the canoe trips, the campfires, the smell of pine needles and sawdust. Every June, a fresh group of kids would arrive with duffel bags, bug spray, and a mixture of excitement and homesickness written all over their faces. By August, they usually left muddy, exhausted, and convinced they'd survived some grand adventure. And sometimes they actually had. Part of the fun was keeping all these camp legends alive. Every camp has them, of course. Ours had stories about ghost lights on the lake, a phantom canoe that drifted through the fog, and this headless lumberjack who supposedly wandered the trails at night looking for his missing axe. All the campers loved it, We embellished details every year, of course, adding just enough mystery to keep them looking over their shoulders during nighttime hikes and stay in their bunks during sleeping hours. But I'll fully admit there was a legend we actually didn't invent. Things would disappear every single day. A shovel would vanish from a maintenance shed. Cases of canned food would go missing from storage. Batteries, tarps, lanterns, boots, fishing gear, rope, cookware. Every season, something would vanish and walk away. Sometimes the missing items would reappear months later in these strange places. Most times, though, they were just simply gone forever. The camp had dealt with it for decades now, and nobody could explain it at all. The maintenance staff would blame raccoons for some of it. The counselors would blame each other. The old camp directors would laugh and say the property had a ghost that just liked stealing stuff. After enough summers, and even the skeptics started half believing it, and I certainly did. My story takes place during the early 2000s. I don't remember the exact year, only that it was sometime after midnight. Most of the campers were asleep. The counselors had finally wrapped up nightly duties, and I was in my cabin trying to unsuccessfully fall asleep. Anyone who's worked at a summer camp knows the feeling I'm talking about. It's enough to make you feel anxious because you know that morning call is coming and you have to be up and at it before the kids. So if you don't get sleep, you're going to be miserable. All I could imagine was chasing kids the next day, and it was gnawing me up. Eventually, I gave up and decided to go for a walk to the outhouse. This camp sat deep in the main wilderness. Once the generator shut down and darkness swallowed up everything, there were no nearby roads, no neighboring houses, no distant city glow, just a forest. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped outside. There were some bugs making noise around me, the distant creak of trees moving in the wind, water lapping gently against the shore. Then I heard this metal clink together. I stopped. That sound had come from somewhere near the maintenance shed. At first, I assumed one of the staff members was moving equipment around or something. Maybe somebody else couldn't sleep either, but then I remembered the time. Nobody should be out here right now. I continued to listen, more clinking, some rustling. The more ear I gave it, the more it sounded like an animal scurrying inside one of the storage buildings. I switched off my flashlight because it felt like the right thing to do. The moon was providing me just enough light for me to make out the shapes as I slowly moved toward the shed. Looking back now, I don't know why I approached. Curiosity, I guess. If it were just an animal, I'd have no problem spooking it and sending it back into the woods. I thought I was doing my job. I also thought there was a possibility that I could catch one of our staff members stealing food or something. The sheds sat behind this cluster of storage buildings. As I got closer, I could see movement between them. Somebody was definitely there. At first, I only saw a silhouette crouched behind this stack of supplies, but then the figure stood. He was incredibly thin, not a typical skinny, but gaunt in this unhealthy way. His clothes hung off his frame, and his long, uneven hair blended into a patchy beard that made him look wild, untamed, like somebody who had spent years living outdoors, and he definitely didn't belong inside our camp. He was methodically stuffing items into this enormous canvas backpack. Lanterns, tools, food, anything he could see. For several seconds, I simply stared at him, my brain struggling to process what I was actually seeing. We were miles from anywhere. The camp is private property. How had this man even gotten here at all? And then he looked up and saw me. I remember his eyes more than anything. They weren't angry, and they weren't panicked. They were calculating, as though he was instantly weighing his options and deciding what to do next. For a brief moment, neither of us moved. I considered speaking, but no words came out. And then he lunged. I screamed. To this day, I don't know whether he intended to attack me or simply just scare me away, but he exploded forward so suddenly I lost my footing, crashed backward onto the ground. My flashlight flew from my hand, and for one horrifying instant, all I can think was this man was about to be on top of me. But instead he stopped. It was almost like he changed his mind halfway through the charge. He feigned, pivoted, and sprinted away. Not toward the road or the cabins, but straight into the woods. The speed this man had shocked me. Within seconds, he just vanished between the trees. I scrambled up to my feet and ran, and I don't remember crossing the camp. I only remember bursting into one of the staff cabins and waking everybody up. People grabbed flashlights, the camp director got involved. Several rangers searched the area, and they were armed. They didn't find any signs of him, no campsite or shelter, no footprints anybody could confidently identify. Nothing except a few missing supplies, which some people quietly suggested I imagined seeing him steal it. A few of the staff members did believe me, and others clearly didn't. The official explanation became that I encountered some kind of trespasser, maybe a hunter passing through the property. Life moved on. The missing supplies continued though. Every season, something would vanish, and every season, the old ghost stories kept circulating. Eventually, I left camp and moved on to another career. That encounter became one of those strange memories that resurfaced every few years before fading away again, usually brought up by somebody wanting to hear the story themselves. Then, fast forward to 2013. I'm watching the news when a story appeared about a man arrested in Maine, a hermit and burglar who had allegedly spent decades living alone in the woods while stealing supplies from camps, cabins, and several homes. His photograph then appeared and every hair on my arm stood up. That thin face, the beard, the eyes. I knew him instantly. The man in the mugshot was Christopher Thomas Knight. Authorities later said he survived in the wilderness for years by quietly sneaking into camps and cabins to steal whatever he needed. Food, batteries, tools, propane, equipment. Thousands of thefts, decades of disappearing supplies. The ghost camp had been real, not a spirit, not a legend, just a flesh and blood man moving silently through the darkness while hundreds, maybe thousands of people slept nearby. One night, our eyes met out there in the dark, and for a few terrifying seconds, I was convinced that man was going to kill me. My story happened when I was 16 at a summer camp in the Colorado mountains. Now, I hated camping growing up. My parents sent me to camp every summer, and every year included at least one overnight backpacking trip off into the wilderness. Again, I hated heavy packs and the bugs, the dirt, the lack of privacy, and the certainty that some spider would end up in my sleeping bag. The only reason I was remotely excited that year was because I'd become a counselor in training. At 16, we weren't much older than the campers, but we were given enough freedom to feel like adults. There were always rumors about what happened after lights out on the camping trips. Stolen alcohol, weed, hookups, and all those other things teenagers imagine are incredibly cool. I figured camping might actually be fun with all these new twists involved. I think there were roughly 30 people on this trip, 4 counselors in training, 4 adult counselors, and around 20 campers between 13 and 14 years old. The hike started out normally enough. The trail wound through the meadows and marshes and dense forest, while the campers laughed, complained, and talked nonstop. Several hours in, the terrain became a little steeper, and because I wasn't exactly athletic, I drifted toward the back of the group. Another counselor in training named Jordan was back there too, along with 2 campers who were struggling to keep up pace. The 4 of us would get caught up in conversation and gradually fell further behind until the main group just disappeared around this bend. Nobody was really worried. The path was pretty obvious, and we assumed we'd catch up with them eventually. About 30 minutes later, however, the forest around us changed. Healthy pines and aspens gave way to a strange section of these dead evergreens. Some appeared scorched black, while others looked as though disease had killed them. The forest now felt unnaturally quiet. And standing amongst the trees was this old decrepit cabin, abandoned, weathered, yet oddly untouched compared to the ruined landscape around it. We'd stopped to stare at it when a twig snapped behind us, and one of the campers jumped and screamed. Jordan and I laughed automatically, but the laughter vanished the second we turned around. There's a man stood on the trail behind us. He couldn't have been more than 20 feet away. He was painfully thin with this tangled black hair, a long beard, and filthy clothes that looked like they hadn't been washed in years. He carried no backpack, no water bottle, no hiking gear of any kind. Most unsettling of all, None of us had even heard him approach. We had no idea how long he'd been following us or standing there watching us either. Trying to remain casual, Jordan gives him this small wave, then told the rest of us that we should catch up to the group. As we turned to leave, the man muttered something and Jordan stopped and asked him to repeat himself. "Going camping?" the man asked. Jordan nodded. "Yeah." The man then flashed this really creepy smile. "Better be careful." That's all he said. We thanked him awkwardly and immediately increased our pace. When I glanced back, he wasn't following. He was just simply standing in the middle of the trail, staring as we now disappeared around the bend. Eventually, we caught up to the rest of the group and told the counselors about what had happened. They didn't seem to be too concerned. They assumed the man lived in that cabin or was probably curious why 30 kids were hiking through the area. Rationally, in the moment, that explanation made sense. Emotionally, though, it didn't help at all. The encounter sat in the back of my mind for the rest of that day. By the time we finally reached camp, I had mostly relaxed. The site sat beside a river surrounded by dense forest. Dinner was cooking, tents were pitched, and eventually the younger campers went to bed. That's when the counselors in training decided to finally have a little fun. Jordan and another boy had managed to sneak out a couple of Mike's Hard Lemonades. I had brought a joint. To avoid getting caught, the four of us slipped away from camp and sat near a river where we cleaned dishes earlier. We smoked, shared the drinks, and told increasingly ridiculous ghost stories. The entire time, though, I couldn't shake that thought of the man from the trail earlier. Jordan seemed to take notice that I was nervous and handed me his blue hoodie. One of the other girls suggested we swap sleeping arrangements so Jordan and I could share a tent. Nobody objected. Eventually, we headed back to camp. As we approached the tents, we heard these footsteps crunching through the pine needles, somewhere deep in the darkness near the campers' tents. The sound stopped abruptly, leaving the forest back in silence again. We sat and listened for a minute before deciding it was probably just somebody getting up to use the bathroom. Still, we all retreated to our tents, calling it a night. I couldn't tell you what time it was when I woke up. At first, I wasn't even sure what had disturbed me. I heard those footsteps again, but this time they were circling outside our tent. The sound was close enough that I could tell whoever it was stood only a few feet from the entrance. I lay perfectly still and listened as they paced back and forth. Eventually, I rolled over to wake Jordan up, only to discover his sleeping bag was empty. Relief immediately washed over me. Of course, Jordan had probably got up and gone to the bathroom. Those footsteps outside were likely his. I relaxed and closed my eyes. After a few moments, I heard the zipper of the tent and somebody crawled inside and settled in the sleeping bag next to me, then wrapped an arm around my waist. Assuming it was Jordan, I barely thought about it. I was already drifting back to sleep when I realized that I now needed to pee. I muttered something about going to the bathroom and started unzipping my sleeping bag. The person shifted beside me slightly and pulled the hood of his sweatshirt further over his head and lay still. I quietly exited the tent and headed back toward the designated bathroom area. I had just finished when I heard rustling coming back from the camp. Not footsteps, more like rummaging, like somebody digging through backpacks. Trying to hurry up, I lost my balance and grabbed a branch for support. The branch snapped loudly and the rustling immediately stopped. I looked toward camp. A figure was now moving in my direction. Before I could react, a flashlight beam exploded in my face. My heart felt ready to burst from my chest, and then I heard Jordan's voice. "Hey, sorry, it's me." I nearly collapsed with relief, and then he asked me a question. "Hey, have you seen my blue hoodie?" I stared at him. "What?" "My hoodie, I can't find it." I frowned at him. "You were just wearing it." Jordan looked at me genuinely confused. "When?" "Just a second ago when you came back into the tent." The expression on his face changed. "Wait, what are you talking about?" I felt my stomach drop. Jordan explained that he realized his hoodie was missing after we returned from the river. He'd spent the last 45 minutes searching for it, first near the riverbank and then around the camp. He hadn't been in the tent at all. The blood drained from my face. The person who had crawled into my tent zipped it shut behind them and then wrapped an arm around me and laid beside me in the darkness was not Jordan. I somehow explained what had happened, though the words came out tangled and breathless. Jordan clearly didn't believe me, but he followed me back toward our tent anyway. We approached from the side as quietly as we could, neither of us willing to get close enough to look inside. When we were a few feet away, Jordan raised up his flashlight and pressed the beam against the nylon wall. The light illuminated a perfectly clear silhouette lying inside. Broad shoulders, a man's head, completely motionless. For a second, nobody moved. Then Jordan let out a scream that echoed through the entire campground. What followed was pure chaos. We sprinted across camp, tearing open counselor tents and yelling over each other about a stranger sleeping in ours. At first, the adults were confused, half asleep, but the panic in our voices convinced them that something was indeed very wrong. Flashlights appeared, radios popped to life, campers started waking up. Several counselors rushed toward our tent while others grabbed the kids together. By the time they reached it, however, the man was of course gone. The tent flap hung open and our belongings were scattered everywhere. Sleeping bags had been tossed aside, backpacks dumped out, gear littered the ground as if somebody had rifled through everything before fleeing into the darkness. Nobody knew where he'd gone or how long he'd been watching us before even entering the camp. Police were called immediately. The counselors spent the remainder of the night patrolling the perimeter while campers sat awake, whispering amongst themselves. Every sound from the woods would make people jump. Nobody seemed to get any sleep. The fear was contagious. Even the adults looked shaken, and that part terrified me. We were really out here on our own. If the counselors were scared, then whatever had happened was every bit as serious as it felt. Dawn finally arrived several miserable hours later. Additional staff members came up from base camp carrying rifles and shotguns to escort us back down the mountain, while police searched the area. About halfway through the hike, one of the campers spotted something tied up around a tree beside the trail. It was Jordan's blue hoodie. Somebody had carefully knotted it around a trunk at eye level, almost like a marker left specifically for us to find. Nobody touched it. Jordan didn't want it back, and none of us wanted to get close enough to untie it. We simply kept walking, leaving it hanging there in the woods. When we finally arrived back at base camp, we gave a small statement to investigators, and then everybody started piling up on buses to go home. I never returned back to camp in a professional capacity, and that guy out there was never found. In the summer of 1996, it was my fourth year attending a Christian girls' camp tucked into the hills of Kittitas County, Washington. The campground sat deep among the pines and rolling ridges, far enough from civilization that even as teenagers we felt removed from the world around us. For 4 days every summer, roughly 200 girls spread across property inside tents, A-frames, and longhouses. Every year pretty much followed that same rhythm. Bible lessons, swimming, crafts, campfires, and way too much junk food. Then once nights arrived, the older girls would inevitably start telling scary stories. Not ghost stories that anybody particularly believed, it was just the usual campfire material. Murderers with hooks for hands, phantom hitchhikers, creatures lurking beyond the tree line. You know the kind of thing. Our longhouse was packed that year, and on the final night of camp, several of us had gathered on the upper level after lights out. We were supposed to be asleep, yeah, but nobody ever was on the last night. We sat in this loose circle whispering stories while trying not to get caught by the counselors. I remember telling even a couple of stories myself, my friend Lily helping me with one of them. We took turns adding details and making each other laugh. Nothing remarkable, certainly not memorable. Hours would pass and all the stories would blur together. One girl would finish and another would immediately begin. The darkness inside the longhouse seemed a bit thicker than usual, as we could hardly see across the main room. Moonlight leaked through gaps in the wooden walls and painted pale bars across the floor. Beneath us, dozens of girls slept in their sleeping bags. Beyond the walls, waited acres of forest. At some point during the night, I became really exhausted. My head started dipping forward, my thoughts drifted in and out, and then somebody was saying my name. A few girls wanted one more story before bed, so I agreed. The last thing that I remember, my next memory, is just waking up, flat on my back. I didn't know where I was, and next I realized something impossible. I was talking, words were already coming out of my mouth. As consciousness returned, I became aware that I apparently had been speaking for some time. The moment I recognized my voice, whatever thread I'd been following vanished instantly. It felt like waking up halfway through a movie and realizing you have no idea what happened during that last hour. I tried desperately to follow through my own train of thought, but there was nothing there. No story, no memory, no sense of what I'd even been talking about. The realization rattled me so bad that I just stopped and silence filled the room. Then, embarrassed and confused, I muttered, "They all died, the end," and sat up. Nobody laughed or rolled their eyes. Nobody complained about the abrupt ending. Every girl in the room was staring at me. A couple had tears running down their faces. One sat with their mouth hanging wide open. The atmosphere was now completely different from the one that I'd fallen asleep in. My stomach was aching. "What?" I asked them. Nobody answered at first, but finally Lily spoke up, her voice barely even a whisper. "That was the creepiest thing I've ever heard." Several girls immediately nodded. One of the girls was wiping her eyes but was saying nothing. I looked around the circle expecting somebody to crack a smile or admit they were messing with me. Nobody did. Nervously, I laughed and blamed being tired. I even admitted to not remembering what I'd said, but it didn't seem to lighten the mood at all. "Okay," I said. "Let's just go to sleep." The group slowly broke apart, and within minutes, the gathering was now over. Before Lily left, though, I pulled her aside along with another friend named Sarah. Sarah was one of the most serious people I've ever known. Even as a teenager, she had no interest in pranks, gossip, or drama. If Sarah told you something, you believed it. Quietly, I admitted to them what had happened. "I fell asleep," I said. "I don't remember anything." The two exchanged a glance, and it wasn't amusement. These two looked worried, concerned about me. Lily stared at me for several more seconds. "That's worse, I'd say." Sarah nodded. "Yeah, that's super weird." I asked them what I said, and neither answered, and when I pressed again, Sarah shook her head. "I'm not going to repeat it." "Why?" Neither girl spoke. Finally, Lily said, "Trust me, you don't want to hear it." The way she said it bothered me. What could I have made up that would have been that bad? I spent the next hour lying awake in my sleeping bag, listening to the longhouse settle in around me. Eventually, exhaustion would win me over. A few hours later, somebody was shaking my shoulder. I opened up my eyes to find one of the adult camp counselors leaning over me. The sky outside was still black. Assuming there had been some kind of emergency, I hurriedly gathered up my belongings and followed her outside. 2 more leaders were there waiting for me. They escorted me across camp without any explanation. The campground was silent except for the distant insects and the whisper of the wind through the trees. Flashlight carved narrow tunnels through the darkness as we walked to a nearby tent and was told to go inside. 2 younger girls were already in there. Both had been part of our storytelling group. 2 of the criers from earlier. Now they were sobbing. One had buried her face in a sleeping bag while the other wouldn't even look at me. Completely bewildered, I sat down. A minute later, one of the leaders called me back outside and finally explained what the heck was going on. According to them, Lily had shown up at their tent sometime after midnight with 2 younger girls. All 3 were hysterical. The younger girls wanted their parents called immediately. They wanted to leave camp and would not stop crying. When the counselors asked why, Lily told them about our storytelling session and specifically the story that I had told. Naturally, the leaders wanted details, but Lily refused to repeat it. The younger girls refused too. Apparently, every attempt to get them to explain only made them cry harder. The counselors assumed I deliberately frightened them. When they asked what I'd said, I gave them the only answer I had. I don't know. I honestly cannot remember. They didn't believe me, and honestly, I don't blame them. Imagine being told that a teenager fell asleep halfway through a ghost story session, continued speaking while asleep, terrified multiple people, and then conveniently forgot the whole thing. It sounds ridiculous, I know, but more than that, it sounds like a blatant lie. Eventually, they decided that the parents were not getting called at 3 a.m. over a campfire story. Since everybody was heading home the next day anyway, the matter kinda just ended right there. My punishment was spending the rest of the night in the tent with the younger girls while the counselors took place in our longhouses. The girls cried for a while longer before finally drifting off. So did I. When morning came, they were already gone and the subject was never discussed again. Years passed. Occasionally I'd run into people from camp and bring it up, but nobody would tell me the story. Lily eventually admitted to me that she still had nightmares about it. Sarah remained just as unwilling to discuss it as she had been that night. Other girls would immediately change the subject or claim they didn't remember now either. Over the years, I only managed to gather a handful of details. Apparently, my voice sounded completely normal. My eyes remained closed throughout the entire telling. There was a coherent story. It all made sense. It wasn't just gibberish. The only part that didn't make sense was the ending, where I woke up and just said that everybody died. Apparently, before that was supposedly clear, structured, and seriously creepy. The details were apparently beyond bizarre. I'm 45 years old now. I've spent decades trying to convince myself it was a prank. The rational explanations are very obvious. Teenagers can be dramatic. Memories become distorted. Stories grow larger with time. And that's what I continue to tell myself. The problem is that every explanation eventually runs into the same obstacle. Sarah. If it had only been Lily, I would have dismissed it years ago. If it had only been the younger girls, I would have assumed they just got carried away. But Sarah was never interested in attention. She certainly wasn't the type to participate in some kind of elaborate joke. More importantly, she never changed her version. Not even once. The last time I asked her about it was years after the camp ended. I laughed, told her I was finally ready to hear whatever terrifying masterpiece my sleeping brain had apparently created. She didn't laugh. She went pale, looked at me like she might be sick, and said the same thing she always implied. "You're a psycho." The old hotel sat less than a block from my actual apartment. At least, everybody called it a hotel. Looking back, it was probably a motel. The rooms all opened directly to the outside. There was this small lobby near the front, and a cracked swimming pool sat behind the building collecting rainwater and all kinds of trash. Whatever it had been, it was long dead by the time I moved into the neighborhood. The windows were boarded over. The sign out front hung at this weird angle. Weeds grew through the parking lot cracks. Every few months, somebody would spray fresh graffiti across the plywood, and every few months, somebody else would paint over that. It had been abandoned for the entire time it was in my life. So naturally, that made us want to go inside it. One Friday night, a friend came over to my apartment. We spent that evening drinking beer, watching terrible movies, and talking about really absolutely nothing. We weren't blackout drunk or stumbling around, just relaxed, slightly buzzed, and operating with that drunken curiosity. I think around midnight, one of us glanced out the window over toward the hotel. "You ever been inside it?" "No." "Well, you want to go?" 5 minutes later, we were crossing the street. The property was easy enough to enter. Somebody had already torn sections of plywood away from several of the doors. We slipped inside one of the rooms and discovered exactly what you'd expect to find in an abandoned motel. Mold, rot, broken furniture, graffiti, and a smell that was absolutely awful. A mattress was collapsed in one corner like it had melted into the floor. Beer bottles littered the room and hallways. There were several used condoms scattered near the bathroom, and some appearing not to be that old. We made a note that there could be other people in here and just kept moving. We continued to explore several more rooms, each one of them looking the same, filthy, decayed, and further evidence that plenty of other curious idiots had already beaten us here. Honestly, after 20 minutes, the whole thing was kind of becoming boring. Then we decided to check out the lobby. The office sat near the front entrance. The glass doors had long since been shattered, leaving pools of jagged glass. We climbed through the opening and stepped inside, and the atmosphere changed immediately. The rooms outside had been exposed to moonlight, but the lobby was not. The darkness felt heavier in there, as if it might grab us by the back of the neck. Even the smell gave me the creeps. A few shafts of light were slipping through cracks in boarded windows, but the rest of the room was completely blind to us. We took maybe 3 steps inside and froze. Somebody was standing across the lobby, clear as day. It was just a shape at first, tall, human, motionless, standing near what had once been the front desk. I grabbed my buddy's arm and tried not to scream out loud. "Hey, you see that?" "Yeah." The figure remained perfectly still, watching us. We didn't speak for several seconds. I couldn't really make out any other details, no face, no clothing, just this silhouette occupying a patch of darkness. Then it moved. One arm jolted, then the other, and the guy shook his clothes out as if he had the chills or something. Every hair on my body stood up. The figure then took a step in our direction, and I heard my friend whisper a swear word, and the figure seemed to kind of lean forward.
"What are you doing in here?"
The words hit me like a gunshot. I didn't stop to think or answer him. I just turned and ran. My friend was already moving, pumping to keep up. We exploded out of the lobby and sprinted across the parking lot like our lives depended on it. And that was real. We had no clue what this guy was capable of. The figure never emerged, never chased us, but neither of us slowed down until we reached my apartment. Once inside, we locked the door and stood there trying to catch our breath. The hell was that? Dude, I don't know. Homeless guy? Probably. Drug addict? I don't know. The weirdest part wasn't that somebody had been inside the building. That actually made perfect sense. The weird part was how he'd still been standing before moving, how unnatural he looked. Was he waiting in a pose like that? The next few days, that story just became a joke. The terrifying homeless man guarding the abandoned motel, the ghost concierge. And each version ended with us falling ass over elbow to get back to the street, and that part had us dying. Then my friend came over one day again, but this time it was the middle of the afternoon. Bright sunlight, clear skies, no alcohol involved. "You know," he said, "we kind of panicked that one night." No shit, we absolutely panicked." "What if we go take another look?" "You mean now?" "Yeah, now. Look how safe it is outside right now." 20 minutes later, we were back. The motel looked considerably less intimidating during the daylight. I guess most abandoned places do, right? The parking lot was a lot smaller, the building seemed a lot less ominous. Even the graffiti looked less threatening, almost playful now. So we walked straight to the lobby, no hesitation. The afternoon sun poured through the broken entrance, and there he was, standing exactly where we'd seen him before. Same build, same clothes. I couldn't believe it. For a split second, my stomach dropped. As we got closer, we realized we nearly had a heart attack because of a cardboard cutout. That's what we were looking at, a cheesy hotel advert. It stood behind the front desk advertising online reservations and the hotel's website. The thing wasn't even that creepy, just some smiling businessman in a polo shirt pointing at a promotional slogan. We stared at each other and then immediately started laughing. Mystery solved, right? The only problem is that the cutout did not explain everything, not even close. I know what we saw. The cardboard man's arms hadn't been printed in that different position. They moved. I watched them move with my own eyes. My friend swears that he saw it too. Even stranger was the voice that called out to us. The lobby had been completely empty when we returned. No homeless, no evidence anybody else had been living there, no hidden rooms, no places somebody could have realistically disappeared into. Just dust, debris, and a cardboard salesman. Maybe the voice came from somewhere outside and then echoed through the building, or we heard something else. There's a chance maybe we didn't even hear it at all. Of course, all those explanations are possible. They're also convenient, but I digress. All I'm going to say is that I don't visit creepy abandoned buildings next door anymore. The scariest urban exploration experience I ever had happen was in an abandoned restaurant on the coast. A few of my friends and I had driven out there to this little beach town one winter evening. During the summer, that place was packed with tourists, but in January, it felt half abandoned. Most of the storefronts were dark, hardly any cars were on the road, and the wind was coming off the ocean and it made the entire town just feel deserted. Somebody had told us about this old restaurant near the shoreline that had been sitting vacant for years now, so naturally, we needed to check it out. We parked a few blocks away and walked the rest of the distance. The building was easy enough to get into. A window facing the beach had already been smashed long ago, and after making sure nobody else was around, we climbed through one at a time. Inside, it was exactly what you'd expect from some kind of abandoned restaurant. Tables were overturned, chairs were scattered everywhere. Years of salty breezes had eaten away at every metal surface. There was a long wooden bar running along one wall, shattered bottles behind it, and enough graffiti to make it clear that we weren't the first people who had wandered in here. The first 20 minutes or so, it was pretty fun. We're laughing, taking pictures, checking out all the different rooms. Nothing felt particularly creepy. Then one of my friends found a staircase near this old kitchen that led down into the basement. We assumed it would just be storage area or something, but the basement was enormous. The deeper we went, the stranger it would become. There were old wine racks, utility rooms, storage chambers, and a narrow hallway branching in a bunch of different directions. For a building that looked fairly small from the outside, the underground portions seemed absurdly large. It felt more like we were exploring beneath a hotel than a beachside restaurant. The maze of corridors just kept going and going. The atmosphere slowly changed as we wandered further from the steps. The sounds upstairs were disappearing now. The sound of the ocean had disappeared. Eventually, all we could hear were our own footsteps echoing through those concrete hallways and the occasional drip of water somewhere off in the distance, until we found the last room. It sat at one of the end of the side corridors. At first glance, it looked like just another storage room, but the moment our flashlights swept across the interior, every one of us immediately realized that something was up. I glanced and there was this cot in the corner, and not a trashy one. An unmade blanket was draped across it. Beside that was a backpack. There were clothes folded on a chair. A gallon jug of water stood up against the wall. Near a cracked mirror was this disposable razor, along with a toothbrush and several other personal items. The entire room looked lived in, like currently. The realization hit us all at once, and we're not alone in here. I remember this horrible sinking feeling settling into my stomach as my flashlight moved around the room, every new object seemingly making things worse. Food wrappers, a flashlight, shoes, soap. It's all there. Everything a person would need. We stood there shocked and silent. The thought running through my head was very simple. Where is he? The flashlight continued around the room and boom, landed on him, standing up against the far wall. I can still see it perfectly in my head. One moment we're staring at a cot. The next there's a man standing maybe 20 feet away from us, thin, barefoot, and unbelievably filthy, and wearing nothing but his underwear. I think for a second my brain couldn't really process what I was actually looking at. He hadn't stepped into the room. He hadn't emerged from a doorway. There was no movement leading up to the event. It just felt like found footage jump cut, where a figure simply appears between the frames. The beam from my flashlight hit him directly in the face, and I nearly apologized. He stared at us. Nobody moved. Then the guy absolutely loses his mind. He starts screaming in this pure panic rage. He grabbed both sides of his head and began shrieking so loudly it echoed through the entire basement. The sound was unreal. It wasn't anger exactly, it sounded like he was genuinely terrified. Looking back, I honestly think he was every bit as frightened of us as we were of him. The sudden explosion of noise shattered whatever composure any of us had left. One of my friends yelled, another dropped his flashlight, and I physically jumped backwards. It was all I could do with such little time to react. The man began stumbling toward us while flailing his arms wildly, still screaming at the top of his lungs. Whether he intended to attack us or simply wanted us gone, I have no idea. We didn't stick around long enough to find out. We ran. Every single one of us turned and sprinted back into the hallway. The problem was that basement was just a fucking maze. The same corridors that had seemed interesting 10 minutes earlier now felt like a death trap. We tore through hallway after hallway while that man's screams echoed behind us. The sound was bouncing off the concrete walls in every direction, making it impossible to tell where he actually was. At one point, I stole a glance backwards, and my flashlight beam caught him standing at the far end of the corridor, still screaming, charging right after us. Then, he just disappears into the darkness again. Eventually, we found that staircase and practically launched ourselves back up it. I don't remember much about crossing the restaurant. I just remember climbing back through the broken window and running till we reached the street. Nobody spoke as we tried to catch our breath, and when we finally did, everybody kept asking the same question. How long had he been standing there? The old flour mill on Harbor Island has always made my skin crawl. Back in high school, my friends and I went through this serious urbex phase. We were constantly sneaking into abandoned factories, warehouses, schools, and any other forgotten places that we could find around Seattle. We'd been chased out by security and cops plenty of times as well, and I guess that's just kind of part of the hobby. The flour mill was supposed to be another simple exploration. There were 5 of us that night. The building was enormous. Concrete pillars disappearing into the darkness overhead. Rusted machinery sat frozen beneath layers upon layers of dust. Every footstep would echo. Every flashlight beam was swallowed by the endless black. For the first hour, everything was nice and normal. We wandered through the old processing area, climbed between floors, checked out abandoned equipment. It was creepy, sure, but in the usual abandoned building way. Then Ryan suddenly stops. Hold on. We all froze. Listen. Guys hear that? We kill our lights, the darkness now swallowing us up. At first, all I really heard was the normal sounds of a decaying building. Wind through broken windows, distant creaks, metal and wood settling off somewhere. Then, I heard what he was talking about. Another sound emerged. A soft shuffle. Shh. Pause. Shh. It sounded like somebody dragging something on the floor. Nobody said a word, we just continued listening. Shh. Shh. Then we all heard it. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear the blood rushing in my ears. Every sense felt sharpened. The building even seemed to be holding its breath along with us. Ryan finally whispered, "It sounds like somebody's coming from the stairs." I listened again. He was right. The noise seemed to be coming from somewhere near the central stairwell. We switched our lights back on and slowly headed in that direction. Nobody wanted to be the first person to suggest leaving, but nobody wanted to be the first one to see it either. Dust swirled through our flashlight beams. Every few seconds, we'd stop and listen. The closer we got, the quieter everything seemingly became. Eventually, we reached that stairwell. it spiraled both upward and downward through the center of the mill. We shined our lights up, saw nothing. Down, saw nothing again, just concrete landings disappearing into the dark. The shuffling had stopped, and so for a moment we kind of relaxed. Maybe it really was the building just settling. We were worked up over nothing. Then Ryan stepped on this old plastic water bottle. Crunch. The sound detonated through the stairwell. I've never heard a water bottle make that much noise before or even since. Everybody jumped, and one of my friends actually yelped. Jake, who had been looking back toward the factory floor that we crossed, suddenly shouted, "Fuck." The fear in his voice hit me right away. He saw something. I turned my flashlight toward him right when the screaming started. It erupted from somewhere deep within the mill. The sound slammed through the building and echoed off concrete in every direction, which made it impossible to track. Was he close? Was he far away? We couldn't tell. I don't know how to describe it either. It wasn't human, yet it wasn't an animal that I'd ever heard before. And it was deep, so deep that I felt it vibrating through my chest. It sounded furious and violent. The entire stairwell seemed to shake beneath its fury. So now we booked it. Absolute panic. Flew down the stairs as fast as we could, and the scream came once more. And it could have been right at our heels, I couldn't tell. The sound was literally everywhere. My flashlight was bouncing wildly as I sprinted. I missed a step and almost broke my ankle. We were all screaming now and crashing into one another, desperately fighting to get away, to get out. We hit the bottom floor and sprinted through a dark processing area toward the exit. Then we see people, a shitload of them, at least 10 homeless guys. Apparently they've been sheltering somewhere on the lower levels. Under normal circumstances, that would have startled us. Instead, I barely even noticed them. My entire focus was getting out. We charged toward them. They looked up and looked past us, and then they instantly panicked. One guy shouted something, another grabbed a backpack, a third was already running before we reached them. Within seconds, every single one of them was moving. I couldn't believe it. It conjured up a fear so deep that it brought bile up into my throat. The fuck are we running from? These people clearly knew the building. Some of them looked like they'd been living there for a while, and if they were terrified, it meant something. One older guy kept looking over his shoulder as he ran, totally terrified. He'd heard that scream before and knew exactly what it meant. "You woke him up! You woke him up! Why did you wake him up?" He kept asking me as he ran. We burst through this broken doorway and then finally into the cold air night. Still, nobody slowed down. The group of homeless scattered immediately. A couple vanished beyond this overpass. Others disappeared between storage yards and shipping containers. Within seconds, they were all gone. Then it was just us again, 5 terrified teenagers sprinting for our car. We didn't stop until we reached it, everybody gasping for breath, hands shaking, staring back at the black silhouette of the mill, waiting for something to emerge. Nothing ever did. The screaming stopped and we were eventually left with nothing but the sound of the tide. Eventually we get into our cars and leave. For weeks afterward, we tried to rationally explain what happened. An animal, another explorer, somebody protecting their den. But none of those explanations really did anything for me. It was the way the homeless people flocked together and bolted. That had happened before, I'm sure of it. We all collectively fled from something that was very real, even if we couldn't see it. Whatever the answer is, I'll never know, because I never went back to that mill. I don't think any of us have. Exploring the storm drains beneath our neighborhood was practically a rite of passage. Every single kid did it. Parents either didn't know or didn't realize how far we'd actually gone. From the outside looking in, the entrances looked harmless. Concrete culverts tucked into drainage ditches and retention basins around the edges of the subdivision. Getting inside required crawling through this cramped section barely wide enough for your shoulders. For 15 or 20 feet, you'd inch your way forward on your hands and knees, navigating concrete, mud, before the tunnel would widen up enough to stand up in. After that, an entire underground world would open up to you. The drains stretched on for miles beneath the neighborhoods, roads, and parks. Most were round concrete tubes made from giant prefabricated sections. Some were barely tall enough to walk through, while others were enormous, large enough that even a golf cart could have driven comfortably down the center if there'd been a way to get one down there. The system twisted in every direction, splitting, merging, rising, and then dropping beneath the town. Occasionally, we'd come across some strange structures that made no sense to us kids. Massive grates covering only half a tunnel, concrete chambers with rusted ladders disappearing upward, or even metal bars that looked like prison cells built directly into the drainage system. The darkness was the worst part. The sounds weren't much better. Water trickling, distant drips, and echoes that bounced around the tunnels until your footsteps sounded like somebody else walking nearby. Logically, there shouldn't have been any other sounds down there. If you heard something moving, it meant something was moving, plain and simple. We explored those tunnels all summer without maps or even any kind of real plan. Instead, we relied on local knowledge passed between kids, something akin to folklore. If you got lost, you followed the tunnel that would get bigger. Eventually, every pipe fed into a main drainage line, and that line emptied into a pond nearly half a mile outside the neighborhood. No matter how lost you got, you'd always find your way out. Or so we thought, at least. One afternoon, my older brother and I went down there with 4 of our friends. My brother was fearless. Not brave, fearless. There's a difference. Brave people understand danger and do things anyway. My brother simply didn't seem capable of feeling fear. The rest of us followed him blindly everywhere back in those days. That day, we reached one of the larger junction chambers where 4 tunnels met. Normally, we'd stick to our familiar routes, but my brother pointed his flashlight down this small tunnel branching off into the darkness and announced that nobody had ever gone that way. That seemed to be enough for him. Immediately, he wanted to explore it, and for reasons I still can't explain, the idea filled me with dread. Nothing looked wrong or different. Nothing had happened. Yet I remember staring into that tunnel feeling sick, like every instinct that I possessed was warning me not to go in. I finally told him I'm staying behind. 2 other friends agreed, and 3 of us remained in the junction while my brother and 2 other boys disappeared into the darkness. We sat and just joked around while we waited for them, and the minutes continued to stretch on. 5 became 10, 10 became 15, and time felt strange underground. The darkness even seemed heavier after they left, and the tunnel they'd entered looked impossibly black. I also remember hearing what sounded like water dripping somewhere off in the distance, then hearing it again, then realizing it wasn't water at all. It was footsteps. They were faint and distant, but they were coming towards us. We stood there and listened, and the footsteps grew louder, multiple sets of feet hammering against concrete. Then came shouting, and what sounded like real, awful terror. One of my friends immediately turned and bolted. The second followed, and I wanted to run too instinctively, but my brother was down there somewhere. Then I heard another sound. At first, the echoes distorted it beyond any kind of recognition. It blended with the pounding footsteps and ricocheted across the tunnels, but whatever it was getting closer. Suddenly, flashlight beams exploded around the bend. My brother and the other 2 boys came sprinting into view, and I've never seen my brother have that look on his face before. He was pale, his eyes were wide, and every trace of confidence had seemingly vanished. One of the boys behind him screamed a single word: "Go!" That was enough for me. We ran. Nobody asked questions, nobody stopped. We tore through the large tunnel system, splashing through shallow water while flashlight beams bounced wildly across those curved walls. Behind us, the echoes continued, footsteps that didn't belong to any of us. Then I finally heard this man screaming, some kind of garbled language. The sound echoed through the tunnels like an animal being slaughtered, totally unhinged. Every few seconds, it seemed to be getting closer, then farther away, then closer again. The acoustics underground made it impossible to know exactly where he was, as if he were everywhere. I glanced over my shoulder once, and my flashlight caught movement far behind us. A figure was crawling through the tunnel, much faster than we were, much faster than seemed to be possible. Its limbs were moving awkwardly, almost spider-like, and for a split second my light reflected off this filthy human face before the beam bounced away and darkness took him again. The whole time that screaming never stopped, not even for a second. One of the boys was crying openly while he ran. Another nearly slipped and went down into the water, but nobody slowed down. The tunnel stretched endlessly ahead of us, every bend revealing only more darkness. By now my lungs were burning, my legs were feeling weak underneath me. Yet every time that screaming echoed behind us, pure panic shoved me forward because what else could I do? Finally, we see daylight, just this faint circle in the distance. The outlet which was at the end of the tunnel, and that sweet dirty pond down at the bottom. Salvation. Relief hit me so hard my knees almost buckled, but we kept sprinting. The light grew larger with every step until suddenly we were finally there. The tunnel ended in open air, dropping 15 feet into the pond below. Normally we'd climb carefully down the rocks beside it, but not on that day. The first boy launched himself into space without slowing down, and another, and another. I was terrified of heights and couldn't swim, but that doesn't matter when somebody is chasing you. I took a big gulp of air and launched right into it myself. For a second I was weightless, then hit the water hard enough to knock the breath out of me. The pond was thick with all kinds of murk and debris, and impossibly deep. I thrashed wildly until my feet found mud, then stumbled towards shore in this blind panic. The others were already scrambling onto land themselves. After a few seconds, my brother and his friends exploded from the tunnel overhead too. More splashing and 3 terrified kids fighting their way toward the shore themselves. In silence, nothing emerged from the tunnel, only that scream. For a brief moment, I wondered if it had all been some kind of elaborate prank. Maybe my brother had finally decided to scare us for fun, but that theory only lasted a few seconds. "Let's go home," he said, voice shaking. My fearless brother was shaking, and that really, truly scared me. The walk back to the neighborhood felt endless. We were soaked, covered in mud, and completely silent. Every time I tried asking what had happened, my brother would ignore me. When we finally reached our house, he did something that shocked all of us. Knowing we were about to get in trouble, he tells our mother everything, where we've been, what we've been doing, how we entered the drains, every last detail, including that it all had been his idea. Coming clean like that, I knew he must have seen something crazy down there. After hearing the story, my mom called the police. According to my brother, they had followed that unexplored tunnel until reaching the junction chamber. Light filtered through this grate overhead, illuminating a pile of trash and debris caught against one of those half-covered metal grates. At first they thought it was just simply garbage, but the pile moved. There was a man lying inside it, as though he built up a nest beneath the trash itself. When he heard them, he slowly raised his head and looked directly at them. My brother said that the man's face was filthy and partially hidden by tangled hair, but what stuck out were the eyes. He called them demonic. The man reached toward my brother, then began dragging himself out of that trash pile. That's when they turned and ran. Seconds later, the screaming started up behind them. Police would arrive a bit later, and to everybody's surprise, my brother actually agreed to guide the officers back into the drainage system. More patrol cars continued arriving throughout the afternoon. Officers searched every entrance they could find while the canine units combed the area. At one point, there were police vehicles scattered throughout the neighborhood, around the pond, near several storm drain access points as well. Hours later, an officer would speak with my mother again. They had found the chamber, they had found the trash pile, and evidence that somebody had definitely been living there. But the man himself was now gone. The dogs tracked his scent through the drainage system all the way to the pond where we'd escaped from. Then the trail simply just stopped. The scent reached the water's edge and went no further. The dogs never picked up a trail through the surrounding woods along the creek or anywhere else nearby. As far as I know, they never identified him, but my mom has a theory that he must have been a wanted criminal. The police wouldn't roll out troops like that for just some random squatter. Deep, in that sewer system. Back in my teenage hoodlum days, a few friends and I developed this unhealthy fascination with abandoned places. We'd crawl through condemned houses, empty warehouses, forgotten strip malls, anywhere with broken windows. Looking back, it was incredibly stupid, but when you're 16, common sense usually loses to boredom. At one point, somebody mentioned this abandoned medical facility sitting on top of a wooded hill just a few towns over. According to the local rumors, the place had once been a full surgical center where they performed major procedures before suddenly it just shut down. Now, whether any of that was true really didn't matter. To us, it sounded like the perfect place for a creepy midnight expedition. The building sat at the end of a long road that wound uphill through thick trees. There weren't any businesses nearby, no neighborhoods, nothing but forest. My headlights bounced between trunks until the trees finally opened up into a cracked parking lot overlooking the massive brick complex. The first thing that surprised us was the lighting. Not every light was on, but the place definitely wasn't completely dark. Several amber exterior lamps were glowing along the sidewalks, and a handful of windows reflected faint interior lights. I thought this place was abandoned. It is, came the answer. Those are probably just security lights or something. The explanation sounded breezable enough for me. There wasn't another car anywhere in sight. The parking lot was empty except for mine. Weeds pushing through the pavement and leaves piled up against the curbs. We circled the exterior until one of my friends whispered, "Hey." Near the rear corner, a window had been covered by plywood. Curious, we pulled the board away. Behind it, the window had been shattered. Somebody had obviously already beat us there. One after another, we climbed onto the ledge and carefully avoiding the broken glass and slipped inside. The first thing that hit me was the smell. Not mold or mildew, it smelled clean, sterile, like somebody had just run a mop and disinfectant through the air the night before. The hallway beyond that window was dimly lit by the emergency lighting. Dust coated parts of the floor, but there were sections that looked strangely untouched. Doors still had department labels. Waiting room chairs sat stacked neatly up against the wall. A few pieces of medical equipment remained beneath the white sheets. Dude, this is awesome. Everybody split off into little groups, wandering from room to room. I followed behind, but something immediately just felt weird to me. Nothing I could point out, just this feeling in the back of my mind. Normally, I love this stuff. Usually, I'd be the one opening doors, suggesting we explore more of the hallway. But this time I wanted out. Nobody else seemed to be bothered though. They laughed, opened cabinets, peeked into exam rooms, and made jokes about haunted hospitals. All the while, my stomach felt like somebody had dropped a brick into it. We rounded another corner and motion-activated lights blinked on overhead. Everybody froze as that fluorescent fixture busted life one section at a time. "See?" my buddy said as he chuckled. "Still has power." If the electricity still worked, who was paying for it and why? I suddenly started noticing little things that I'd ignored before. A trash can without much dust inside it, a clipboard sitting neatly on a counter, a fridge that had current non-expired food in it. Alarms began ringing in my head. I stopped walking. "Guys, we need to leave." Nobody even looked at me. "I'm not joking." One of my buddies grinned. "Dude, we just got here." I drove. We're leaving. There must have been something about my voice in the moment because the joking stopped. Nobody argued. We turned around and walked back the way we came. By the time we reached that broken window, everybody was already spooked. One by one, we climbed out, sprinted to my car, slamming the doors behind us. The second everybody was inside, I started the engine and flew out of there. Eventually, somebody asked why I wanted out so badly, and I couldn't really explain it. I don't know, I just had this really, really bad feeling. And that was it. A few miles later, we pulled into a gas station. Some of the guys went inside while 3 of us stayed in the car. From where we were parked, you could still see the top of the hill. Then we saw flashing amber lights. A security vehicle rolled up to the front entrance, and seconds later, a police cruiser followed it up the hill. The three of us stared without saying a word. We'd missed them by maybe 2 minutes. When the others came back carrying drinks, we pointed up toward the hill, and their faces changed as we told them what we saw. To this day, we don't really know if somebody spotted us, if there were cameras, or if we triggered a silent alarm. Whatever the case, we dodged the law by just a few minutes. If I'd ignored that feeling for maybe 5 minutes more, we probably would have been caught inside an active medical facility after breaking through a boarded up window. As a bunch of teenage idiots, we were thinking about ghost stories and bragging rights, not criminal trespassing. So instead, we got the closest call of our entire urban exploring phase. This could have easily ruined our lives for real. If you're listening to this and you are into urbex, all I can really tell you is to please be careful. I'd arrived at the department barely 2 weeks earlier, so I was the designated guinea pig. Welfare checks, bloody domestic disputes, fatal crashes. Every time something ugly came over the radio, the chief would grin at me and tell me it was good training. The guy was old school, and sometimes I really think he had it out for me. One morning, my phone rang before sunrise. "Get dressed," the chief said. "Got a body. This is excellent field training. Can't have you missing this." 20 minutes later, I'm pulling onto this quiet residential street in full uniform with nearly 30 pounds of gear hanging off me. Bullets, a badge, everything I might need to survive the situation. The neighborhood was completely ordinary. Kids' bikes were sitting in the driveways. Dogs were barking behind the fence. If there hadn't been 2 patrol cars parked outside, I would have driven right past the place. My chief met me on the sidewalk. "Neighbor called. Mail's been piling up. Nobody's seen him in weeks." We walked around to the back of the house where a narrow window looked into the hallway. A single barefoot was sticking into view, perfectly still. It was colorless. "Well," Chief said, "it's gotta be him." We circled back to the front, drilled the lock, and pushed the door open. The smell hit instantly, and I mean hit like a Mack truck. I'd heard officers joke about decomp before, but nobody explained that it really wasn't a smell. It was something that climbed into your mouth, throat, lungs, and stomach, and just kind of lived there. I made it maybe 3 steps before turning into the bushes and dry heaving. "Everybody pukes on their first one," Chief said. "Handle it, then get in there." Inside, the man was right where we saw him before. Judging by the condition of the body, he'd probably been dead close to a month now. We opened up every window while waiting for the coroner, but it barely helped the smell. Once the body was removed, we started searching the house for firearms, medication, valuables, anything else that needed to be documented before the family arrived. We also looked for anything weird, suspicious, or outright illegal. The chief headed upstairs while I started on the first floor. At first, everything fit the story that we'd expected it to be. Dust covering every surface, dirty dishes piling up in the sink, unopened mail covering the table. This man was just living when life decided to apparently move on. Then I found the kitchen window. It wasn't broken or forced open, but it had been unlocked prior to our arrival, with a screen removed and leaning neatly against the outside wall. I called out to the chief to come over. "You think he left it open?" The chief studied it for a moment. "It's possible." Outside beneath the window, dry dirt held several faint shoe scuffs leading toward the side yard. They weren't clear enough to identify, but they definitely weren't ours. We photographed them, and then the chief just kind of stared at the ground before muttering, We continued searching. Little inconsistencies kept appearing though. Every dresser drawer was open except for one. The bedroom closet stood open and totally empty. There was a wallet with nothing in it. In the kitchen, 3 keychains still hung from their hooks, while the 4th hook had a clean outline in the dust where something had recently been removed. None of it proved really anything, but together it created the uncomfortable feeling that somebody else had been inside the house after the homeowner died. I suggested that maybe a family member had stopped by before anybody realized he was actually dead. My chief just kind of shrugged. Possibly. Again, he didn't sound too convinced though. He just kept saying that word over and over. Eventually, he sent me to finish the basement while he completed some paperwork upstairs. The stairs groaned as I descended into the cool concrete room, lined up with exposed beams, metal shelving, and stacks of forgotten boxes. A single ground-level window spilled some rectangle of afternoon sunlight across the floor in front of me. I began opening up some boxes. Found some Christmas decoration, paint cans, fishing tackle, old newspapers, nothing remarkable. The sunlight changed and I looked toward the window. It didn't have curtains, so the light should have remained uninterrupted. Something was standing between me and the glass. I assumed it was the chief checking on me from outside or something, but then I realized the shape wasn't really a person. It wasn't really transparent either. It was simply black, an impossibly dark silhouette that seemed to absorb the sunlight instead of blocking it. There's no features, no clothing, just this unmistakable outline of somebody standing sideways with its head turned slightly over to one shoulder, watching me. For a few seconds, neither of us moved, and then crash. A sound exploded from somewhere behind the shelving to my right. It wasn't the creaking of an old house. Somebody had knocked something over in their scramble to break my line of sight. I swung my flashlight toward the noise while instinctively drawing out my pistol. "Police!" Silence. When I looked back toward the window, the silhouette was gone now. I cleared the basement exactly the way I'd been trained to. Behind the furnace, around the water heater, under the stairs, every corner that somebody could hide in. The whole time I kept my ears open, waiting to hear them make another sound. Eventually, I found the source of the noise. A cardboard box had fallen from a shelf, scattering old newspapers and mason jar lids across the concrete. Maybe it had just simply shifted and fell. Standing there though, it looked exactly like somebody had brushed past it while moving out of sight. The corner of the box didn't align with the shelf. It just seemed easy to knock over in the dark. I searched every inch of that basement though. There's not another person down there. When I came back upstairs, the chief was standing outside writing on his clipboard. "I heard you yelling. Find anything?" I looked back toward the basement door, then toward the unlocked kitchen window and the faint shoe prints outside. I briefly thought about telling him, but then I realized I couldn't do it. Nothing I can prove. 3 years have passed since then, and I've worked plenty of death scenes since. I've learned a lot, but still at the top of my list, I don't share things that make you look crazy. It's this express method to get you flushed from your department and possibly lose your job forever. If you want my advice, and you're a cop out there, stick to the facts. Report what you know and not what you think. I was never a police officer on the street, but I did spend some time as a corrections officer in a century-old prison. The prison was officially 112 years old when I worked there. It had been built in stages, stone and concrete stacked onto older stone and older concrete, with additions that never quite matched or lined up. There were sections where the air changed as soon as you crossed this threshold, places with drafts or where the air was stale, didn't flow at all. It always reminded me of some kind of cave system. Everybody had stories about the place. Supposedly, inmates helped build the original structure, and many had died during that construction. Others died later from violence, disease, and failed escape attempts. One story claimed men who tried to flee had been hanged on the prison grounds as a warning. I never knew how much of any of this was true, though. By the time I got there, the rumors had become part of the building itself. And because so many of them were real, it was difficult to sift out the bullshit. I worked a control post every Sunday night from 4 in the afternoon until midnight. It sounded like a pretty easy assignment, sitting behind glass, surrounded by monitors, radios, and door controls. In reality, it meant sitting alone while the prison did whatever it wanted. By 4:30, the upper visitation floor was cleared room by room. Officers searched every booth, restroom, and hallway before locking it down. Once those doors closed, nobody went back up there until the next day. At exactly 9 o'clock every Sunday night, there would be an inmate sitting in visitation. The first time I saw him, I assumed somebody had screwed something up. On the monitor, he sat alone at one of the visitation tables, facing slightly away from the camera. He sat there like he was waiting for somebody, didn't do anything weird or even questionable. And when the officers do those closing sweeps, they are thorough. We can't have somebody slipping through the cracks because we didn't check a hallway or the last stall in lineup. We turn those levels inside out. I radioed it in as possible action, and 2 officers went upstairs while I watched the cameras. They searched every room with flashlights, checked behind the tables and counters, and found nothing. The chair where I'd just seen that man was empty. I slowly convinced myself it had been a reflection or some kind of camera glitch. Then the following Sunday came round, and at exactly 9 o'clock, there he was. He was back. I couldn't tell if it was the same person, but there was a constant presence in the same chair at the same table almost every single Sunday. That would soon become part of my week. By Sunday evening, I'd catch myself watching the clock, telling myself, don't look at the monitor. At 8:59, the room would be empty. At 9, he'd be there, never moving. Well, except for once where he kind of looked at the cameras, so I just left it alone. Why even bother sending anybody up there when I knew he wasn't really there? Fact is, unless there is immediate danger, there are just things that you don't report. Every search would end up the same way, with officers coming back irritated. Eventually, I would just keep it to myself. I would simply watch that impossible figure occupy a room I knew had been empty for hours. As unsettling as that was, it wasn't the worst thing that I experienced there. On overnight shifts, I'd occasionally work a housing unit after count. Once count was complete, every inmate was accounted for and every cell was secure, the entrance to the unit would be locked. There's routine to it, and that keeps you alive throughout this job. You count, you verify, then document. Everything has its place. My office overlooked the unit through this large window, something akin to a big windshield. Late one night, I look up and somebody was standing inches from the glass. I lurched back so hard my head hit the wall. My first thought wasn't ghost, it was escaped inmate. I grabbed my radio and rushed out, expecting to find somebody who had somehow slipped the count, but the hallway was empty. At this point, I'm pissed. I started marching the halls and found every door was locked, every inmate was accounted for. You would think this would give me relief, but as I saw everything was intact, my heart turned to thunder. Sweat was pouring from my brow. The hell's going on around me? Just like that specter in the visitation room, this turned into a reoccurring experience as well. The next time it happened, it wasn't the same person. It was so off-putting that it almost made me nauseous. If it had always been one face, maybe I could have convinced myself my brain was replaying the same image over and over. But every appearance was different. One looked older, another looked younger. Some were even female. Sometimes they didn't look at me at all. After that, I just became obsessive about my checks. I'd tug on locked doors until my arm hurt. Logic insisted nobody would be standing outside my office at these odd hours, but my eyes kept telling me otherwise. Through it all, I had a hard time swallowing this so-called ghost pill. They weren't transparent or glowing figures. They looked completely solid to me. Every single time my body reacted before my mind could was first, inmate was loose. Second was, this is impossible. Third was, what am I even looking at? It all made my head spin, made those night shifts feel like forever and ever. I realized some of the older officers had these strange habits. A few refused to sit with their backs to the hallways. Others would avoid particular rooms unless somebody else walked in first. I thought it was some kind of superstition, or maybe just the effects of working in such a haunt. But eventually I caught myself doing the same things as the others. I had built my own fears over time. Angling my chair so I could always see the office window, keeping my radio within arm's reach.
listening for footsteps that might be creeping up to the big window in my control room. I never reported anything, and I talked about it even less than that. Seeing something yourself leaves room for doubt. Maybe you're exhausted or the lighting fooled you. It's easy to dismiss stuff when you're all alone. But if you tell another officer what happened, they'll answer with, "I know that window," or "Was it the old man?" That doubt will disappear, and I didn't want any kind of confirmation of any kind. Whenever conversations drifted through haunted parts of the prison, I'd find a reason to get up and leave. Honestly, I bet all these old prisons and hospitals have a mountain of their own urban legends, but I really don't know. You think about prisons and the idea is fairly simple, a big facility to keep people in, but when you add that spiritual layer, the haunting or whatever you want to call it, it makes you wonder, what else are these made to contain? I retired after a career as a corrections officer. This is the mindset that I carried every day. There's an answer for everything, and everybody is still the enemy. But still, there's a handful of things I witnessed that I'll never truly be able to explain. The first happened in one of our administrative rooms. Nothing was going on, we were just talking while paperwork sat spread across the table, everybody just kind of yapping. Then something weird happened. A water bottle on the desk behind us shot sideways across the room, as if somebody had smacked it with the side of their hand. It traveled several feet before hitting the floor. We all just kind of looked at one another, then back at the bottle. Nobody had been anywhere near it, and nobody had bumped the desk. We checked anyway because that's where everybody's mind went first. Maybe there was a rogue AC vent or something. I mentally replayed what I'd just seen, trying to invent a new law of physics. Somebody picked the bottle up and tried to recreate it by flicking the desk, nudging it, and tapping the surface underneath. Nothing came close. "Well, that was weird," I said. Then we all just went back to work. That's what you do in corrections. You compartmentalize everything. You don't have time to obsess over mysteries. Shoot, we'd never get anything done if that was the case. The next thing that happened was a few weeks later, and it happened specifically to me. I am Catholic. I've always worn a religious medallion on the chain around my neck. Nothing flashy, it stayed tucked beneath my uniform for the better part of 21 years of service. So one morning I'm brushing my teeth before work. I leaned over the sink to spit, and as soon as I stood back up, I felt this sudden tug against my chest, like I'd gotten hung up on something and it was pulling me down. Instinctively, my hand went to my chest, feeling for a wire or whatever had snagged me. My medallion was gone, but the chain was still around my neck. I couldn't even process what had just happened. Did the chain get snagged on something? Then I heard the clink. I looked down just in time to see the medallion disappear straight into the drain. There was nothing around for me to get snagged on. I shut the water off and took the drain apart, but the medallion was gone. It had somehow popped free from the chain at the exact moment that I felt that violent tug. I stood there for several minutes trying to recreate it all, twisting the chain, pulling on it, working the clasp from different angles. I convinced myself that it must have been some freak mechanical failure. More than that, though. More than that, these experiences meant nothing to me. Ghosts, or whatever you want to call it, are the last thing I'll ever entertain. Not long after that, a television crew would arrive at the prison. It was the show Paranormal State. Word spread through the staff within 30 minutes, and most of us were laughing about it. Old prisons have these reputations, and television need ratings, right? But it was more than that, and I really didn't like what I was hearing. According to them, they believed the prison grounds were under the influence of some kind of demonic presence. Now, I'm not saying a television show can prove anything. It certainly doesn't. But hearing that after watching a water bottle launch itself across the room, and after my medallion vanishes in such an impossible way, made these incidents feel a lot more bizarre than I gave them credit for. One more thing would happen to a guy that I knew. An inmate had hung himself in his cell, and I was one of the responding officers.
We cut him down and started CPR, rotating people in and out as we exhausted ourselves. We worked on him for 47 straight minutes before EMS finally transported him. Against all odds, we got a heartbeat back and we couldn't believe it. Unfortunately, he would later die at a hospital. Life inside a prison just kept moving like it does. A death will affect somebody or everybody for a day or two, then the job just returns. Counts have to be done, meals still have to be served, and cells still have to be searched. I was assigned to the SHU unit with 5 other officers. After completing our rounds, sometimes we'd step over into the enclosed courtyard for a quick smoke break before going back to the control room. One evening, we came back inside together talking about nothing in particular, when one of the officers suddenly just stops in the doorway. You guys smell whiskey?" And yeah, I did. I'd been sober now for a few years, so it stood out like smoke would. The unmistakable smell of strong liquor. Somebody had just uncapped a fresh bottle or something, that kind of thing. Nobody here had been drinking though. Nobody would have been stupid enough to risk their whole career on that. As everybody looked around trying to figure out where the smell was coming from, I noticed what I assumed was cigarette smoke lingering near the entrance. One of the other officers had just finished smoking outside, so that seemed perfectly reasonable. We've all brought in a hit on a deep exhale. I watched it absent-mindedly while everybody else kept talking, but then I realized it wasn't behaving like smoke should. It wasn't drifting toward the ceiling or breaking apart in the ventilation system. It was just kind of hovering in place, slowly folding back into itself. These thin wisps were curling together until they formed something roughly human-sized. It was the outline of a man. I blinked, shook my head, and opened my eyes, and to my shock, it was still there. Were my eyes failing? Was I having a stroke? A man was standing there though, no doubt about it, facing me. For 2 or 3 seconds, we were practically eye to eye. Every hair on my arm was standing up. Then, just as quietly as it formed, the figure unraveled. One of the officers looked over at me and asked if I was all right, and I asked why. Apparently, all the color had drained from my face, and I just nodded, said I was fine. But on the inside, one thing continued to echo. I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd nearly just looked directly into the face of whatever remained of the man that we fought for nearly an hour to save. More than that, I couldn't shake the thought of the television program, Paranormal State, the production crew that toured the property. They said there was quote-unquote a demon on the grounds, and when I insert that into the rest of the equation, don't really like the answer that comes back. I worked a graveyard shift inside a state prison, midnight to 8 in the morning. People generally think nights are easier because the inmates are asleep. I think they imagine empty halls, coffee, and paperwork. Maybe just a few routine checks before sunrise and that's it. But they never stood inside an old prison at 2 in the morning. My assignment that night is suicide watch. 1 inmate, 1 cell, 1 chair outside the door. My entire job is to make sure that he makes it until the next morning. The inmate has not spoken more than a handful of words since I relieved the previous officer. He's lying on a concrete slab with a thin blanket pulled up over his shoulder, staring at the ceiling until sometime after 1. Eventually, his breathing slows into this steady rhythm. I keep my eyes on his chest and watch it rise and fall beneath the harsh fluorescent light. The supervisor, older guy, makes 1 round and then asks if everything is quiet, then disappears into the control room at the end of the tier. My partner is covering another section of the building, and that leaves 4 of us on the floor. Me, the inmate, my partner somewhere nearby, and the soup. The prison slowly settles into silence. I check the time, 2:07 a.m., and that's when I heard the first clang. It was echoing somewhere down the corridor. I stand up, lean into the hallway, and sweep my flashlight across the empty tier. "Hello?" I call out. Nothing. I sit back down. It's probably just the clang, clang, clang. The sounds are getting closer. I grab my radio. "Unit 12 to Bravo." All I hear is static. Bravo, you copy. Nothing. Frowning, I glance back through the observation window. The inmate still hasn't moved and is still asleep. I decide not to overreact. Maybe my partner is tied up somewhere else and this guy slept through whatever I'm hearing. It's nothing. Another sound will drift through the hallway moments later though, and at first I think it's the air conditioning. It contorts into something unmistakably human though, crying or something akin to that. And the hairs on my arm stand on end. I step into the hallway again, flashlight working. The crying stops immediately. Every cell in this section is empty except for the one I'm watching. Every security gate is locked down. I sit back down and try to calm myself, saying it's just a building. Doesn't concrete carry sound? Maybe somebody in another unit was yelling. Whatever. I return to my chair. A few minutes later, that screaming starts up again. It rises into a haunting, piercing crescendo. It almost turns into the same metal banging that I heard earlier. They're becoming interchangeable. Bang, 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 bang. I jump to my feet and grab the radio again. Bravo, answer me. Still nothing. Control. Still nothing. I switch back to Bravo. Yo, pick up your radio, dipshit. Still no dice. Sometimes they sound like they're overhead. Sometimes it's behind me. Sometimes it's directly outside the suicide watch cell. Every single time I step into the hallway, the prison falls completely silent. But the moment I return to my chair, more banging and more screaming. By 3 in the morning, I'm getting more irritated than scared. I march halfway down the tier expecting to catch another officer screwing with me. There's nobody. The prison over on this side feels abandoned. There's not even crickets making sounds tonight. Soon I hear boots clogging around somewhere and I expect one of my partner to appear, but he never does. Somebody's pacing a hallway opposite me and there shouldn't be anybody else around. I listen, following with my eyes, and the footsteps track to my exact position on the other side of the bricks. I stare off into the mortar and wonder who's staring back. At that exact moment, the inmate rolls onto his side and I nearly jump out of my boots. His eyes don't open, but he says something to me. "They're awake tonight, huh?" he whispers. I stare through the window. "You talking to me?" I respond back. He's dead asleep. People do talk in their dreams, so what? I think nothing of it as he drifts off again, and the scream, of course, picks back up once more. This time I can hear individual gasping from the cries. They continue for nearly a minute before ending with this loud metal bang. Complete silence thereafter, and I check my watch. It's now 4:46. The rest of that shift crawls by. The noises come back in waves, banging and what sounds like chains rattling, distant sobbing, a voice yelling some kind of nonsense. Every time I investigate, the prison is empty, and my inmate is alive and just tossing in his sleep. Around 6:30, I think I hear footsteps belonging to somebody who's actually alive this time. My partner rounds the corner carrying a cup of coffee. "You look awful." "Yeah, I've been calling you all night." He glances at his radio and grimaces. "Shit, sorry, the battery's dead. I swapped units earlier." "Forget the radio. You seriously didn't hear any of that?" "Hear what?" "The screaming, the banging. It sounded like somebody was getting murdered over here." He studies my face for a moment before finally asking, "Are you serious?" "I'm dead serious." He sighs. "All right, come on, let's just do our final check and start our closing list." We walk together toward the suicide watch cell for one last welfare check before shift change. It's been 45 minutes since I looked in on that guy, but he was fine when I did. The blanket hangs strangely and my partner shines in his flashlight. Oh shit. I step beside him. The inmate isn't sleeping. He's hanging from twisted bed sheets tied to something overhead. Both of his wrists are open nearly elbow to palm. Dark blood is spreading across the concrete beneath him. "How? I never..." My partner grabs my shoulder. "We need the lieutenant, come on." We sprint toward the control room, all asses and elbows down the hallway, and it hits me that the guy never answered a single call throughout the night. Now I know why. My partner throws open the door. "LT!" No answer. "Soup!" The coffee on the desk is cold. There's a smaller room behind the control desk with a pair of cots in it. Security officers can use these for naps through the longer overnight shifts. Our supervisor is lying in one of them, eyes half open, one arm dangling to the floor. I know before I touch him that he's ice cold, and my partner checks for a pulse anyway. Nothing. Holy shit, dude. Within minutes, the prison erupts. Medical staff flood the hallway. Administrators arrive. Investigators are considering rolling out caution tape. Everybody wants to know what happened between midnight and sunrise. I tell them everything, and not just what we found, but all the otherworldly noises that I heard throughout the night. Most of them exchange these polite looks, and one investigator writes it all down without even saying a word. He's wearing a cross around his neck. Hours later, after my statement is finished, I find my partner outside smoking. Dude, did you seriously not hear any of that? He shakes his head. Then what the hell was I listening to? He stares back at the prison as morning sunlight washes over these old brick walls. Look, I'm going to be honest, my first year here, I asked those same questions. Old timers say it comes with the territory. This building has a memory, that's all. Ignore it, or you'll become part of it. You understand? He flicks his cigarette as he speaks, then goes to his car when he's finished. I watch him drive away, and I have no idea what to make of all that. I'll chalk it up to nerves, but his reaction may have been the strangest part of it all. Lots of paperwork, lots of interviews after that night. 2 deaths on the property are catastrophic, and the security team is the first one to question. That's a failure on our end, at least one of them. We have one job: prevent the suicide. Not only did we allow that, but we let our supervisor die in the back burner as well. Ultimately, the investigators found that there was really nothing we could have done. My logs were good, I checked the ward beyond what was required, and he took advantage of a very narrow window before sunrise. As for the LT, he was locked in the sleeping quarters in the control room. We were helpless on all fronts. Though, not as helpless as those that died before dawn. I was in the 8th grade when my parents were killed in a car accident. They'd driven out of state to spend a weekend with some friends, and somewhere on the way home, another driver crossed the center line. I never learned too many details about it. The adults seemed to think that protecting me involved only telling me the broad strokes. All I knew was that one day I had a family, and the next I'm sitting in an office answering questions from behind a tissue. Everything after that kind of blurred together. I stayed in a temporary youth facility while social workers tried to figure out what to do with me. They asked me about grandparents, cousins, aunts, and uncles, and every few days somebody would try to come in with another form for me to sign or another list of names they were trying to contact. Some of the numbers were disconnected, but most just never answered. Those that did weren't interested. At that age, I didn't understand how any of this really worked. This continued on for well over a month. By then, I'd mostly accepted that I was just going to stay there forever. School during the day, awkward meals with kids with serious problems, and lonely nights staring at a ceiling fan. One afternoon, a staff member asked me to come to the front office. There was a man that I'd only seen a handful of times in my life waiting at the counter. It was my Uncle Derek. I remembered him from holidays and family reunions. He was my dad's younger brother, a hothead, a bit of a drinker, but otherwise a pretty cool guy. He'd laugh, tell racist jokes, buy kids snacks that they shouldn't have, and sang the wrong words to songs on the radio. He wasn't around too often. Life had taken him to Indiana, I think even before I was born, and after that we only saw him once every few Christmases. He gave me this awkward hug and then apologized for taking so long to get there. He said he didn't know about the situation until somebody had finally tracked him down. I believed him. The guy looked like he hadn't slept in days. The staff couldn't have been happier to see him. You could almost see the relief in the building. Suddenly there was paperwork to file, evaluations to schedule, signatures to collect. For the first time since my parents died, Everybody seemed to have some kind of plan. Within a few days, I was packing everything I owned into these 2 duffel bags and walking out the front door beside my uncle. The drive back to Indiana was going to take a couple of days, and before we left town, Derek looked over with a smile and said, "We're already crossing half the country, we might as well make a road trip out of it. Give us a chance to get to know each other. You want to do a little zigzagging?" It sounded like salvation. I smiled and said yes, climbing into his truck, and then watched that facility disappear into the side mirror. We stopped by a friend of my parents where a bunch of my stuff was stored, and my uncle let me load up even more: clothes, some books, what few things I even cared about. I was actually starting to feel a little bit like myself again. We kept the windows down, stopped often, and lived almost entirely on gas station food. Derek didn't seem to be much of a planner. If he saw an antique store or a roadside attraction, we'd stop. He had a way of making every detour sound like the best idea in the world, and after everything that had happened over the previous months, I was just happy to let somebody else make all the decisions. In retrospect, he was doing his best to soften me up after living through a nightmare. It wasn't until we'd been driving for several hours that something started to bother me though. I wasn't exactly what you'd call a geography expert, but I knew enough to realize that we weren't driving in the right direction. The road signs weren't really helping either. Every time we merged onto another highway, I found myself quietly reading the destinations. None of them sound familiar. None of them sounded like something they belonged on the way to Indiana. I finally asked, "Aren't we going the wrong direction? This looks like a desert." "Yeah, kinda. We're taking the scenic route though." And I'll admit that was enough for me. As the afternoon faded into evening, I started wondering where we'd spend the nights at. Hotels couldn't be cheap, especially if we were going to be on the road for several more days. Derek just shrugged. "I don't always pay for hotels. I know plenty of places that you can sleep for free." It sounded adventurous. We stayed on the highway until nearly 11 before Derek slowed down, flipped on his blinker, and then eased the SUV into this dusty pullout, hidden behind a wall of mesquite and scrub brush. You couldn't see us from the road unless you already knew that we were there. "Well, this'll work," he said. He climbed out of the car and into the dust. Derek then dug out this old camp pan and a lighter out of the back of the SUV, while I then gathered some little sticks and dry weeds that were scattered around the clearing. The fire never really got that big, but enough to see. We ate some cold sandwiches from a cooler, tossed beetles into the flames and watched them crackle, and stared up at the most beautiful stars I'd ever seen. Derek would tell some bad jokes, and it was the first time that I'd laughed since my parents died. Later on, we folded the seats down and slept in the SUV. I woke up once throughout the night to coyotes in the distance. There was that electric sense of adventure again, even if I was sleeping next to my stinky uncle in a car in the middle of nowhere. By morning, we were back on the highway before the sun came up. We found a little cafe next to a town where Derek insisted I ordered whatever I wanted. I ate pancakes, bacon, and eggs, while he ate toast and drank a cup of coffee. And for a while, things really did feel unbelievably normal. Then we drove straight to a motel. A man in faded jeans and mirrored sunglasses was standing outside with a duffel bag. Derek popped his door open and stepped out with his arms open. "Brooks!" The two then hugged each other like long-lost brothers. Brooks tossed his bag in the back and then climbed in the front seat beside us. Somehow the three of us managed to squeeze shoulder to shoulder across that bench seat. Derek said they'd planned this weeks ago and that Brooks needed a ride back to Indiana. I didn't think much of it. I mean, what was I gonna say? As the miles rolled by, I kept noticing the road signs and honestly, the direction of the sun. We still were not heading toward Indiana. The further we drove, the more convinced I'd become that we were moving southwest. When I said something again, Derek immediately waved me off. Yeah, we got one more stop to make, then we're heading back that way." Brooks nodded and agreed. There was apparently something else on the itinerary. Not wanting to be the annoying little kid on the trip, I just kept my concerns to myself. I watched Brooks spin the cap off this whiskey bottle and share it with my Uncle Derek, who was driving the car. By noon, that bottle was half empty. Not long after that, Brooks lights up a joint, cracks his window, passes it over. The SUV is then filled with that sweet skunky smell that up until this point I'd never smelled before. They were hee-hawing with laughter, told stories that were impossible to follow, and the one stop that we made for gas nearly took 45 minutes. Later on this isolated stretch of highway, Brooks pulled out this small plastic bag from his jacket. It's full of white powder. Derek looked over at me. "Hey buddy, close your eyes for a second." I stared out my window while they leaned on the dashboard, whispering and giggling. A minute later, both of them are talking a mile a minute. The atmosphere inside the SUV had now completely changed. Brooks starts asking me questions that made my skin crawl, whether I had a boyfriend or if boys at school liked me, had I kissed anybody. Every answer I gave up seemed to almost encourage him more. Eventually, though, he gets the hint and stops. The sun was setting when we rolled into this other little town, and Derek actually rented a hotel room. That did make me feel a little better, a little taste of the normalcy again, at least the some that I'd experienced at the start of the journey. Inside the room, Derek tossed me a towel. "Go wash up," he said. "Me and Brooks are gonna go grab dinner." Something about the way they looked at each other made my stomach lurch. I walked into the bathroom, locked the door, and turned on the shower as hot as it would go, but I didn't step inside. Instead, I remained perfectly still, listening through the running water, ear pressed up to the door. At first, I couldn't make out anything, and then I heard Brooks laugh. "How much you think?" Derek answered him too quietly for me to hear. Some furniture was rearranged and some glasses then clanged together, and Brooks spoke up again. "Before we sell her." That's all I heard, and my entire body went cold, despite the fingers of steam curling around me. Another pause, and then, "We getting a piece first? She's fine as hell." I stopped breathing. Every little creepy memory then came flooding back to me. Everything Derek had ever said to me throughout my childhood. The way his eyes wandered around the entire time they were on the road trip, and Brooks' creepy comments and pervy fingers. I stayed in that bathroom and tried to come up with a plan, but nothing was coming to me. I forced myself into the shower just long enough to wet my hair and make it look convincing. I knew if I came out dry, they'd know I'd been in there doing something else. When I finally unlocked the door, I put myself together and then put on the best performance that you can imagine. I was graceful, flirty, even grateful to be in the company of such a wonderful group of gentlemen. They didn't suspect a thing, and as the night wound down, we ate some pizza and watched sitcoms on a flickering box television, and I mapped out my options. I had hardly slept that night, and by the time the sunlight had started leaking around the curtains, I was already dressed. I tied my shoes as tightly as I could. I knew I needed to outrun these bastards. Brooks was awake next, sitting on the edge of the bed watching this muted television. Derek looked exhausted. He rubbed his face and said we ought to get breakfast before getting back on the road. Derek took the first shower while Brooks stayed in with me. The second the bathroom door shut, he slid a little closer to me on the bed and started trying to make a conversation. It didn't take long for his hand to be found on my knee. I moved away and smiled. "You don't have to be nervous. I'm the cool one. All the chicks like me." Every alarm in my body was screaming, but I forced myself to play cool just a bit longer. "I've never done anything like that before." I said this to him quietly, and he leaned forward. Suddenly, an idea then popped into my head. "But if we're gonna, maybe we should get high first." His eyes lit up. "You serious?" I nodded. Anything to get this idiot distracted. "I don't want to be scared." He laughed and nodded and then reached for the duffel bag. The second his back was turned, I was moving, squirming between his legs and then gunning from the door. I grabbed the knob, flipped the deadbolt, and yanked that shit open and ran. Brooks started howling like a demon behind me, but I didn't look back. I cut across the motel parking lot, jumped a short wall, and sprinted through a row of parked cars. The whole while, Brooks kept shrieking. I kept running until my lungs felt like they were on fire. When I finally risked a glance behind my back, I saw Brooks was chasing me, but he'd fallen way behind. I ducked between two buildings, cut through an alley, climbed a chain link fence, and kept weaving until I couldn't hear him anymore. But even then, I didn't stop. Being so young, at least I had agility on my side. Brooks had God knows how many years of substance abuse to contend with at this point, so For the next hour, I stayed off the main roads, convinced Derek and Brooks would be driving around looking for me. Every engine I heard made me freeze, and dark SUVs that I spotted would freak me out entirely. I just lay low and try to stay away from the roads. Eventually, I crossed the center of town and spotted the two buildings that I've been praying to find: Town Hall, and right beside it, the police station. I ran inside and started weeping the moment I saw the first policewoman. An officer sat me down, brought me some water, and listened while I explained everything from day one. A few other officers came around too. They started their search for Brooks and Derek, but they never turned up. Skipping town may have been the quick option for them, all things considered. I believe my uncle caught wind of my situation, reached out to his friend, and they cooked up this scheme to traffic me somewhere, probably Mexico. I ended up going right back into the system, but this turned out to be for the best, despite all my hostile resistance toward it throughout that first difficult year. Eventually, I landed somewhere safe, stable, and super supportive. I didn't get sold or assaulted, and I'm now leading a wonderful, albeit normal life. I've told my story a lot to people, and it creeps almost everybody out. My parents had packed my brother and I into the family SUV for this long trip to Lake Tahoe. Like every family on vacation at that age, the drive took forever. So along the way, we'd play the license plate game, counted different colored cars, asked the what-if questions, and constantly wondered how close we were. The radio would drift between country stations and static while pine-covered mountains slowly replaced those flat stretches of highway. It was a long day on the road. Just as I was about to drift off, I heard my dad say, "Oh, that's weird." This bright red Mustang eased past us in the left lane. Normally, nobody would have even looked twice, except my dad drove that exact same generation of Mustang. They shared the same body and glossy red paint. My brother's jaw hit the floor. "Dad, it's your car." My dad laughed. "Yeah, it sure looks like it. It's even got the same wheels." As the Mustang settled beside us, all four of us looked over. The driver was an older man, really old, like gray hair and wrinkly skin old, with these offset teeth that looked like dentures. He sat unusually close to the steering wheel with both hands planted firmly at 10 and 2. Something about him tugged at my brain. He looked familiar, someone that I'd seen somewhere before. I was still trying to figure it out when my mom gasped out loud, "Oh my God." She pointed toward the license plate, and it was a custom vanity job. It said, "I love Annika," and not with two N's, and not Annika with a C. It was my name. At 6 years old, I'd almost never seen my name anywhere like that. Gift shop keychains never had it, nor any other souvenirs. Teachers always had to ask me how to spell it on the first day of school. But there it was looking back at me, and my family erupted into chatter. "What are the odds? Does he know you? Maybe it's his granddaughter. This is so weird." My brother twisted around in his seat trying to keep the car in sight, but the old man never even acknowledged us. He stared straight ahead without the slightest change in any kind of expression. Eventually, another vehicle slipped between us, and the Mustang rounded a bend and was gone. As did the conversation. It stopped eerily so right after that. My dad changed the radio station, my mom started snacking. Nobody mentioned the Mustang again. It was almost as though the moment it disappeared from view, it disappeared from our thoughts as well. Years passed and somehow I forgot about the whole thing. By the time I'm 10 or 11, the Mustang and its strange license plate had completely slipped out of my memory. In fact, I don't even remember us ever talking about it again. We were driving somewhere entirely different, hundreds of miles from where we'd seen it the first time. Again, you'll find me half asleep in the back seat when I heard my brother quietly suck in his breath. "No way." Nobody responded at first. "You guys, no way." He piped up again, finger tapping up against the glass. I looked up, and we all did. And there it was, the same Mustang pacing with our SUV. "I love Annika," glowing between the tailpipes. For half a second, I felt that strange tug in my chest before my brain caught up with it, almost like a deja vu moment. My dad glanced toward the Mustang once before snapping his eyes back onto the road. My mom never looked over at all. Neither of them said a word. The silence inside the SUV felt strangely spellbound, confused. I turned fully toward my window, and that's when I saw him. The old man was looking directly at me, into my soul. He had these gross, toothy smile, and his eyes never even blinked. He peeled one pale hand off the wheel and waved, then held his hand horizontally under his chin, wiggling his fingers and giving me the creepiest wave I've ever seen in my life. The Mustang stayed perfectly aligned with us. My brother reached into his backpack for his little digital camera, and without saying a word, he held it up to the window and snapped a picture. The old man never stopped smiling. He just kept wiggling his fingers. I finally whispered, "Mom?" She interrupted me before I said anything else. "Don't," she whispered. "Don't, baby." She never looked up from her lap as she spoke. My dad's hands were clenched so tightly around the steering wheel that his knuckles had turned white. Still, nobody looked at that streaking red car beside us. Eventually, it accelerated. The old man kept his eyes locked onto mine as the car slowly pulled ahead. His hand remained raised until he disappeared again. Only after he was completely gone did my parents finally snap out of it, and nobody wanted to discuss anything about what just happened. My brother and I did speak about it a few times, and he vaguely remembered taking the photo, but when we looked for it, there was nothing on the card or the storage memory. If I ever see him again, I'm gonna run him off the road. Before I tell you my story, I'm gonna apologize for my English. It's not my first language, and even now I struggle to explain what had happened. All I can really say is that I was on a journey through the countryside, and a journey I will never make again. I live in a very small town in central Finland, and we get beautiful seasons here. The birch trees lose their leaves and the spruce forests turn black, and the lake becomes sheets of cold gray ice. It's a beautiful country, but once you leave the highways, there are roads that feel very forgotten. Long dirt tracks that snake through endless woods with the only occasional farmhouse or mailbox to remind you that people still live there. And those people, well, most of them, want to be left alone. This took place last year. I was driving to Jousta, and because I wanted the quickest route, I followed it on Google Maps. Anybody from Finland knows that that can be a mistake. The shortest route often means narrow gravel roads winding through the woodland, and sometimes those roads are washed out into dead ends. It was around 1:15 in the afternoon, though the heavy clouds made it feel a lot later than that. The gravel roads were curving constantly, taking away my sight, with deep ditches on both sides of me. The trees were so thick I couldn't see if anybody was ahead of me or not. Coming around this particularly sharp corner, I slammed on my brakes. A vintage black car was parked half on the road, leaving barely enough room for me to squeeze past. At first, I thought it was this old American sedan, maybe a Chevrolet. Later on, after searching online, the closest match that I could find was a black Volga GAZ24. Standing beside it was this tall old man dressed entirely in black. He leaned on a wooden walking stick and watched me approach without moving. His expressions were impossible to read, but I had this very ominous feeling the moment that I laid eyes on him. I gestured as if to ask if he needs any help. The man shook his head. All good here. I slowed down almost to a crawl, carefully edging past the car and checking my mirrors. The old man climbed into the driver's seat. Didn't think much of it. He probably stopped to pee in the bushes or something. About 2 minutes later, I noticed the headlights behind me. The black car had now caught up with me. At first, he seemed to stay a reasonable distance back, but within a few more seconds, it had accelerated until it was almost touching my bumper. The road was too narrow to let him pass. I pressed the gas slightly on a straightaway, trying to lose him, but he stayed right on my tail. When I slowed down for corners, he stayed close. I expected to hear metal meeting against metal at any point now. Every time I glanced into the mirror, he was sitting perfectly upright behind the wheel. It made me very uncomfortable. No part of him had moved. He almost looked like a statue. He wasn't leaning forward to see around the corners or even bouncing with the rough road. His shoulders never shifted. Both hands stayed fixed on the steering wheel, and his shadowed face stayed fixed forward as well. It was almost like he was being dragged along behind me. I nervously laughed to myself and said out loud, "What are you doing?" I tend to talk to myself a lot when I get nervous. Obviously, the only answer was the continued silence. This continued on for 20 or 30 minutes. There was no avoiding this man, so I began checking my phone for some kind of signal. Nothing out here, which is super common for my country. All of this made me feel beyond vulnerable. In that part of Finland, you can drive for kilometers without seeing any other car. If he forced me into a ditch, there might not be anybody passing by for a very long time. And if so, then what would happen? Eventually, I reached this small three-way intersection. Google Maps was telling me to turn right onto this even narrower dirt road that was disappearing into dense spruce forest. It felt like a certain doom if I did. I considered ignoring it just to see if this man continued to follow me. Alas, I made the turn and hoped for the best. And I'm sure you guessed it, the black car turned too. Any comforting explanation was disappearing right then and there. I was being followed. I hit the gas and made it no secret that I was zipping on out now. The black car remained glued to me though. There was no way to create any kind of distance now. And again, he never moved. The forest briefly opened up beside a lake. Its surface was a perfect reflection of the slate sky. I realized how alone I was with this person. If my car was left on the road, nobody would even know where to begin looking. It would take days or hours for them to even find it. The black car then began flashing its lights at me, once or twice, then repeating it over and over in a pattern. My heart was pounding so hard I could almost hear it over the engine. I searched desperately for a driveway, a farmhouse, anything with people nearby, but there was nothing, not even a fence, no sign of humans for as far as I could see. After what felt like forever, another intersection appeared ahead. This one was connected to an asphalt road. Finally, get me the hell out of here. According to my navigation, I needed to continue straight. I crossed over onto the pavement and prepared for the black car to follow, but instead the old man slowed down. There was this visible shift in the behavior of the car. Without taking his eyes off me, he cranked the wheel into a tight turn and headed back the way that we come from. A full U-turn right there in the middle of the intersection. For one brief moment, our cars were side by side. I would be expecting him to glance toward the road that he was turning onto, but instead I found him staring holes directly into me. I continued driving until I finally reached Jousta, but I didn't stop immediately. I waited until I found other people, other cars, somewhere that felt normal. Only then did I actually pull over, shut off the engine, and I realized my hands were shaking. When I looked behind me, there was no sign of my previous follower. I can't make sense of any of it. Why he was stopped, why he chose to follow me, and why did he flash his lights? He could have made it apparent if he wanted to talk, but he never did. The only thing that makes sense to me is that he wanted to lure someone into the woods where he was parked at. Why else would he turn around after following me for so long? What did he want me to see out there? Later on that evening, I searched online for old black cars and eventually found photos of that Volga GAZ24. It looked almost identical to the one that had followed me. To this day, I don't care if the route saves a half an hour. Google Maps can recommend it to me all at once, but I'm never taking any more unnamed roads through the Finnish forest ever again. Before I tell you my story, I should probably warn you that I tend to joke when I'm uncomfortable, so there may or may not be a lot of joking while I tell you this. I was still a kid when it all happened. My grandmother, Tilly, was my favorite adult in the entire world. I called her Gram Gram. I knew in my child heart that this was cute, but also vaguely disrespectful for any adult. Still, Gram Gram loved me and would take me on a road trip every single year. The trip takes us across the border into a neighboring country. I don't know how else to describe the place we're heading except to tell you that it's a yeehaw part of nowhere. Long roads, flat fields, rusted fences, weather-beaten houses, little towns that appear for 3 minutes and then immediately vanish. Gram Gram has an older friend out there, somebody that she hadn't seen in years. By the last stretch of the trip, I'm tired, sticky from gas station candy, and one apple juice away from becoming a biohazard. Gram Gram then glances at the fuel gauge and says, "We need gas anyway, why don't we stop?" A few moments later, we roll into a station that looks really abandoned, until you at least see the door open and this single jackknife truck parked in the back. I stepped out into the unbearable heat. The air smells like hot asphalt, oil, and something sour from an open dumpster. Graham tells me to stay close. No problem. Inside, the bell over the door gives a weak little jingle, and the clerk looks up at us. My stomach tries to fall out of my rear end when we make eye contact. He does not look like he belongs here. The station is peeling paint, warped shelves, expired products, flies ticking up against the window. But this man is trimmed, freshly ironed. Nice clean shirt, clean hair, smooth shaved face. He was polished off like a model. He smiles at my grandma first, and then when he does, it looks as if he has a million teeth in his mouth. When his eyes slide back to me, the smile then shifts into something predatory. I can tell immediately that my gram feels it too. She steps in front of me so fast that I actually feel protected. 1 second I'm visible, the next I'm tucked up behind her hip, staring at the rack of beef jerky while every nerve in my body screams that we should just run. She pays for the gas and then asks him for the bathroom key, and he seemingly takes his time collecting it, opens up a drawer, then closes it, checks a hook, humming to himself while he looks. I can see him trying to glance around my gram, trying to see me still. Finally, he drops the key into her palm. His finger touches hers and I get scared, like maybe he's sick and will catch whatever he has. Gram tells me to come on, but her voice sounds strange to me. The bathroom is outside, around the back, and like many public restrooms in my country, we go together. She stands inside with me while I pee, facing the door like she expects somebody to turn the handle. I want to complain about the smell, the graffiti, the wet floor, but something stops me from opening up my mouth. Even as a kid, I know there is a time to be annoying, and this is not it. We are clearly in danger, and my brain is telling me to be quiet. When we return the key, the clerk is humming that same silly tune. Gram does not buy me candy. She's trying to get us out as quickly as possible. We get in the car, she locks the door before she starts up the engine. I buckle up and watch the station through the window, and as we pull away, the clerk walks to the front door. He then turns the sign around to closed. He steps outside, locks up, and crosses the lot, over to that crooked truck. Gram? I ask. I see him, she says. We drive and the station shrinks behind us, but his truck pulls onto the road. At first, I'm trying to rationalize it. There's only one road, perhaps maybe he lives this way? There's a lot of possibilities that keep this normal. Gram drives with both hands on the wheel, her eyes flickering back to that rearview mirror. 10 minutes pass and then 20. The truck remains behind us a few car lengths. A turnoff comes up. Gram takes it without signaling at the last second. The truck takes it too. She says nothing, and I'm reminded of an action movie, and suddenly all my faith is in my Gram. The road then narrows into this 2-lane strip through fields and farmlands. There's no businesses, no houses close to the road, and no people in any direction. There aren't even cars going the other way. When Gram speeds up, the truck does too. She slows down, the truck follows suit. I twist around in my seat. Don't look, she says. It's all I can do, so I look anyway. He's back there with one arm resting in the open window, his pale face behind the windshield. He looks nervous, but still that creepy smile has not left his face. We drove for hours, And I know that sounds impossible, but it was the trip that we were making that day, and this man never got bored. Graham refuses to stop unless she absolutely has to. We get gas a few more times, use very busy stations when we can find them. This guy pulls in with us every time. If she circles the pump without stopping, he circles right behind us. If she parks near the front door, he waits and parks where he can watch us. Once at a larger rest stop, she gripped my wrist so tightly that it hurt and walked beside me with her purse pressed up against her side like a bank bag. He comes in 30 seconds later and studies the postcards. I stand beside Graham while she asks the cashier where the nearest police station is. The cashier gives directions, but many of the road names mean really nothing to us. Graham nods anyway. The man stands near the sunglass display, turning over this pair in his hands, smiling at the floor, but his eyes continue to dart up to me. Back in the car, I ask why we don't call the police. "We don't have a phone," she says, "and neither did the clerk." So I ask her why we don't stop somewhere, get somebody to call them. She looks in the mirror. "Because I don't know who's out there. This man is dressed well, and I'm afraid he's connected." I shut up again, more afraid than ever before. The afternoon becomes evening. The sky goes orange, then purple, then black. My whole world shrinks into headlights, the dashboard glow, and the soft tick of the turn signal, and of course the two lights behind us that will not go away. All the while, Graham talks to me, trying to keep me calm. She tells me to count red cars and to read the road signs. Through it all, she barely even seemed afraid. At one point, I wake up without even realizing that I'd fallen asleep. My cheek is stuck to the seatbelt, and for one blessed second, I'd forgotten everything. Then I see Graham's face lit green by the dashboard, jaw clenched, glossy eyes flickering between the road and the mirror. The truck is still there. We finally reach the city before midnight. Real traffic appears with streetlights, restaurants, hotels. The mark of civilization became this holy sight to me in that moment. Still, my Graham does not relax through it all, and she drives straight through all of it. She sees a police station. She cuts the wheel with such force that the tires squeal and we shoot into the parking lot. To my surprise, that truck still follows us. Graham parks crooked near the front door and says, "Out, now." We run, her hand around mine, shoes slapping, barely because my Graham is pulling so hard. The woman at the desk then looks up, annoyed at first, until she sees my grandmother's face. "There's a man following us," she says. "He's been following us all day." The woman jumps to her feet, and behind us through the glass doors, the truck rolls to a stop beside our car. He does not leave, nor does he speed away. He sits there, hand on the wheel, waiting for something to happen. Officers come out and they move fast. One stays with us, the other two approach the truck. I watch from behind Graham's skirt as they order him out. He steps down slowly, calm as can be. One of the officers turns him around and puts him in handcuffs. Right before they lead him away, he looks through the glass and finds me. He smiles so hard it pushes tears out of my eyes. We spent that night at Graham's friend's house. The adults were talking in hushed voices in the kitchen. I sit on a couch with a blanket around me, watching television and trying to ignore the dark windows around. I think about what that man must have wanted or might have wanted. Did he want anything at all? That ended up being the last road trip that we ever took across the border, and one of the last trips that Graham ever took me with her at all. She never said she was scared, not once. But after all that, she always was on high alert, and for good reason, because that woman definitely saved me that day. Everybody says the water in the Bahamas doesn't seem real. Standing on the beach, it looks like somebody poured blue sports drink into the ocean. You can count fish 30 feet down. In those first few moments, every postcard you've ever seen does make total sense. My wife and I had brought our 17-year-old son for a week-long vacation after he graduated high school. It was one last family trip before college, before jobs and girlfriends, and life inevitably pulled us all apart. We spent that first few days wandering around Nassau, eating conch fritters, taking boat tours, and lying on the beach. The snorkeling excursion was supposed to be the easy day. None of us were inexperienced swimmers. My wife had been snorkeling plenty of times and loved freediving beneath the surface without any kind of gear. My son had grown up in pools and lakes back home and become a stronger swimmer than I was years earlier. I considered myself perfectly capable in the water, just a little slower than the two of them. The charter anchored over a coral reef about 100 yards offshore. The guides pointed toward the main reef and reminded everybody not to stand on the coral, and said there would always be a staff nearby if anybody needed some kind of help. Like the selfish woman she is, my wife slipped into the water first. "I'll meet you guys over there," she called, adjusting her mask. She was swimming effortlessly toward the reef in seconds, occasionally ducking beneath the surface to look at something below. My son and I laughed and took our time climbing down the ladder. We weren't in any kind of hurry. The water was so warm that you almost couldn't feel it. Every kick would send schools of yellow fish darting away from you. Sea fans waved beneath us and patches of coral stretched in every direction. It was peaceful enough that I remember thinking this was probably the most relaxed I'd been in years now. My wife was maybe 50 yards ahead of us by then. A handful of other snorkelers had floated between us and her, scattered around the reef. My son and I were talking through our snorkels, pointing out different fish every few seconds. We probably covered half the distance when shit hit the fan. Without warning, something slammed into my back. It didn't hurt, but it shoved me underwater, deeper than I was prepared for. For a split second, I thought somebody had jumped off the boat nearby, and then I realized I couldn't get back to the surface. Something was wrapping around me. I twisted, kicked, and finally managed to break into the air. My son was clinging onto me with both arms. His eyes were enormous behind the mask. He ripped the snorkel out of his mouth and said, "Dad." Then he disappeared beneath the surface again, dragging me with him. He'd inhaled water through his snorkel, and some had even gotten inside his mask. Every instinct in his body switched from swimming to survival mode. He wasn't trying to drown me. He just needed something to anchor himself to so he could get himself situated. The problem was that he was outweighing me by at least 20 pounds. I shoved upward with everything that I had, got both of our heads above water, and yelled at him to relax. He couldn't hear me though. In fact, he grabbed on tighter and pulled us back under. Every time I kicked to keep us afloat, he'd pull himself higher onto my shoulders, forcing my face underwater. I'd come back up coughing, suck in half a breath, then disappear again beneath the surface. The ocean had looked so calm 30 seconds earlier. Suddenly now it felt endless, and more than that, it was literally killing me. I tried turning back toward shore, but we barely moved. Normally, if I was alone, I could have floated on my back for 10 minutes without any kind of effort. I could have rested, caught my breath, slowly swum back wherever I needed to go. Every second my son was hanging on to me though, my legs had to keep moving. If I stopped kicking, we both sank. The first 30 seconds weren't too bad. After a minute, my thighs were burning, and 30 seconds later, my shoulders felt like concrete. I couldn't breathe. The panic that I'd been fighting had now arrived. We're both going down. I tried to push him away so I could look him in the eye, but he immediately lunged back onto me. His mask had shifted totally sideways. He was coughing, swallowing water, barely even coherent. Panic had completely taken him over, so I did what I deemed was necessary. I screamed toward the nearest snorkelers. They looked over but gave no reaction. They probably thought I was messing with them or saying hi. I screamed again, and this time I waved one arm over my head. Losing that one limb for just a second almost drowned us. The second I stopped using both arms to tread water, we dropped under, and salt water flooded into my nose. My chest exploded with the urge to breathe. There was actually a voice in my head. "Do it. Just take a breath. Breathe, man. Just take it in. It'll be okay." I kicked as hard as I could until we surfaced once more. A man about 30 yards away had finally looked over. I screamed out for help. Everything happened surprisingly fast after that. Snorkelers started bounding over from every direction, half of them outfitted with boogie boards, a support boat that wasn't far behind. My wife had finally heard the commotion and spun around. Even from 50 yards away, I could see the panic on her face as she started swimming back. By then, I honestly didn't know how much longer I had. If somebody didn't take over soon, it was over. My kicks had become these little spasms instead of real swimming. One of the approaching tourists reached us first with no board. "Take him!" I shouted, pushing my son over. The man grabbed my son under the arms, but my son tried climbing onto him instead. He needed to be out of the water badly. One of the guides came racing over on a paddleboard, and they managed to wrestle my son onto it belly first, while two people held the board steady. The instant his weight came off me, I sank. Apparently, my body was only working to help him and had no interest in keeping me alive. I rolled onto my back and just floated there, sucking air so hard that my chest hurt. I could barely even keep my eyes open. Another snorkeler had grabbed my flotation vest and started pulling me slowly toward one of the small boats. I tried helping, but my legs barely moved. Everything narrowed into this tunnel vision after that too. The guide kept telling me I was okay, but his voice sounded like it was coming through a wall. When they finally hauled me over the side of the boat, every muscle in my body cramped at once. I collapsed onto the deck, rolled over to my side, and just lay there coughing seawater, while somebody handed me a bottle of water that I couldn't even hold. I really don't know how long I laid there. Eventually, my wife climbed aboard and my son just behind her. He looked completely normal again, other than being embarrassed beyond words. He kept saying, "I'm sorry." He took water into his snorkel and fully panicked. He didn't remember grabbing me or pushing me underwater. The guides explained that it does happen all the time. Strong swimmers panic just as easily as weak swimmers once survival instinct completely takes over. People tend to think drowning involves getting separated or dragged out by the tide. All it takes is one poor decision and you're dead. The shore had never been more than 100 yards away. If he had stopped for 3 seconds, cleared his snorkel, taken one deep breath, he would have been completely fine. So yeah, thanks for not killing me, son. By the time I realized the boat wasn't turning around, I was pretty much pot committed. I was 21 years old and backpacking through Europe during the summer of 1995, surviving on bread, cheap hostels, and whatever free perks my rail pass offered. That morning, one of those perks was a cruise on Lake Geneva. I pictured an hour on the water before catching my train, but instead the boat kept going. The afternoon grew hotter and I spent the next several hours moving between blistering upper deck and the stuffy cabin below. It was the only way to partially keep the heat off. I started out on the top deck. The scenery was unbelievable. The lake shimmered beneath the Alps and the sailboats were drifting across the water. Everybody looked extremely pleasant. Then the heat became unbearable. I grabbed my bag, camera, and passport pouch and a bottle of water and retreated inside. 10 minutes later, the cabin felt stale, so once again, I headed back outside. Then inside again, then back out. It was just this restless jaunt chasing the cool air. I noticed this guy standing near the rail with the camera pointed in my direction. I turned to see what he was photographing, expecting some spectacular view behind me, but there was nothing except empty benches and open water. When I looked back, he had now lowered the camera, and he was totally focused on whatever he'd snapped a picture of, like dramatically so. He wouldn't even look up and meet my gaze. He was well dressed despite the heat, maybe 40, wearing sunglasses. A woman sat several rows away from him. They weren't together, at least not obviously, but every time I noticed one of them, the other was somewhere nearby. And I only noticed this because I'd gone in and out of the cabin so many times and they moved every single time I did. I dismissed it as a coincidence and then went back inside. Less than a minute later, the woman entered, sitting 2 rows behind me. The man then wandered in shortly after. leaned up against the doorway instead of taking a seat. When I moved to another window, the woman relocated as well. The man shifted until he had a clear view of me through the cabin. A knot was now slowly forming in my stomach. I needed to run a test to see if I was crazy or something. I walked back out onto the deck and sat on the opposite side of the boat. The woman then followed within moments, taking a seat across from me, but a few aisles back. Then, a minute later, there he is again, the man. He lifted his camera and snapped 2 photos of us, and he did it as he walked without even looking through the eye viewer. He shot them from the hip so I wouldn't notice. So there's no mistaking it now, and I stood up immediately and walked toward the stern. The woman rose seconds later. The man circled around another staircase and somehow ended up ahead of me. So I guess I kind of took them on a tour around every inch of the boat for the next 45 minutes. They mirrored every move, not together nor acknowledging one another, but always keeping me boxed in. The man photographed me several more times. Whenever I looked at him, he'd casually point the camera toward the scenery before lowering it again. He even smiled at me a couple of times. At one point, the woman walked so closely that her shoulder brushed up against mine. My hand instinctively clamped over the passport pouch beneath my shirt. I figured they wanted to rob me or something. Pickpockets are extremely common in many of these regions, and they are talented at what they do. A young woman traveling practically alone advertised herself as an easy target. Maybe they wanted my passport, my train ticket, or whatever cash I had left. Being a foreigner, the options were pretty endless. The longer the cruise continued, the fewer passengers remained on board. At each stop, more people would step off. Families disappeared. Elderly couples went to lunch. Backpackers grabbed their bags and then vanished into lakeside towns. The couple never got off, and neither did I. I had no idea where I was, and getting off early seemed like an even worse idea. I needed to circle back to the main port and get off exactly where I started at. Eventually, the boat felt strangely empty. Empty chairs lined the deck. Napkins rolled across the floor in the breeze. The crew disappeared toward the bow, preparing for docking, leaving long stretches where I couldn't see any employees. Then it hit me. My parents were back in the US. All they knew was that I would meet them at the airport on Friday. It was Sunday. If something happened to me, nobody would even realize I was missing for nearly a week. I looked into the churning water and realized how isolated and vulnerable I really was. There was no smartphones, no GPS, no way for anybody to check where I'd been. They wouldn't even know I boarded a free cruise because I wanted to save money. By the time anybody started retracing my steps, those steps would already be days old. I could be at the bottom of the lake by then. Eventually, the boat reached its final stop and I just sat there. My plan was simple: let them leave first. And wouldn't you know it, they didn't move an inch. The woman stood near the gangway pretending to search through her purse. The man lingered by the railing with his camera hanging from his neck, occasionally glancing over toward me. They were waiting, clear as day. The crewman walked past me and said something in French, and I smiled politely, pretending everything was normal, while my heart pounded so hard I could feel it in my throat. Finally, the woman stepped up onto the ramp, but she stopped halfway down. The man followed and stopped too, neither continuing to walk. To my horror, the exit was blocked. I would have to walk right past them. Then at the very end of the dock, I spotted a uniformed police officer. I grabbed my backpack and I felt home free. I kept moving until I was standing right next to the officer, shook his hand, thanked him for being there. He gave me a big smile and asked me how the voyage was. I planted my feet and stayed right there. The couple lingered near the dock entrance for several agonizing minutes. The man lit a cigarette. The woman kept glancing toward me, then toward the officer. "Yeah, keep looking. Why don't you take another picture?" Eventually, the man would mutter something to her, and for the first time all afternoon, they walked away together instead of pretending to be strangers. I watched them disappear between the port buildings. Originally, I'd planned to spend the next 6 hours sightseeing before catching my train. Instead, I walked directly to the station, found the busiest waiting area that I could, and stayed directly there until it was time to board. My backpack remained looped around my leg and my passport stayed tucked beneath my shirt. Every time somebody lifted a camera, I would cover my entire face. Did they want to rob me? Probably. But the reality is that I didn't know what they wanted, and had I not been paying attention, I could have walked right into that trap. If you are an international traveler, stay frosty, my friend. I travel overseas whenever I can afford it. Most of my trips are built around sightseeing, cheap pubs, and walking long distances. A few years ago, I spent 2 weeks bouncing around England with nothing more than a backpack and a rail pass. Most nights I stayed in little budget hostels, and this happened in one of those. I'd spent the entire day walking around York. By the time I got back to the hotel, it was raining cats and dogs. I grabbed a sandwich from the cafe, rode the elevator to the 3rd floor, and kicked off my boots. Settled in to watch whatever was on TV. This was a real hotel, so I had the quarters to myself. The room next to mine had been occupied for a while, and I'd heard somebody moving around earlier in the evening, opening drawers, talking on the phone, walking back and forth. Seemingly normal stuff, right? I think it was just after 10 when I heard the first scream. "Get out!" It was loud enough that I drowned out my TV, and it had a thick English accent. A few seconds of silence were followed by another scream that came through the wall. "Get out of here! Leave me alone!" I sat there staring at the wall. Hotels are full of loud, drunk, and emotional people. I went to change the channel and keep minding my own business, but then something slammed up against the wall so hard that it shook my bed, and another scream came immediately with it. "No! Get away from me!" Every instinct told me this wasn't some kind of lover's quarrel. I grabbed my phone and looked at the number for the emergency services. I said my hotel name and room number while another crash echoed throughout the wall. The dispatcher asked if I could hear weapons, how many voices were there, whether I could safely leave my room. I don't know," I whispered. "I only hear a woman." Then a scream followed as if on cue. "Somebody help me!" The dispatcher told me officers were on their way, instructed me to stay inside, lock the door, and do not investigate. I had no intention of opening up my door. The wall continued to shake and the lady kept shrieking. And then for a minute it got really, really quiet. So quiet actually that I thought the people had found their senses and this whole thing was finally over. I briefly started to explain this to the dispatcher. But then came a scream unlike anything I've ever heard. And this time it belonged to a man. No language, no message, just this deep primal roar. There was something else beneath it too, the kind of sound, but I don't know whatever it was drowned out. I found myself backing up to the corner of my room. My heart was exploding. I was sure that who or whatever was next door was about to come crashing through the wall. The dispatcher stayed on the line, thankfully.
Good Lord, was that them?
Yes. Another bang. The woman was screaming again, and then the man's voice followed. I couldn't really make out the words. The woman answered with another desperate plea for help. The dispatcher suddenly interrupted me.
Sir, officers are arriving now. Stay where you are.
A few seconds later, I heard running in the hallway, voices and then commands. Somebody pounded on the room next door. "Police! Open the flat!" Everything next door went silent. Then the unmistakable sound of a battering ram smashing into wood. They pounded for a few seconds, then the door just failed. Now I couldn't see any of it, I could only listen, like the whole time. The officers went batshit the moment the door went down. Somebody shouted for medical assistance and another officer yelled for everybody to clear the corridor. The police told me it was safe to disconnect and that officers would be making contact shortly. Less than a minute later, somebody knocked on my door. "Police." I looked halfway through the peephole before unlocking it. 2 cops with hats under their arms. The hallway behind them was complete chaos. I caught one glimpse of the neighboring doorway before an officer shifted in front of it, blocking my view completely. They asked me to step out into the hallway. "Sir, do you know the woman next door?" It caught me really off guard. I was stunned. "No." "Were you inside that room tonight?" "No." "Did anybody enter or leave while you were here?" "No, I never opened up my door." They asked me to repeat everything that I'd heard from the beginning, the timeline, the sounds, and when I decided to call the authorities. Aside from the timeline, the answer to all their pointed questions was no. I was just another traveler trying to sleep, but the police weren't willing to entertain that yet. After 20 minutes, they thanked me and told me I could return to my room. I asked if she was okay and didn't get a straight answer from them, which prevented me from sleeping a wink that night. Police lights flashed through my curtains until almost dawn. Detectives moved from room to room interviewing adjacent guests while forensic teams wheeled equipment down that hallway. Nobody really said much during breakfast either. I heard people whispering over their coffee, trying to piece together what had happened from whatever they'd heard through their own walls. I checked out that morning too. I had to. The receptionist apologized repeatedly for the disturbance but still wouldn't answer any of my questions, and neither would the police. My train left just before noon, and by the next town I was trying to distance myself mentally from this entire ordeal. The rest of the trip I couldn't stay in a hotel without listening through the walls before going to sleep. I actually preferred sharing rooms over hotels by this point in the journey. I think a week after I got home, I was scrolling through the international news when I saw the hotel's name and I couldn't believe it. This article gave me all the details. The woman next door had been hiding from her former boyfriend for months now. Court records showed years of domestic abuse, dozens of police reports, restraining orders, threats, and repeated violations. She had changed cities, changed jobs, and checked into that hotel under a different name, hoping to get off the radar for a while. He found her anyway, the same night that I checked in. He'd followed her all over the area and finally he had her cornered. She unfortunately didn't make it out. The article had a photo of both of them, but they were strangers to me. I never saw either of them. All I really have even now are the sounds. Growing up in Arizona, my family took a vacation to Mexico almost every summer. It became our tradition. We'd load up the truck, cross the border, and spend a week eating incredible food, swimming, and exploring these little coastal towns. My parents had done it for years without any problems, so by the early 2000s, they had a cool system in place. This year, though, my dad wanted to try something a little different. Instead of renting a hotel, we packed tents and camped directly on the beach. It was beautiful, and there's no laws against this. The nights were cool enough to sleep comfortably too, so we figured, why not? Falling asleep to the sound of parties by the ocean sounded pretty fun. We arrived, set up a place to call home, and spent the first day relaxing and exploring the beach. The second day, we decided to drive into town for lunch, shopping, and whatever else we could find to pass the time. The market was enormous. It sprawled out through several blocks. Colorful tarps, narrow walkways, vendors selling everything imaginable. Leather belts hung beside silver jewelry. Hand-woven blankets covered entire walls. People called out from every direction while music echoed throughout the maze of the stalls. I've never really seen anything like it. My parents kept reminding everybody to not wander off. I stopped for what I thought would be a few seconds to look at a display of carved wooden animals. When I looked back up, my family had disappeared into the crowd. At first, I'm not really that worried. I figured they were only maybe one aisle ahead of me, so I hurried after them. But they weren't there, so I doubled back and still didn't see them. Every corridor now looked almost identical, and every turn opened up into another sea of people. I started weaving through the market faster, convinced that I'd spot one of my cousins or hear my dad's voice. Instead, I found myself getting more lost every minute that passed. The more I moved, the less I recognized. Panic replaced my embarrassment after an hour or so. I had no cell phone and I couldn't remember the name of the beach that we were camping at. I barely spoke Spanish. Every face looked unfamiliar, and the sun was slowly fading behind me. Then a man approached me. He looked ordinary, probably in his 30s or 40s. He asked if I was lost, first in Spanish and then in broken English. I admitted to him that I was, and he smiled sympathetically and told me not to worry. He'd help me find my family. He never grabbed me or did anything suspicious. He just motioned for me to follow him. He explained that he knew people nearby who could help locate my parents and then led me down this quieter side street. Instead of walking into a police station or a business, we entered this dim little bar. The place was nearly empty despite it being the afternoon. The television was playing soccer over a bar while a handful of men sat drinking quietly. My guide then led me to a table tucked into the corner, told me to wait while he made a few phone calls. If he was really trying to help, why weren't we asking the bartender? Why weren't we calling the police? Why were we sitting in the darkest corner of a random bar? The man leaned up against the wall a few feet away from me and pulled out a cell phone. I wasn't going to eavesdrop, but being where he was, I could make out any English that he used. I grew up in Arizona. I'm not fluent in Spanish, but I know enough to follow a simple conversation. And at first, I only caught a few isolated words. Nina, Americana. And then I heard another word that I immediately recognized. Esclava. He said it a second time, and this time in English. Little slave girl. I froze. He lowered his voice, but I could still make some of it out. He was talking about finding a young American girl. He kept repeating that she needed to go quickly. He asked somebody how much they were willing to pay. My stomach dropped into my shoes when I realized that he was talking about me. I didn't know whether to run or pretend I hadn't understood anything. Every scenario that I imagined ended with him catching me before I even reached the door. So I sat perfectly still, pretending to stare at the tabletop while my heart hammered throughout my other organs. To my complete shock, I saw my dad walk by the entrance. We made eye contact. He did a double take and then he stormed into the bar. My uncle was following behind. I'd never seen him look like that before, like truly furious. My uncle looked more nervous than anything. The man's demeanor changed instantaneously. He smiled, pointed toward me, and insisted in English that he'd found a lost little girl, was only trying to help reunite her with her family. Neither my dad nor my uncle acknowledged him. My dad looked straight at me and said, "Come here." I flew to him like we were magnetized. When I hugged him and looked up at him, some of that anger quickly went away. He realized that I'd been lured there. I hadn't just gone on my own. As we headed for the door, the man continued to insist that there had been some kind of misunderstanding, but my family ignored every single word. Once outside, my mom wrapped me in the biggest hug while everybody cheered for my return. Apparently, they'd all been looking high and low for hours now and were just seconds away from calling the police. We drove back to the beach in pure victory. Nobody really wanted to swim anymore, though. My dad and uncle kept scanning the road behind us, convinced somebody had followed us out of town. That night, they stayed awake, drinking beer and keeping an eye on the roads in. There were other campers in the area, so it's not like we were totally alone out here. Still, morning brought a surprise. Somebody had actually entered our campsite while we slept. Wallets, cash, cameras, jewelry, and any other valuables had disappeared from the inside of our tents. Whoever did it moved through the camp with incredible precision. There was no ripped tents, no obvious signs of forced entry, and somehow nobody woke up. My dad thinks that he figured it out. The people that I encountered in town had tracked us back to the beach after losing whatever opportunity they thought they'd found with me. Maybe stealing our belongings was retaliation or just another way to make some money. We'll never truly know, and we didn't do any more camping in Mexico after that trip. My friend went to Costa Rica with his family during high school. It was a bucket list trip at the time. Warm weather, jungle-covered hills, little beach towns, and all the free time that he could imagine. He was a water rat when he was home, so attempting to surf felt like a natural next step for him. The morning that all this took place was a pretty normal day. The sky was clear, the water was calm beyond the break, and families were spread across the beach. Nothing suggested somebody was about to die. He paddled out well beyond the swimmers until the beach behind him became this strip of color up against the shoreline. Out there, everything was far away. The crashing surf became a pattern beneath the board. If memory serves, this was a couple of days in. He'd rented a board and taken this short class with the guy. Now that he could get standing and balance on his own, he was free to take the board out and ride the waves, as long as he paid for the rental. He was waiting for a big wave when he noticed somebody further out, waving their arms over their head. At first, he assumed it was another surfer trying to say hello, so he waved back. The person responded by thrashing even harder and, if he was hearing them right, screaming as well. My friend turned his board and started paddling over to see what the big deal was. The distance was deceptive. Every swell hid the guy before revealing him again. He called out, asking if he was okay, but the wind swallowed any attempt to contact. As my friend got closer, he realized the guy was not alone. 2 children were clinging to him. The older one looked maybe 8, the younger one couldn't have been older than 6. Both were crying, wrapped around their father's shoulders as each wave forced all 3 of them under before they surfaced again. By the time my friend reached them, the man was barely keeping his head above the water. "Please," the man said, "take my kids." My friend swung his board right alongside them. "Get them on." The older scrambled up to the front of the board. The younger one froze in panic until his father pushed him forward with the last strength that he seemed to have. My friend caught the boy by the arm and pulled him up alongside his brother. The board then dipped dangerously under all that added weight. It was a dingy rental board. It was not made for a rescue mission. Every kick and paddle would push it further and further under the water with that much more. "I'll take you too," my friend said, and the man shook his head immediately. "No, take them first. The board won't hold all of us." I can, please," he said, with a mouthful of seawater. The older boy was screaming for his dad now. The younger child had buried his face up against the board, sobbing uncontrollably. The man looked at both of them and managed the faintest smile and said, "Go, then come back for me. I'm a good swimmer. Go." My friend toured back toward the shore and kicked with all his might. The return trip was the hardest paddle of his life. The children shifted constantly, terrified and crying, throwing the board off balance as he went. He kept trying to tell them to stay still, attempting to stabilize them up on an open ocean, but there was nothing to brace with. Each wave rocked them so hard that my buddy was certain all of them were about to drown. Every so often he would look back and the father was still there, sometimes just a single arm flailing in the distance. For a second he disappeared entirely behind a huge swell and my friend's stomach dropped, only to see the man emerge once more. He really was a strong swimmer. The shoreline seemed impossibly far. People on the beach had started pointing. A few adults were running toward the waterline, trying to understand what they were seeing. My friend kept paddling until the waves started carrying them into the shallows. The last 100 feet or so were pure chaos. A wave nearly rolled the board over and the younger child slipped sideways. My friend lunged across the board just in time to grab his wrist before he disappeared under the water. He shoved the boy back in place and pushed the board until his feet finally touched sand. Adults rushed to the surf to assist him. Someone pulled the older child away. The younger boy wrapped himself around my friend's neck before another adult gently carried him to shore. A woman then sprinted into the water, screaming, "Where's my husband?" My friend pointed back toward the ocean, breathless. "He's still out there." Before anybody could stop him, he turned his board around and paddled back into the surf. His arms were spent, but he was the only one that had any idea of where that man was. The beach disappeared behind my buddy again as he cut through the swells. After 10 or 15 minutes of paddling, he thought he was getting close, but There was nothing around him. Something was drifting ahead, so he cut that way, at which point he found the man, face down, bumping along between the waves. My friend shouted to him, grabbed his shoulder, tried to roll him over. The body turned heavily in the water, totally limp. There was no response. He checked for any sign of breathing, hoping desperately the man is only passed out or something, but there was nothing. He hooked an arm beneath the man's shoulder and fought to keep his face above the water while balancing up on the surfboard. Every stroke became awkwardly intimate, rowing a corpse back to shore. The current kept twisting the body away from him, forcing him to stop and reposition his grip and then keep paddling. This trip took much longer than the first, and he was hugging that dead man and paddling for well over an hour. By then, hundreds of people had gathered up on the shore. The man's wife stood with both children beside her, and she knew before he even got back to shore. Several men waded into the water to help pull the body the rest of the way out. They began CPR while others called emergency services, but my friend said he knew it wasn't going to matter. The man was dead when he reached him. His wife dropped beside him, screaming his name, while the children cried only a few feet away. My friend said he just stood there, holding a surfboard. His whole body trembled with grief, shock, and adrenaline. He'd gone out there expecting another morning of surfing, but instead found himself carrying a dead father back to his family. Those on site worked until paramedics would arrive, but nothing changed. The children were alive because their father had spent the last of his strength keeping them afloat, just long enough to pass them off to my friend. When my buddy finally came home, he hardly even wanted to talk about Costa Rica. If somebody asked about the trip, he'd usually mention the beaches or the surfing before immediately changing the subject. The story only came out years later, and even then he told it very carefully, without any kind of embellishment. The one time I heard it, he almost cried the entire time he spoke. We don't know the man that died, but I think we all strive to be the father that he was. Rest in peace.